Volume 8. Chapter 700, Skyfire Council. Chapter 700, Skyfire Council. The clockmaker's face reddened. Who'd want to go with you on a honeymoon? 1. Zeta. When Lan Jue returned to Zhou's jewelry store, his smirk was gone. In the space between his shop and the Gothic winery, a depression had set in. He understood what the wine master meant. He wanted to gather all of Skyfire Avenue's strength for when it was needed. Really, Star Division was already just that. Skyfire's greatest adepts made up the heart of the organization. But paragons were difficult to manage. What duties could he assign to them befitting of their station? They weren't suited to being division leaders necessarily, since personal strength wasn't what made a good leader. None of them were particularly good mecha pilots, either. These were problems. Lan Jue mulled over the problems until Korra greeted him. He had to break through soon, Lan Jue told himself. Things would be easier to manage once he could count himself among the paragons. It was rather silly for him to assume people would listen, even as vice-chairman, when they bore so much power. And yet, becoming a paragon wasn't something you could just choose to do and make it happen. Ascending to such lofty heights didn't happen in the course of a day. He also wondered how his father was doing. Zhu Di had remained on Skyfire Avenue, locked away within the photographer's shop to cultivate. Since coming back, Lan Jue still hadn't seen hide nor hair of him. He only knew his father was cultivating thanks to Zhou Qianlin. When his father came out of his hermitage, he would ask him for more instruction. Lan Jue already had his feet firmly planted on the road of the inheritance his father promised, but only Zhu Di knew the specifics. Zeta. Night fell upon the avenue. Skyfire Avenue's counselors gathered for their meeting in the depths of Skyfire Museum. Nowadays the clairvoyant was Juner. She had inherited the Eye of Tomorrow's legacy and powers, and she was growing stronger every day. All of this had been told to him by the wine master. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in Skyfire Avenue had already determined Juner would ultimately be successor to the Avenue's leadership. Once the wine master formally stepped down, the title of chairman would pass to Lan Jue. Then, when she was ready, Juner would assume the mantle. The wine master had told Lan Jue something the clairvoyant had told him before his death. He'd said that Juner's talents were even stronger than his own when he was her age. She would one day become a truly incredible seer. Skyfire Avenue's future looked very good indeed. Part of this was due to luck, otherwise Star Division's growth wouldn't have been so quick. It was staggering to think that in only a short time, the Avenue had gone from 3 paragons to 8. Stepping into the museum, with its refined atmosphere and the scent of books, makes visitors feel as though they were awash in a sea of knowledge. This place was filled with treasures, including tomes passed down from the ages. It was this extensive library that had attracted the likes of the bookworm and keeper. Most of them were eventually relocated to Skyfire Library, but some still remained here. Lan Jue had come early, yet already all the counselors but those in seclusion had arrived. The wine master sat at the head of the long table with the keeper to his right. The space on his left was empty, then came the procession of paragons and finally the Avenue's counselors. As Lan Jue approached, they each greeted him in turn. He walked over to the wine master and sat in the unoccupied seat to his left. He returned the hails as he walked across the room. The council chambers were thick with a sense of solemn duty. It was no wonder, the alien threat was a burden on everyone's mind. Skyfire Avenue was in as much risk of destruction as anywhere else. Lan Jue spotted Juner quickly. She was seated in the back, away from the others. Although she could not see, her little face broke into a warm smile when Lan Jue looked her way. He smiled back. Lan Jue fought the urge to walk over and give her a hug. Now wasn't the time. Daddy will speak with you when the meeting's over, clever Juner. Lan Jue called out to her. All right. I haven't seen you in a long time. Much to Lan Jue's surprise, Juner didn't call out, but relayed her response directly to his ears alone. Transferring sound like that required the adept to compress the sound waves and release them within the desired scope. It was impressive enough that she could do this without the gift of sight, but remember how old she was. An inexplicable feeling surged within Lan Jue's heart as he looked on Juner's beaming face. No matter what, he had to protect the Avenue, protect mankind. He had to leave something good for future generations to build upon. Everyone who would be participating had arrived and taken their seats. The wine master cleared his throat, drawing all eyes his way. Hello everyone. I am happy that you were all able to make it. It has been quite a while since we've had a gathering like this. Besides the pharmacist and the driver, who have locked themselves away, everyone else has managed to come. Everyone was silent, listening carefully as their chairman spoke. I would like to begin with the keeper. If you would please tell us the results of your research? The wine master turned to address the scientist. The keeper nodded his head. We have undergone a series of experiments using the alien specimen our jewelry master has acquired. Preliminary results have already been aggregated. We have determined that these creatures, like us, are composed of vital energy. However, where they differ is in an ability I have called genetic assimilation. Through our research we have noted that alien breeds can differ wildly, but their cores retain the same traits. Namely, their ability to absorb and assimilate genetic code from whatever they devour. To oversimplify, by consuming a living creature the aliens are able to take specific traits from their DNA and apply it to themselves. In this way their genetic makeup becomes very complicated. However, there is no doubt that this is the process by which their species evolves and strengthens. It is their most terrifying ability, taking what they wish from their victims and transferring it into their genetic material through their cores. Thus it affects every aspect of their life: combat, feeding, breeding and so forth. An alien's strength is directly correlated to the genetic assimilation process. Through constant modification they perfect themselves and their offspring. They are living representations of the survival of the fittest. Frankly speaking, I continue to be amazed by the perfection of their genetic strands. Through it you can clearly map the evolution of each alien and what they consumed. Each one is unique, risen from the ranks of their weaker kin to become the apex of their species. The jewelry master and others have encountered some of the most potent examples of this process. They have chosen to assume human form because, according to them, the potential of the human body surpasses their assimilating capabilities. We suspect this is their ultimate motivation in coming in such large numbers to consume us. It is the enemy's hope that in devouring us they can reach new heights of genetic perfection. Their appearance was not a fluke, it was premeditated. Put another way, the conflict between our two species is inevitable. For a moment, the keeper paused as though to collect his thoughts. All of these are the advantages we've managed to uncover. This does not mean they are without flaw. Their genetic composition is complicated, and the speed with which they can adjust their DNA structure makes them strong and adaptable. However, by the same vein, the complexity of their DNA is a weakness. It is susceptible to mutations and other problems. Because of the immediacy of their evolution, damage to their DNA is immediately reflected through their bodies as a whole. An adept's discipline is itself a type of vital energy, inexorably joined with our own ancestral makeup. When it comes in contact with alien genetic structure, the bonds become uncertain, sort of confused. In a sense, our disciplines are a genetic weapon. Conventional weapons are well defended against, even mechas. However, if they are infused with discipline they can bypass the creature's natural guard and throw their bodies into chaos on a genetic level, causing catastrophic damage. At last some good news. The gathered adepts breathed a little easier knowing their power's efficacy was backed up by science. The gourmet interrupted. So you're saying that our disciplines are these monsters' bane? The keeper nodded. In more ways than one. However, this is not an absolute truth. Penetrating an alien deep enough to affect genetic change isn't as easy as it sounds. They have perfected their defenses through constant evolution. They have acquired the ability to isolate their inner environment from all manner of external forces. So, in order to make the most of our inherent advantages, we must discover their vulnerabilities. Once we discover how to bypass their natural defenses, we can better attack them on a genetic level. As is typical with all creatures, their brains and eyes are vulnerable. The gourmet nodded thoughtfully. The pauper interjected. Are we able to create some sort of genetic weapon to fight these things? Do we have the technology? In theory, yes, the keeper said. But it needs to be affixed to some sort of delivery system that gets it past their defenses, or can affect them mentally. The first option is difficult because getting around their guard is a problem, as we discussed. The weapon needs to be effective already to deliver the anti-gene payload. So far adepts are more effective than weapons, which is why they must be at the forefront of future weapons design. Ultimately the jewelry master's suggestion is best: we use mecha suits to supplement and enhance our disciplines, making combat against the aliens easier. The wine master spoke up next. What about combat ships? Can't they be empowered by discipline as well? 1. This is a very common tease from Chinese women. Who would want to, then whatever the suggestion was. Let's go to the movies. Who'd want to go to the movies with you? Do you want to eat pizza? Who wants to eat pizza? Sometimes it doesn't make perfect sense, but then I don't suspect it's supposed so. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 701, Restructuring. Chapter 701, Restructuring. The bookworm was the one to answer. Ships won't work. It can be put into their weapons, but ship guns spread vital energy too thin. We can't concentrate discipline enough to pierce their defenses. As far as our tests have shown, mechas are the most suitable weapons. They deal the most damage while providing the highest rate of survivability for the adept. Outfits like our Star Division are particularly effective against them for this reason. The leaders around the table nodded their heads in understanding. Star Division's success, they knew, would also translate into a higher standing for Skyfire Avenue. The Keeper continued. We've given the results of our experimentation to the military already. They will share it with the West and North soon. I believe they will create adept armies of their own once they learn of their efficacy. The Wine Master turned to Lan Jue. Jewelry Master, as commander of Star Division, why don't you tell us about how it's doing? He responded with a nod. At present, Star Division is 1,500 fighters strong, all adepts of varying degrees. It is split into 4 brigades. 1st Brigade specializes in close and fixed combat, 2nd Brigade is composed of area and long-range fighters, 3rd Brigade is recon and support, and 4th Brigade is specialists. As I said, 3rd Brigade is our reconnaissance and infiltration team. 4th Brigade deals with logistics, rear support and coordination. 1st and 2nd Brigades are mainly combat. They are subdivided into units of 10 soldiers each, led by an 8th level adept or higher. We encourage our fighters by rewarding them with loot and vital crystals, based on merit. Currently all of our people have been outfitted with customized mechas that play to their disciplines. Results have been exceptional. I dare say that Star Division is stronger than any group of comparable size. Calling us a division may not be true in terms of numbers, but our accomplishments earn us the name. We cut our teeth clearing out pirate strongholds in the shattered starfields. We were victorious in every mission. Star Division encountered the alien planets on Moonfiend and fled with 1 casualty. We've been building up arms and personnel since then. While we can't compare to the destructive capabilities of a Bastion ship or interstellar fleet off-planet, we can do just as much damage on the ground. With Paragons counted among our numbers, I believe we could compare to a Bastion ship in regards to sheer cataclysmic potential. After all, a human can go where a planet-sized ship can't. If we can infiltrate a Bastion, we can take it. The Keeper chortled. That might be a little ambitious. After the Violet Prince's attack on Tyrannosaurus, the alliances are taking a closer look at internal security. Lan Jue paused, then chuckled in spite of himself. This is a good thing, a little pain to learn their lesson. Alright, that's all I have to report. The Wine Master glanced at him. In order to better protect Skyfire and by extension Skyfire Avenue, we've agreed to make Star Division part of the conventional Eastern Army. We will fight the alien threat together, and toward this end I suggest all Paragons lend their strength to the cause. Star Division and the Eastern Army would benefit greatly from your participation. Jewelry Master, as commander you can assign us as you please. Inwardly Lan Jue glowered at his old friend. The old bastard was leaving him all the responsibility. But he wasn't wrong, it was Lan Jue's job, and one he couldn't avoid. After some thought I've decided it makes little sense for the Paragons to be disseminated among the brigades. The way we're set up it wouldn't be fair or useful to other members of a Paragon's 10-man unit. Further, Paragons aren't best in mecha suits. They're more than strong enough without them. In conclusion, I feel the Paragons should work as independent actors, essentially their own brigade. They can be dispatched on strategic missions as is most suitable to their abilities and the situation. The Wine Master regarded him with a faint smile. An interesting thought. I have no opinion on the matter, it's up to you. So who should lead this Paragon brigade? Lan Jue had already accepted his friend's fine gift of alcohol. There was no recourse but to do his duty. It has been very difficult to find a suitable candidate, and I've thought long on the problem. I don't know enough about your individual leadership skills, so for the moment we'll keep the post open. I'm open to suggestions, and would like to hear what our illustrious Paragons think. The Keeper was first. I don't care, so long as I'm not called out on too many missions. The Bookworm and I have a great deal of experiments that must be attended to. I know, Lan Jue muttered internally. I agree, the Wine Master said. None of the other Paragons had opinions to share. While the Paragons seemed numerous on paper, the truth was somewhat different. The Keeper and Bookworm were scientists and wouldn't participate much in fieldwork. The Wine Master and the Clockmaker, meanwhile, would be leaving for who knew how long. The Pharmacist was dealing with personal issues, so really the only Paragons Lan Jue had under his command at any one time were the Gourmet and the Pauper. As for Zhou Qianlin, she wasn't even here. He never really counted her among them, anyway. How could he presume to order around his mother and father? The Wine Master pretended not to notice his sour expression. the clockmaker and I will be leaving tomorrow on a task of our own. We hope to convince 2 more paragons to join us. During my absence, all matters of leadership for Star Division and the Avenue will be handled by the Jewelry Master. He will temporarily replace me as chairman of the Skyfire Council. If anyone has any thoughts or objections, they might share them now. No one spoke. They all felt Lan Jue was a fine choice. A thin voice broke Lan Jue's appreciative mood. Look at you, Lei Feng. Congratulations, I knew the wine master was shopping around for a patsy. The coffee master's voice spoke directly into his ear, thick with mirth. Lan Jue quietly replied. You want the damn job? The coffee master chuckled. That's no good, everyone sees your skill, you're our first choice. There's no escaping duty, Chairman. Work hard. Jewelry Master, the wine master broke in, things have been arranged with the army leaders. They would like you to contact Fleet Admiral Lan Cheng as soon as possible and dispatch Star Division to link up with his forces. Alright, Lan Jue answered with a nod. Star Division had been to Enluan before, but that had been for training. Now they were going to become part of the illustrious Enluan forces. It felt strange to the Jewelry Master. Will we remain an independent force or must we comply with their commands? Lan Jue asked the wine master. He trusted his brother, but Lan Jue's loyalties were to Star Division and Skyfire Avenue, whereas Lan Cheng served at the pleasure of the East. It was better to understand their role clearly from the start. He explained. We're a relatively independent adjunct force. If you're given an unreasonable directive, you are free to refuse, but our standing orders are to support and protect the Enluan army and Skyfire. In general, you will adhere to their requests. I'm sure the so-called super soldier of Enluan will be cooperative. Lan Jue nodded. He of course had faith in his brother. It just felt strange, especially since Enluan was so distant from Skyfire. How could they protect something so far away? The council went on for a while longer, discussing details, bringing Star Division's resources with them to Enluan. It seemed like the best decision, for if by some tragedy Skyfire was destroyed, at least some of the Avenue's assets would remain intact. Enluan was a military base, and so was far safer than Skyfire. After the session conclusion, Lan Jue made his way over to Juner, still seated quietly in the back. He lifted her up into his arms. Have you been good? He asked, running a hand through her hair. She'd only grown bigger and more beautiful in the time since he'd seen her last. Juner was definitely blessed with her mother's fine genes. I've been very good. I get to play with the stars every day, it's so much fun. Do you want to come with me to see the stars? She asked. All right. Following her lead, Lan Jue went with Juner to the former clairvoyance room. When he opened the door, they were bathed in gentle starlight. Juner wriggled to get free of his embrace. When she did, a beam of starlight fell over her, and she floated into the air. Surrounded by that cosmic light, she looked like a young goddess. Lan Jue's eyes narrowed unconsciously as he felt the waves of power coming from her. However, he was surprised to find that something was hidden from him. He couldn't feel how strong she had become. I'm already 8th rank, she said, like she'd read his mind. Lan Jue gaped at her. 8th rank? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, Human Survival Conference. Chapter 702, Human Survival Conference. It's because of what my teacher taught me, it helped me grow fast. He told me that when he leaves I must continue to improve myself in the starlight. Then I will understand everything. He left a lot behind for me, so I come in here to play every day. As Lan Jue looked upon her, a seething pang arose in his chest. She said she was here playing, but how lonely she must be. Daddy, I'm going to be strong soon. I can already feel that you and Mommy aren't happy, there's so much for you to do. Don't feel bad, things will work out. But you have to be careful with yourself and the people near you. I feel there's a shadow following you, sometimes close and sometimes far. But it had a close connection to you. Not 1, 2. One is good and one is very bad. Lan Jue didn't know how to react. People near him? For some reason a chill overcame him and he was filled with memories of Hera's death. The same dark despair from all those years ago welled up in his heart. Can you tell me if you see anything else? But Juner shook her head. No, I'm not strong enough. And you're my daddy, it's harder when you're close to the subject. But I can feel you are more threatened than in danger. It will be fine. The danger is for the person who wishes you well. Prophets were famously ambiguous. They had the gift of sight, but rarely was that sight clear. Lan Jue believed Juner without a shadow of a doubt anyway, though he wasn't sure precisely what she meant. They played for a little while until Junior said it was time to cultivate, then he left. When he returned to his room, he called his brother. "What is it?" Lan Qing's voice bore the typical distant chill. "Hey brother, I assume you know our deal with Enluan?" he asked. Lan Qing coolly responded. "I just got the news. When will you arrive? How many men can we expect?" "We've got 1,500, Lan Jue replied. "From what I'm hearing, we'll be sending most or all of them. Aside from the soldiers, we're also sending a team responsible for overlooking Avenue resources. We'll probably need a sector for ourselves, seeing as altogether we'll be sending about 3,000 people." "All right," Lan Cheng replied without hesitation. Were it anyone else, Lan Cheng likely wouldn't have agreed to accommodating non-combat personnel, but Skyfire Avenue was a special case. It was Skyfire Avenue Vital Crystals that had bought Enluan a second interstellar fleet. What's more, the addition of Star Division would double the strength of Enluan's forces. "When is it convenient for us to arrive?" Lan Jue asked. "You don't. We've been ordered to move our people there." "Here? You mean the fleet?" Lan Jue inquired. "Everything," Lan Cheng replied. "What does everything mean?" "That's a military secret. You'll know soon enough." It was clear he wasn't getting anything out of his brother. Lan Jue sighed helplessly. "Fine, then we'll wait for you to show. I'll get Star Division ready." "There's no rush," Lan Qing said. "As Star Division's commander, you're coming with me to a meeting. Military conference. You'll represent your interests there." Lan Jue blinked. "What conference?" Lan Qing told him what he knew. "It's been organized by the North, a conference to decide the best way to deal with the aliens. They're calling it the Human Survival Conference, and each alliance is sending high-level military leaders to discuss strategy. You've personal experience on top of being a commander, so you'll come with me." Grudgingly, Lan Jue agreed. "All right, I guess I'm going." "That's all," Lan Qing said. "We'll be leaving for Skyfire tomorrow, and when I arrive we'll go together." "The meeting's on Luo." "Got it," he replied. After hanging up with his brother, Lan Jue dialed in the wine master's number. "Wine master. What is it?" The older man's voice returned. Lan Jue told him what he'd learned from Lan Chang. "You are most suited to go to the meeting," the Paragon agreed. "Go ahead, but be careful." "You're going with a Paragon, yes? Who will you choose?" Lan Jue shook his head. "No need to rush into a decision, either the gourmet or the pauper. Probably the gourmet, since we have a better relationship. Someone needs to stay back and look after the division, too. Probably Su Xiaosu would be best for that. But I'll need to find someone to look after the Avenue's affairs." "Who do you think?" the wine master pressed. "Su Xiaosu's busy, the driver's cultivating, the coffee master makes sense. He might be a little lazy, but he's got good attention to detail." "There shouldn't be a problem," Lan Jue answered. "All right, let them know." He cut the line. Lan Jue chuckled. Lan Chang arrived quickly on an FTL transport, the trip only taking him a couple of days. Lan Jue had prepared everything for Skyfire Avenue's eventual move to Enluan, employing the help of his 4 Amazons. Zhou's jewelry store was a simple matter, just a whole lot of power gems. Most of them had already gone T-Star Division, but the remainder would be arranged for transport. When the time came for Lan Jue to leave, he did indeed bring a Paragon, but it wasn't who he'd thought. It was the pharmacist, not the gourmet. She eventually left her seclusion, and offered to come after she'd heard that Lan Jue was headed for Luo. After her breakthrough, the pharmacist had grown quiet. Her illustrious persona was restrained, as was the sharp aura that so frightened the people she encountered. But what was present was a deep and abiding sensation, like peering into an abyss. From what Lan Jue could gather, she was likely the third most powerful paragon on the Avenue currently. Now that she had broken through, she was able to truly command the deadly power of Oxysis. How far that command extended, though, they would only learn through experience. Zeus 1 lifted off from the airfield and toward their destination. In contrast to his brother, Lan Shine didn't bring any guards or entourage. As was typical, he chose to travel alone. Zeus Amazons set about their separate duties, managing Zeus 1. The pharmacist waited patiently in the waiting room, while the two brothers watched space fly by from a table by a window. "You've improved. You haven't been wasting time." Lan Shang nodded his head at Lan Jue in approval. Lan Jue nodded back. "I've been working hard. It won't be long before I catch up to you." His words were flippant, but determined. I'm not waiting for you, Lan Jue retorted. You better hurry. Lan Jue changed the subject. You aren't the only one there representing the East, I take it? Our relationship with the North is less than stellar, so why did they pick you? Because I command the bulk of our army, he said. They wouldn't dare provoke us now, and they're too busy with their own business even if they wanted to. Anyway, I needed to come. It's the only way for me to understand the thought process of the other alliances. It's important to understand your allies. I'll need you to tell me what you thought of the North's fighting tactics as well. Lan Jue shot him a glance. Aren't you afraid for your safety? A single person's strength only goes so far. Lan Jue's response was tepid. I'm not afraid. I'm just confident in my intelligence. Lan Jue was at a loss for words. Had he always been so? He wanted to laugh, but... Lan Jue went on to tell his brother about everything that had transpired in the shattered starfields, and his opinions on them. He didn't leave out any detail. Lan Jue listened attentively, nodding from time to time as though in thought. The whole thing makes me look at the North with new eyes. Luck didn't make them the strongest alliance, they strive hard for that distinction. Their soldiers are hard and determined. I still don't like them, but I admire them. Lan Jue nodded. Indeed, they're good soldiers. They just see things differently than we do. Helplessly, Lan Jue added. If it was you facing those planets, what would you have done? Lan Jue looked at him for a moment before speaking. You want to know? Lan Jue nodded. Lan Jue was praised as the ultimate soldier, and the youngest admiral in the Eastern Army's history. He was the next generation of military leadership. So what would he have done differently? If it were me, he began, I would have chosen a better battleground. Fighting within the starfields was a poor decision. You had no ready support and retreating was slow and difficult. The enemy is largely a mystery, so even if they were evenly matched, victory would have been difficult. With so little known about our foe, I would have dispatched more scouts for better intelligence. Instead of a direct confrontation, I would have continued to harass their outlying forces and captured more resources. Then I'd wait for the right time to strike, but even if I was in danger of missing that opportunity, one wouldn't rush in. Strike when the attack would spell their demise. Lan Jue silently mulled over his brother's words, eventually leading to a quiet admiration. Yeah. Rushing into a fight without knowing what you were getting into was a recipe for disaster. But the North had been under pressure to act. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, Arriving. Chapter 703, Arriving. Lan Jue paused for a moment, then continued. But that doesn't mean their fight was without purpose. It was worth at least 50 recon sorties. They learned a lot about how the enemy fights and reacts, and that will make the war easier. The North must also have done their research, which is part of the reason I have to go to this meeting, to better understand. It can only help us in the long run. Lan Jue rejoined. The North still will make their attempts. As we were retreating, we continued to field requests from Tyrannosaurus to meet, obviously a ploy to get us in firing range. You hold an important position in the East, don't you think this is dangerous, walking into the enemy's clutches? What if? Lan Jue waved his hand. No time for what if. I've told you, I trust in my intelligence. Right, it's time for you to cultivate. We can discuss more of this once you've become a paragon. Shit, some brother. This is discrimination. Lan Jue speechlessly arose and left for his room. His Amazon snickered behind his back. The only person who would dare treat Lan Jue that way was his brother. Lan Jue stared out of the window with a thoughtful expression. Whatever he was thinking, though, remained a secret. Lan Jue couldn't remember how many times he'd visited Luo by now. Last time it was to participate in the Great Adept tournament. To hide his identity he wore a hat and sunglasses, but declining the mask Poseidon preferred. Lan Jue also wore sunglasses, and a black outfit complete with a dark windbreaker. He looked like a fashionable tourist. At least it's not a military uniform, Lan Jue inwardly commented. The pharmacist walked beside Lan Jue. Today she was dressed in a tailor-fit white dress. Half of her face was hidden behind a pair of large sunglasses, the rest expressionless. Her aura was constrained, and the only person who would be able to sense her presence were the ones she allowed. Although they concealed their identities, the three of them were still the focus of some attention. The reason was simple, they were tailed by 4 beautiful women. Mika, the Stygian succubus, was dressed in her typical work uniform, a deep blue fancy outfit, but with her glasses and fiery red hair she looked more the temptress. The other women were similarly dressed, perhaps intentionally, perhaps not. White blouses and skirts cut to the knees, only the colors varied. Xiaoxiu's clothes were a pale maize, Cora wore aqua, and Lin Jue stood out especially in a hot pink outfit. They were the definition of eye candy. One alone would have drawn eyes, for together couldn't avoid them. Lan Jue couldn't help but ask if they were ready to walk some runway he wasn't aware of. They looked back at him with big eyes threatening tears, and he couldn't say no. At any rate, it didn't matter what they wore, they still would have been a sight on Luo's drab streets. If they'd worn combat gear, it would have been just as bad, if not worse. Lan Jue's sole point of gratitude was the fact Qianlin wasn't walking with them. They were safely melded together. Though Lan Jue's cultivations were curtailed, Shen Yuan Shishir was able to lead Qianlin in her own meditations to help her advance. As the Eastern representatives left the airfield, Lan Jue's first thought was how many people were out on the street. Luo was one of the largest planets to house humans, but it seemed almost jam-packed. Crowds jostled like ants packed in their tunnels, shoulder to shoulder. Peering into the distance, one could only see a sea of bobbing heads. Of course, large groups of people gathered the interest of those with less than savory intent. Gentlemen with impure intentions tried to saddle up to the Amazons, but they were on high alert and had little patience. An invisible, inexplicable shield surrounded them that kept the rabble at a safe distance. The bolder among them were quickly silenced by Nika's sour temper and hellfire. "No one's coming to meet us?" Lan Jue questioned his brother. Lan Chang was supposed to have arranged everything. Lan Chang glanced at him, a look like he was staring down an idiot. "You told me you were worried about safety, and now you're asking why our presence isn't being advertised. Do you want to paint a target on our backs? Are you not thinking?" Lan Jue felt defeated. After his brother's breakthrough to Paragon, he couldn't even win a verbal argument. "So where are we going?" he asked instead. "I've arranged everything. Come with me." Lan Chang walked on without waiting for his answer. The seven of them walked for a short distance before stopping in front of a very average-looking verticar. It looked like a large taxi with more than a few hard years of service under its belt. Lan Chang opened the door and politely motioned the women inside. Then he and Lan Jue entered. Their driver was a large man in a baseball cap. He also wore sunglasses, and a cigar hung from the corner of his mouth. "Let's go," Lan Chang ordered. The driver didn't speak. Apparently already in the know, he urged the verticar into the air and toward Luo City. Despite the rundown appearance of the car, the driver was skilled. The journey was quick and smooth. Verticars like these flew about 10 meters above ground. That was about their limit, and was the main separating factor between them and high-altitude transport. The crush of people was even more apparent once they reached the city interior. Undoubtedly this had to do with the evacuation order. Luo was the North's largest planet, and one of its safest. It made sense, then, that people would choose to evacuate here. However, it looked like the planet was already at max capacity. "Status?" Lan Chang softly asked. Finally the driver opened his mouth. His voice was low, but clear. "The city is close to capacity. Inflation is rampant, food and essential goods are 3 times more expensive than they were before the aliens showed up, even with the northern government trying to stabilize markets. If they didn't, things would be 10 times what they are now. Resources have been brought in from other planets to manage demand. Things are fine for now, but population growth has been unchecked for years. Word is they can sustain this for 12 months before it collapses." "What about the North's resource planets?" Lan Chang asked. The driver replied. "No good. They're sticking to pre-war plans, meaning mining, refining and manufacturing haven't stopped. Products must continue to flow to protected planets. At least that's the plan, but stories of the alien savagery are rampant. No one wants to work on an exposed planet. Everyone knows if the aliens show up and there's no fleet or bastion to protect them, they're as good as dead. Even soldiers don't want to be stationed on resource planets. All of this means production is stalling, and we humans consume a lot. Right now it looks like we've got our heads above water, but that won't last. If the aliens don't show up within the planned timeframe, there will start to be restrictions imposed. No entertainment, luxury items, less food, it'll lead to chaos." Lan Jue quietly listened to the driver, and his heart sank with every word. Skyfire wasn't even close to being in such dire straits, even though it had already opened its door to refugees. The North was strong, and had always encouraged childbirth. Because of this, they had been in the midst of a baby boom. They had planets that needed populating, after all. Now that population explosion was proving to be a problem. It was going to be difficult for leaders to find a solution. Lan Chang was nodding thoughtfully. So the North must be anxious. Has there been any news of a second assault against the alien planets? Yes, the driver replied. Congress has been mulling over a plan in the last few days, so has the Army. Practically all available resources are being pumped into military production. The only way to fix their problems is to destroy the source, so no effort is being spared to find ways to destroy the aliens. It's the reason they called for the Human Survival Conference, so a solution can be found before the problem gets worse. Lan Jue was surprised, but he kept it to himself. Obviously the driver was a plant, arranged by his brother. How he learned so much about the inner working of the northern government he didn't know, but this simple-looking driver was definitely more than he let on. In the space of their conversation, they'd arrived. The taxi stopped before a small building in the Western style, simple and innocuous. Finding rooms is very difficult, the driver explained. I could only find rooms for 2 small apartments. Best I could do. He pulled to the side of the road and his passengers disembarked. Then, he relinquished his car to the valet and led them into the hotel himself. Now that he was out of the car, his height was clear, only a little shorter than Lan Jue and his brother. Lan Jue didn't know why, but suddenly he thought the man looked familiar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, No Way. Chapter 704, No Way. Do I know him? Lan Jue asked his brother. Figure it out yourself. Lan Jue curtly replied. Lan Jue's face stiffened. I really don't mind flipping off a fleet admiral. See if you keep your finger. Lan Qing taunted. Whatever. The hotel's lobby was small and simple. From the chipped floorboards to the stained counter and creaky stairs, the place looked like it had seen better days. In truth, Luo City was already 100 years old, but this place seemed older. An elderly receptionist stood behind the counter. While the others waited, their taxi driver walked over to handle check-in. Lan Jue took the opportunity to look around. This stuff looks like it's half a century old, Meek equipped. Very Western. I can't even tell when some of this stuff was made. The taxi driver was back quickly, and heard Mika's comment. The owners are descended from Western royalty. Something in their past forced them to immigrate to the north. It's always difficult to leave your homeland, so they brought their furnishings with them. Everything in this place are antiques and family heirlooms. Perhaps for the first time in history, Lan Qing had words of praise. Very interesting place. It has heart. The driver sniffed. Up to your specifications, is it? Everyone, Lan Jue included, gaped at the driver. Who was he that he could talk to Lan Qing that way? The fleet admiral scowled but didn't say anything. He took the key he offered and disappeared upstairs to his room. Lan Jue and the ladies were 6 remaining, 7 including Qianlin. That meant 4 rooms were needed. The pharmacist had her own. Lan Qing, it would be assumed, also had his own quarters. However, they watched the taxi driver walk up the stairs and follow. No way. Was his brother coming out of the closet? No wonder he'd never had a girlfriend. If father knew, Lan Jue thought, he'd beat Lan Qing bloody. 1. Lan Jue told the others to get settled. He headed for Lan Qing's room. When he arrived, the door was closed, but he simply opened it and walked inside. Lan Qing was standing by the window and the taxi driver was at his side. Both men were staring out onto the street. The room was as classically designed as the rest of the building, to the point where it felt like Lan Jue had stepped into the former era. It was strangely pleasant, a place where one could easily forget their worries. However, Lan Jue was too distracted to appreciate it. Lan Qing accosted him. What are you doing here instead of resting in your room, Ot? Of course Lan Jue couldn't tell him what he was really doing, supervising. He tried to look nonchalant as he strolled over. I just wanted to talk about the convention, he lied. The meeting is the day after tomorrow, Lan Qing replied. I have the invitation letters prepared, you just need to show up. There's nothing to talk about. Oh, he stalled. So, you're spending the night here alone, eh? It's a nice room. Lan Qing finally turned around and looked at him. Are you trying to say something? Lan Jue flashed a quick glance toward the mysterious taxi driver at his brother's side. Nothing. I'm a little hungry. How about we grab a bite? The Eastern Admiral scowled. I'm not hungry, you go ahead. Why are you acting so strange? He was struggling to find reasons to stick around, and with his options dwindling just blurted out. Brother, there's just some things that aren't appropriate. Think of father. Lan Sheng stared at him. What inappropriate thing am I doing? Will you stop talking nonsense? Lan Jue looked at him, then pointedly at the driver. He tried to make it clear what he was referring to. Lan Sheng was indeed very smart. When he saw Lan Jue's worried and accusatory expression, a smile broke his cold facade. He turned his head away. The taxi driver was less amused. He caught Lan Jue's look and glowered at him. What are you trying to say? It was then Lan Jue heard it. Something wasn't right, he sounded like a she. A woman? I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything. Lan Jue stumbled over his own tongue. Good, he thought, at least she's a woman. It didn't matter his brother was chasing cougars. I'm sorry to bother you too. Go on, don't mind me, I'm leaving. He left the room fast as he could. Is there something wrong with your little brother's head? The taxi driver said in irritation. She picked off her hat and glasses to reveal a plain-looking man's face. Her hands briefly covered the visage, and when they dropped, the astral phantom's bitter expression was revealed. He smirked at her. He's just being nosy, don't take it seriously. We need to focus on this meeting, it's important. Everything's been arranged? Yes, she answered flatly. There was absolutely no love lost between these two. Were it not for the mark on her soul, the astral phantom would have found a way to kill this irritating man 100,000 times. The bastard called her old. Women held grudges, especially against those who insulted their age. She wouldn't soon forget his transgressions. Then go rest. I won't need you until it's time to convene. Find us the day after tomorrow, Lan Sheng ordered. MNH, she grunted her response, then left. Lan Sheng allowed her disrespect. He didn't need to dominate her, they had an agreement. Once the alien menace was dealt with, she could go free, and that would be the end of it. Aliens, planets. Lan Sheng's heart sank. He'd gone over the North's fight against the beasts 100 times in his mind. He thought over and over about what he would have done differently. What he'd told Lan Jue was only one part. Fighting in the starfields wouldn't impede a Bastion's combat abilities too much, though it would make retreat and reinforcements difficult. The East's bastions were clearly inferior to the North's. The East's strongest ship was about equal to the fallen arachnid. Tyrannosaurus was stronger than 2 of the East's bastions combined. If it came to war between the alliances, he wasn't sure who would win. Only through more information and deeper understanding would their chances improve. Lan Sheng needed to push his people to be like Star Division, that would serve them well. Star Division would be integral in the coming fight. Zeta. When Lan Jue got back to his room, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He really was a doomsayer. He retrieved a towel from Thor's promise, then separated from Qianlin and wrapped her in it. He helped her put on some clothes. It was torture for him every time. The room was small, with only 2 single beds, a desk, and a single chair. Still, Lan Jue liked it just fine. He was a fan of antiques. It wasn't the pharmacist's hall of supreme harmony, but it served. Lan Jue coaxed Qianlin to the center of the room and had her cultivate. Meanwhile, he arose and headed to the room next door to visit with the newest addition to the Avenue's Paragon roster. Knock knock. He rapped his knuckles on her door. Come. The pharmacist's crystal-clear voice called from within. Lan Jue pushed his way in. The pharmacist sat on the bed, looking out the window. It was one of the rare moments he didn't catch her cultivating. It was dusk on Luo, and the sun's golden light bathed her room in a soft glow. It was beautiful. He walked over to her. Hey sis. Have you stabilized your powers? She quietly nodded in response. Not a problem. Sis, you shouldn't take it so hard. We can't bring back what is lost, but no matter what happens, I'm going to help you get that sword back. His words were soft and sincere. She answered with a pained laugh. Who'd have thought my husband's death would inspire my pure murderous rage? It's what allowed me to merge with Oxysis. For years I waited, only to learn the worst. I just can't hold myself back anymore. Anxiety crept into Lan Jue's face. Sister, don't do anything hasty. She shook her head, stood, and faced him. If I go out one day and don't come back, promise me you'll look after Juner. Lan Jue froze. Listen to me, don't be rash. Your husband's gone, but you knew that all along, didn't you? You knew you were fooling yourself to think he'd magically come back after so long. He's gone, but you are still here, and you have Juner to care for. That little one already has to suffer the loss of her father, you deny her a mother as well? I'm sure she knows I'm not her real father, and if something were to happen to you, I'm not sure her little heart could take it. If you want to go hunting aliens, fine, but you've only got two choices. Go alone but kill me first, or take me with you. You won't die alone. Lan Jue's face was hard and resolute. He never looked away. Water began to collect in the pharmacist's eyes, and she glared back with lips tight. Why? Why do I have to suffer these disasters? Why was he chosen for that mission? All I ever wanted was to live happily with him and make a family. You know, I never went to see Junior after we went back to Skyfire. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to control myself. She looked so much like her father. She stopped, her voice choked with emotion. 1. Homosexuality is a strange thing in China. More and more it's become accepted, but only begrudgingly. It still isn't legal to marry someone of the same sex, nor is it permitted socially to make same-sex affections known. For example, my old boss is gay. It's common knowledge, but he can't go around sharing that with people, especially not his family. However, societal pressure demands that you marry as soon as possible. To get around this, he married a lesbian. They had the full ceremony, met the parents, had all the normal trappings, but they don't live or even really speak with one another. She lives with her lover, while he lives with his. Once a year or so they get together to visit family for the holidays. This is so common that they have matchmaking business specifically geared toward matching gay and lesbian couples. They draft contracts and agreements about having children as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 705, Senior Colonel or Admiral? Chapter 705, Senior Colonel or Admiral? She wrapped her in a hug and placed her head on his shoulder. Cry. You'll feel better once it's out. The pharmacist's tears fell like glittering pearls down her cheeks and moistened Lan Jue's shirt. Already he could feel the knot of pain and anger loosen within her. I'm sorry. The pharmacist pushed herself away and turned from him. Do we need to say sorry to one another? Lan Jue said softly. I mean what I said. When the time is right, I'm going with you to get that sword back and kill those monsters. We'll avenge your husband's spirit, and think, if his spirit is watching, he wouldn't want you to throw yourself into danger. He would want you to look after Junior, look after yourself, and live a good life. She gently nodded her head. Don't worry, I'm not going. I feel much better after crying. You're tired, go rest. Call me when you're going out for food. After she promised not to run off, Lan Jue was relieved. It looked as though she were returning to normal. Pain was still clear in her glistening eyes, but who wouldn't feel torment after what she'd been through? Lan Jue thought about his own tragedies, about Hera, and a stab of pain arose in his chest. Hera's death and Qianlin's stupor, were they not his fault? Zeta. Northern Ministry of Defense. The building was a six-sided structure on the outskirts of Luo City, 10 kilometers in circumference. All matters concerning northern military and defense were handled here. It was called the Hexagon by journalists and laymen. Today, security was exceedingly tight. Soldiers patrolled the grounds armed to the teeth, with mecha suits in full view and fighter drones hovering overhead. It was in preparation for the Human Survival Conference, as protection and an honor reception for leaders of the East and West. This was the largest collection of Alliance representatives in over 10 years. The purpose of the conference was to outline humanity's plan for survival, and pledge cooperation in the battle against the alien menace. The North's grievous loss had shaken the citizens of all nations, and brought the threat to the forefront of international discussion. Economies were on the brink of collapse and society was struggling to cope with the ever-present threat of destruction. If there wasn't some good news soon, it could put all three alliances in jeopardy before the enemy even arrived. The military was important in this time of crisis. News of their exploits and preparations filled the news feeds of every station. Only a strong and unified people would be able to weather this terrible storm. Lan Cheng had changed into formal military attire, and Lan Jue was in a finely tailored blue suit. The North's invitation had only been for the two of them. The Astral Phantom drove them to the Hexagon, and it wasn't long before they were intercepted by drones and asked to provide credentials. Once their identities were confirmed, they were permitted to continue. They proceeded to a parking area where they were asked to disembark, and had to go through another round of checks. Finally, they boarded the Hexagon's internal transportation system and entered into the heart of the structure. The Astral Phantom had to remain behind. With them in the transport was a Northern staff officer. He regarded the two brothers for a moment as they entered. They were familiar, he thought, but he could only verify their invitation, not their identities. All he noted was Lan Jue's face, and the fact that the stars on Lan Qing's shoulder didn't match his age. "Gentlemen, when you enter the hexagon you will need to submit to an identity verification process," he instructed. Lan Qing nodded, but Lan Jue smirked at the man. "Is there a reason for all these checks? If only the normal folk got the protection military leaders enjoy." The officer's face changed, and he looked at Lan Jue a little harder. Lan Qing's expression never changed. Before long, the shuttle arrived at its final destination and deposited the two brothers in a room where a military escort waited. When they saw Lan Qing's shoulder bars, they struggled to hide their surprise. The transport officer was clearly ignorant and didn't represent the rest of the Northern Armed Forces. His age, rank and appearance were striking, and even if you didn't know him on sight it was easy enough to guess. The first person to greet them was a man whose epaulets designated him as a lieutenant commander. He snapped to salute. "Hello, Admiral." Lan Qing returned the salute. "Hello." The lieutenant commander motioned for them to follow. "Please come with me." With no further ado, he led them toward the door. This was much better treatment than Lan Jue had enjoyed aboard Tyrannosaurus. The jewelry master mused over this as he followed the other two deeper into the hexagon. Their guide walked half a step ahead, speaking as he led them through the halls. "Admiral Lan Qing, I presume?" Lan Qing nodded. All of a sudden, the lieutenant was the very picture of respect. Lan Qing's reputation was known far and wide, not to mention he was lauded as one of the most talented military leaders in all of humanity, and the youngest paragon. "I'm honored to meet you, Admiral." He gave another salute before walking on. He dropped the honorary title of Your Majesty, since Lan Qing was a representative of the military. From behind, Lan Jue smirked. Good, he thought. I don't know how Lan Qing would have reacted if he used his colloquial title. As they made their way, a second group came from another hallway. He was an elderly man in a smart dark green uniform. A female soldier, likely his secretary, followed in tow. 3 golden stars glittered on his shoulder, the mark of a general. The woman's insignias said she was a colonel. Lan Jue was somewhat familiar with military dress and noted that they were Westerners. They met in the hall, headed in the same direction. Lan Qing, Lan Jue and the lieutenant commander greeted them with a nod before walking ahead. While each alliance was independent, there was a set of unspoken rules, such as allowing higher-ranked military officers to walk ahead of you. "You don't have eyes?" a cold voice called out. There was a blur as someone cut off their path. It was the young woman, the general secretary. She made no effort to hide the potent energy roiling within her. Her sharp and threatening aura gave their guide pause. "Xiao Chen, stop causing problems." The Western general scowled and chastised her in his deep voice. "Sir," she pressed, "you should be walking ahead. These men clearly don't understand their lack of respect." Her words were cold and sharp, and she glared daggers at Lan Qing. The lieutenant commander who led them was apologetic. "I'm sorry, Colonel. Please go ahead." Her eyebrows pricked up. "Is this how you Northerners receive your VIPs? Where did you learn military etiquette? When is it all right to allow a senior colonel ahead of a general?" "Senior colonel?" The lieutenant commander was stunned, but turned to look at Lan Qing. Suddenly he understood what was happening. Typically Eastern uniforms were easily identifiable, but Lan Qing's dress was peculiar. Because of his exploits on Anluan, his shoulders were adorned with a pair of aiguillettes. They were marks of distinction, but if one didn't look closely they could be confused for the dress codes of senior colonels. Lan Qing's age added to the misunderstanding. He was going to explain, when suddenly another voice cut him off. "Get out of the way." There was a blur of blue as someone else stepped forward and waved their hand. A soft energy filled the hall, but strong enough to make the Western colonel stumble to the side. Lan Jue had no patience or respect for Westerns. He didn't know the source of the woman's misunderstanding, only that she'd made his brother a target. They weren't always on the best of terms, but in public Lan Jue was certainly going to stand up for his brother. To him, this was a standoff between the East and West. He was going to win it. In truth, he didn't have much affection for the North either, after hearing they were in danger of being killed after all they'd done in the Starfields. He wasn't in the mood to suffer any more insults. His brother wouldn't raise a hand? Well, he wasn't going to allow such disrespect. Still, he was as courteous as he could be with the colonel. He only used his powers to move her out of the way. All the while Lan Qing said nothing. Once the way was clear, he walked on with Lan Jue by his side, shoulder to shoulder. In a rare display, the two looked and acted like brothers. Cold and lethal. At least to the colonel. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to be enough. "You want to die?" The colonel roared at them and launched herself forward. Her arms splayed out to the side and a pair of sharp blue lights appeared in her hands. She chopped at Lan Jue's shoulders. It was a conference in a foreign land, otherwise her attack would have been aimed at his head. The lights in her hand were a pair of foot-long knives that glowed with blue light. They weren't typical weapons, obviously, but instead condensed discipline. Her swipes were unnatural sharp, so much that it sounded like they ripped the air in passing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, It's Him. Chapter 706, It's Him. Lan Qing continued to stride forward as though nothing was happening. Lan Jue never looked back. Just as it seemed her strike would land, he thrust his hand back her way. All of a sudden the woman felt a tugging vortex open up in front of her. The discipline's forged daggers she prided herself in fell into chaos and its energy scattered. She reacted by urging her discipline forth, but no matter how hard she called for her powers, it was like some deep dark sea drank it all up. Then, an unseen concussive force blasted her off her feet. She tumbled head over heels down the hallway and, just before hitting the ground at her general's feet, some invisible force eased the impact. No harm came to her. She scrambled back to her feet, ready to charge in again when the harsh words of her superior stopped her dead. Enough. You're no match for them, they're being easy on you. For a moment she seemed to consider refusing the order. Spinning around, she fixed him with petulant eyes. General, they dash. Lan Shang and his brother had already walked a good distance down the hall toward the conference room. Meanwhile the general watched them go with a thoughtful expression. Those are special young men. We aren't in the West, get your temper under control. Colonel Xiaoqian forced herself to take a deep breath, struggling to quench the rage that flared within her. Inwardly, though, she promised to make those upstarts see the error of their ways. Meanwhile the Lan brothers had already put the episode out of their minds. The tantrum of a Western colonel was no concern of theirs. I apologize, Admiral Lan, I think the colonel misread your uniform. Your age likely confused her. The northern lieutenant spoke placatingly. Lan Shang glanced at his shoulder board and nodded. It's fine. I'm sorry, Admiral, again the lieutenant apologized, standing awkwardly in front of them. What? He looked at the young officer. I was a little distracted. I forget that we are required to verify your identities. If you could follow me to the verification instruments? He had been flustered, it was true. When he'd seen who he was escorting, he forgot the process and led them down the hallway. Lan Shang was readily identifiable, certainly, but although Lan Jue looked familiar, he couldn't place who he was. But even if he did, the identity verification process was required for the safety of the conference goers. All right. The brothers followed the officer to an area off to the side of the conference room. As they walked in, Lan Jue scanned the area. The conference chamber was large, roughly the same size as the Parliament Hall on Skyfire. Altogether there were about 500 seats arranged around the circular room with a raised platform at the front. 20 seats had been arrayed behind tables on the platform. Lan Shang would likely occupy one of those seats. The thought made Lan Jue proud. The lieutenant brought them to a set of instruments nearby. They arrived the same time as the Westerners they just encountered. What happened, Ross? The officer leading the Western delegation was also a lieutenant commander, and addressed Lan Jue's guide with some confusion. Ross regarded him with a sheepish smile. I forgot to check their identities outside. I had to ask them to do it here. Go ahead and lead our distinguished visitors from the West to their seats. All right. The two lieutenants caught the attention of Xiaoqian. She looked at the general, but he shook his head at her. As he stepped forward to find his seat, she followed a step behind, fixing Lan Shang and Lan Jue with a glare. What was the story behind these two, she wondered. Lan Shang handed their invitation to Ross, then the lieutenant motioned for him to approach. The verification process required fingerprint, DNA, and iris scans. The iris and fingerprint scanning was typical, and the DNA scan required a strand of hair. Lan Shang stepped forward and began the process. A few moments later, Lan Shang's information appeared on screen. From Xiaoqian's angle, she could just make out the screen. All of a sudden she froze. On the screen she saw Lan Shang, Eastern Navy Admiral, commander of the Enluan forces. Note, youngest Eastern general on record, and a member of the Eastern Military Council. Rank, Paragon. Title, Peerless Light Emperor of Middle Heaven. Further aliases, Prometheus, God of Wisdom, and Enluan Super Soldier. What followed was a laundry list of Lan Shang's accomplishments and commendations. He's the Enluan Super Soldier? Poseidon, god of wisdom, a general. A general? How is this possible? He's so young. Xiao Shaoqian stood nailed in place, her body refusing to move. Ever since she was small she had worked hard, and been told to apply herself like the legendary and Luan super soldier. She had strived to meet his example. A paragon, and he's a paragon. My God. How could one person be so talented? In this moment, if by some cruel twist of fate he were to come her way, she wouldn't be able to control her emotions. She looked at his resolute features, his cold expression, and then she thought of how she'd made herself look like a complete clown. Thank you for your patience, Admiral. The lieutenant was more polite than ever as he handed Lan Cheng's invitation card back. Lan Cheng simply nodded and stepped to the side. Now it was Lan Jue's turn, but Zhou Qianlin kept her eyes glued to his brother. He seemed to have felt something and looked her way. Zhou Qianlin was a beautiful woman, a product of mixed blood. Her fiery red hair was cut short in military fashion, and she looked back at him with big black eyes. She boasted 1/4 Eastern blood, which made her figure tall and slender, well proportioned. She was as intimidating as she was lethal, and it showed in her bearing. Her legs could rival Tangni's for length and appeal. Lan Qing gave her a passing glance. Ah. You're. The shocked sound pulled Zhou Qianlin out of her haze. She looked to where the sound had come from and saw that it had been the lieutenant, Ross. He looked at his screen in disbelief. What could that man, the one who'd lifted his hand against her, who looked a little like Lan Shang, what could his record show that was so surprising? When she glanced at the monitor she saw another long list of titles. Lan Jue. Skyfire Avenue Designation, Jewelry Master. Chairman of the Skyfire Council, Commander of Star Division. Champion of the Great Adept Tournament. Further aliases, God of Lightning Zeus, Mercenary King, former. God-ranked mecha pilot and one of the Divine Monarchs. Rank, very near Paragon. 1. As mentioned before, the Chinese firmly believe that babies that come from mixed heritage are smarter, more beautiful, can fly, and shoot money lasers from their eyeballs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Acquaintances. Chapter 707, Acquaintances. It's him? It is really him? Zhou Qianlin gaped at him open-mouthed. Of course she knew the name, even seen him on TV during the Great Adept Tournament. Dressed in a suit, she hadn't immediately recognized him. Now, beyond all expectations, he was here next to Admiral Lan Cheng. Lan Jue had disappeared from the wider world after becoming champion, but here he was. His victory over Titan had deeply affected her. Before she watched him put the convert down, she had plans of entering the transformation process herself. However, she changed her mind after seeing what happened to the North's second greatest convert. She also remembered his heroic deeds, how he had been willing to sacrifice his life for the innocent. He was a real hero. Lan Cheng, Lan Jue, they were brothers? All set? Lan Jue asked Ross. Yes of course. Chairman Lan, right this way. He respectfully referred to him by his highest title, Chairman of Skyfire Avenue. Any other organization and his title wouldn't have mattered, no matter how flowery. But Skyfire Avenue was different. He was one of the leaders of a group that boasted 8 paragons. Besides, he was a peak-ranked adept himself, poised to join their ranks. Twin rising stars. It was the best phrase Ross could think of to describe these two. Zhou Qianlin followed them with her eyes as Ross led the pair to the front of the room. She looked back at her own superior, unconsciously swallowing her anxiety. Lan Shang was delivered to the table atop the dais, as expected, and offered a seat near the middle. Though he was young, his merits, military status, and paragon rank demanded a seat at the high table. What came as a surprise to Lan Jue was when Ross offered him a seat atop the dais, closer to the center than his brother. That was to say, in the center. Seats of the dais were arranged into 2 rows. The first row had 8 seats, and the second 14. Lan Cheng was near the center of the second line and Lan Cheng near the center of the first. At first Lan Jue was shocked and a little confused. However, after a moment he understood. It was simple, he represented Skyfire Avenue. Namely, Skyfire's Star Division and its 8 paragons. He recovered from his surprise quickly. The North set them up this way for a reason. These guys are competition? Well, let's show them we can play nice, they must have thought. But far from being grateful, Lan Jue felt disdain. Lan Cheng sat quietly in the second row. His eyes were closed, as though he were meditating. A short while later Lan Jue spied a series familiar face entering the conference hall. The first person Lan Jue recognized was the man who had nearly died with him in the shattered starfields. Tyrannosaurus Commander, Kong Hui. Though he'd suffered a terrible loss, discerning eyes could tell he had not lost much of his influence. Despite the rumors, he'd retained both his command and rank, resulting in a stern rebuke but little more. In truth, the northern leadership had no choice. The only person with experience in fighting these creatures was Kong Hui. His knowledge was indispensable to the northern war effort, and it was that knowledge that saved so many lives. Relegating him to the sidelines now would be unwise. So, after a series of intense discussions as to his punishment, it was decided he would work off his offenses on the battlefield. Kong Hui spied Lan Jue almost immediately. He approached Star Division's commander with determined steps and, disregarding the stares he received, he extended his hand to shake. "Commander Lan, we meet again. Without the help of you and your people, I'm afraid," he trailed off. Circumstances were different now, and it was best to say less than more. He felt conflicted. He deeply respected this young man, he was capable and smart. But Wu Qiu's mutinous actions had tainted their relationship. Lan Jue hadn't been fooled, but that didn't mean he knew the whole truth either. How could Kong Hui not be embarrassed by what had happened? Lan Jue had saved his life, and in return, shame caught Kong Hui's tongue. But Lan Jue answered with a smile. "Hello, Admiral. I hope we have an opportunity to fight side by side again." Kong Hui sighed. "It may not be so simple. We'll speak again later, the conference is about to start." He took his seat on the second row. While taking his seat, the Northern Admiral was surprised to find another soldier, who looked very much like the young man he so admired. He sat in an honored position like himself. "That's my brother. Lan Cheng, Admiral of the Inluan forces." Lan Jue's voice whispered in his ear. He was surprised for a moment, but recovered quickly. He took his seat beside the Admiral and struck up a conversation. Lan Cheng was famously economical with words, but he was happy to speak with Kong Hui. He didn't want to pass up the opportunity to speak with a commander who had first-hand experience fighting the alien hordes. Another familiar face came in shortly afterward. Their arrival caused many in the room to rise to their feet in a sign of respect. Military personnel snapped to attention as the Terminator, the North's sole paragon, entered. His enormous stature was like a magnet, everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to him. Lan Jue rose to his feet with all the others. As a northern leader, he also was sat in the first row of the dais. Small waves of the past become tides that propel us forward. The new generation is really something to behold. Of course, the Terminator would be able to sense the changes in Lan Jue's strength. Lan Jue's response was respectful. "I am undeserving of the praise. His Majesty is just as vigorous as ever." This earned a chortle from the Paragon. "Is Junior well?" "She's doing wonderfully," he replied. "She says she would like to come and visit Big Uncle sometime when she has the chance." For a moment, disappointment flashed in the large Paragon's eyes. "Tell her I'll try and visit when the aliens have been dealt with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 708, The Terminator's Good Faith. Chapter 708, The Terminator's Good Faith. Lan Jue was somewhat surprised by his words. Skyfire Avenue would of course never allow Junior to come to the north for obvious reasons. But for him, with his status and history, to come to see her? Didn't he fear reciprocation for what he'd done? It was the sort of masculine confidence his father had become famous for. The Terminator's eyes looked past Lan Jue to the row behind. Lan Cheng had stood as well and regarded the Terminator with an easy smile. The Terminator returned his friendly expression. And the waves crest higher. "It seems you've already stabilized your new powers, another young hero. It seems His Majesty is also nearly ready to attain the next degree. Congratulations." The Terminator's eyes lit up. The Terminator was stronger than Lan Cheng, and had been a reflection of heaven and earth for many years. Of course it would surprise him for Lan Cheng to so readily sense the state of his powers. "There is an opportunity for me to break through. You and I should compare notes." The Terminator was back to his easy, smiling facade. "I hope we have the opportunity," Lan Cheng replied. The Western delegate and his Colonel Secretary also took their seats on the second row of the dais. Xiao Shaochen quietly told her superior everything she'd discovered. The Western general's face was strange, especially when he saw the Terminator speaking with the two young men. Secretly it annoyed him. How the world has changed, he lamented. The young were truly something. The older one was a legend among soldiers, and the younger one, the one who'd turned his hand against Zhou Qianlin, represented the greatest adept organization on the planet. Without question, the Eastern Alliance was enjoying an unprecedented era of growth. From the moment the aliens made their presence known to now, and even into the future, it appeared every decision the East has made was correct. Their merits spoke for themselves. They were the first to acquire vital crystals, the first to learn the benefits of the exuvium process, first to learn anything about the alien threat, became rich through their auction, and finally, saved the lives of many Northerners through their efforts in the failed expedition. Most importantly, Skyfire Avenue continued to grow in strength. The East was in an advantageous position when it came to Adepts, more than any other alliance. Word had gotten out that the legendary Zhou Di had also returned to the worlds of man. That man alone was as destructive as a bastion ship, likely more so. And the West? They were woefully deficient in good adepts. Evil rumors of the pontiff had begun to circulate, which were forcibly silenced. But as a high-level government official, the general knew all about it. The West's two citadels used to think they were rivals of Skyfire Avenue. Though there was a discrepancy in strength, it wasn't insurmountable. Now, however, the only people holding on to that assertion were the delusional and ignorant. Even if one considered the frankly impossible possibility of the two citadels merging, they still couldn't hold a candle to the Avenue. They had more paragons than the West had peak-ranked adepts. Catching up was out of the question. Where that became pertinent to the war against the aliens was in recent research. Although the findings were still uncorroborated, it appeared as though adepts were particularly well suited to killing the monsters. If this was true, the East's status among humanity would only benefit. They would become even more powerful and important. Lan Jue was a top leader in the Avenue, and not even a paragon yet. Skyfire Avenue's seat on this dais proved all his conjectures true. Sir. Zhou Qianlin's voice brought him back to the present. NGH, he grunted by way of response. Curiosity glimmered in her eyes. How do you think they did it? They're so young but have so much power. Is that purely due to talent? The general smirked. There's no such thing as a casually successful person in this universe. It's true now, and will remain true in the future. You see them how they want you to see them, out here in the crowd. You don't see the hard work they put in to get themselves here. Zhou Qianlin seemed unconvinced. But I work hard. How am I still so weak compared to them? She was a 9th-level talent, a rare thing in the military, but only first rank. Compared to the two brothers from the East, it was hardly worth noting. I can't answer that, he replied. If you're able, do what you can to get close and ask them yourself. Only they know the truth. The conference hall was quickly filling up. Seats on the floor below and on the dais were quickly becoming occupied. In the first row, aside from Lan Jue, were 3 representatives each from the Great Conclave and Northern Army. The last came as a surprise to Lan Jue. You continue to get stronger. When did you break through? A near-perfect smile filled his vision. As familiar as the two were, Lan Jue was still taken aback each time they met. His first thought was always, if this guy was a woman he'd bring down nations. The final person to sit at the head table was none other than Poseidon, Huali. Though he sat near the end of the line, it was nonetheless a show of respect. To Lan Jue's left was the President of the North. To his right was the Army Chief of Staff. It was an extremely flattering position for him. Meanwhile, the Eastern Chairman and Army Chief were seated on the far end. It was all arranged according to power and prestige, as all these types of meeting were. The Terminator himself sat in the second row, at a distance from Lan Chang. He represented the Eastern Army, whereas here the Terminator only represented the interests of the Great Conclave. Beneath the blazing lights illuminating the hall, seats quickly filled up. All the dignitaries were military leaders from the 3 alliances. Most were from the north. The atmosphere became more suffocating and boisterous as more people filed in. No one held on to foolish facades of ease, not when the dangers of alien invasion were evident. It felt like the weight of a giant boulder bearing down on everyone. Bang! Bang! The Northern President was an elderly man who oozed with charisma. Today he was wearing a dark suit that complemented the somber atmosphere of the meeting. The sound of his gavel rang across the hall, and everyone fell silent. All eyes turned toward the dais. To the people below it was a spectacle. Mostly just for the presence of Huali and Lan Jue. They both were so young, and exceedingly handsome. Although Lan Jue didn't look as striking as his friend, absorbing the thunder essence had imbued his presence with an inexplicable power. He seemed more elegant, almost ethereal, like he was a visiting spirit from another plane. Even looking directly at him, it was difficult to penetrate that power and see him clearly. Lan Jue did not concern himself with the spectacle of it all. He sat calmly in his chair, his mind on Hua Li. Specifically, Hua Li's presence here proved something. It proved that the Poseidon group had more clout than he gave them credit for. He'd heard that the group had recalled their bastion, named Poseidon, to protect their home planet. All of the family's workers, servants and soldiers had been brought back to planet Poseidon. It was as though they didn't fear standing alone against the alien planets, as though they were confident in their self-defense. By all accounts, Poseidon group had consolidated a great deal of power. Hence Hua Li's position of authority here. After the meeting he would have to spend some time and talk, Lan Jue thought. It seemed like this guy had a lot he was hiding. First, I would like to welcome all of our distinguished guests on behalf of the Northern Alliance. The president's voice was low, but abnormally powerful. Everyone could hear him as though he were standing at their side. You all know why we're here. Human survival. It's the name of this conference, and to my memory never in the history of our species has a conference like this occurred. It is unfortunate, but these are the times we live in, a time when the fate of our species will be decided. I hope I'm not wrong in assuming all of you have seen the results of recent expedition. What those evil planets did to our 3 bastions and 5 fleets. We shared all of the frightening details with you. And frightening is the right word, these monsters are far more terrifying than we thought. We lost the first battle, but it was not a total loss. Frankly speaking, with as little as we knew about them, the results were not surprising. Through this process the North has suffered greatly at the hands of the enemy, bearing a tremendous amount of pressure. This pressure has come from many sides. From within the armed forces, from the government, and from our beleaguered people. However, I stand here among now, as a representative of our government, to say that you, all of you, have done well. Although we have been beaten, we have not been defeated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 709, The Conference. Chapter 709, The Conference. His words rang with power and passion. Much to everyone's surprise, he began with justification of the North's failed actions while admitted its failure. Kang Hui sat stony-faced on the second row. Lan Jue was also expressionless. Among politicians every sentence had a meaning. However, the president wasn't playing politics. His words were encouraging, to the people and to the armed forces. That's what they needed now. Our government has chosen to reinstate Admiral Kang Hui. He shall continue to lead Tyrannosaurus against our foes. In a moment the Admiral will share with us the details of the operation so we can understand what in the world happened. But more importantly, what we learned. Kang Hui stood, and as he did the overhead lights caught the 4 golden stars on his shoulder. With determined steps he took the podium, and the lights dimmed as a holographic image appeared in the air. The images flickered. Frozen frames from the Tyrannosaurus recordings. Yes, we lost. The reason for it was primarily a failure of understanding the enemy. I stand before all of you today to tell you, unequivocally, that however strong you may think these monsters are, they're stronger. We have had time to analyze the data we've recovered and have since shared it with all of you. We did this because when the time comes for us to defend ourselves, we hope it will help us all against the alien enemy. Kang Hui's words were sincere and passionate. He went on to explain the planning and execution of the mission, the Bastion's plans, and ultimately their fate after meeting the alien planets. Whether it was Tyrannosaurus' botched fight, Heron desperate escape or Arachnid's destruction, no detail was spared. Kang Hui shared all he knew easily and without reservation. Everything was locked in his head, and never once did he have to refer to a sheet to provide the data. Lan Jue listened intently. What he shared with his people was from a spectator's perspective. Kang Hui's knowledge came from a position of leadership. It took the Admiral about an hour to relate the battle from start to finish. His eyes were red when he told them about Zhou Qianlin's final charge and Arachnid's decimation. Never once did he speak ill about the 2 fallen commanders. The only words he had for them were tales of heroism and strength. At this point I would like to offer my sincerest thanks. He turned back and looked at the rows of chairs behind him. We invited Star Division's scout team to participate, due to their previous experience with the aliens. Despite their credentials, I will admit I had my doubts before we set out on our expedition. However, the more I worked with them the more their abilities were proven. What you ladies and gentlemen may not be aware of, was that Star Division's scouting party consisted of 5 paragons. Due to this deep well of ability they were able to time and again escape from the jaws of death and return with information crucial to our understanding of the enemy. Thank you, Commander Lan Jue. Without your help, Tyrannosaurus would have succumbed to the enemy's traps. If you hadn't come to save us from the Violet Prince, the operation wouldn't have even gotten off the ground. On behalf of everyone who served on Tyrannosaurus, thank you for everything you've done." As he spoke, Kong Hui saluted Lan Jue. Lan Jue respectfully stood and smiled at his brother-in-arms, but said nothing. Once Kong Hui finished relating all the information about the failed battle, he returned to his seat. The Northern President's deep voice broke the silence. "After our ships returned, we set about trying to see what we could learn. We examined everything that was obtained from the starfields and set about analyzing every bit of data we had on the beasts. Now, this includes the results of Eastern Alliance's own research, which we've used to help make our findings more complete. His Majesty the Terminator will now take the podium to tell us all we know of the aliens." Surprised mutters rippled through the hall. They didn't expect the Terminator to give the report himself. The North's ultimate convert rose to his feet, like a mountain ripping itself up from the roots. When he took the podium, he offered no flower address. His booming voice rattled the walls. "Ladies and gentlemen, what Kong Hui said is absolutely true. These monsters are worse than our most terrible nightmare. Like the Admiral, I, too, would like to first thank Skyfire Avenue. Their preeminent researchers, known as the Keeper and Bookworm, were the first to learn the secrets of our enemy. From them, we've learned a great deal. According to research, the first thing we were able to discover was that these creatures are like us, biological. Where they differ, and what makes them frightening, is their need to consume. Their zeal for growth and evolution is all-consuming. They do this by devouring their prey, and using their genetic material to perfect themselves. It is this process that makes them strong, it is this process that makes them a threat. We have evolved as well. In the former era, the average lifespan sat around 50 years. Now it is not uncommon to live 150 years. In some special cases, we can live to be 300. This is thanks to evolution. However, where we are changed over long periods of time, the aliens can evolve almost immediately. We now believe that these aliens began small, a single-celled organism. As they consumed other living things, they grew and changed. We suspect the 3 alien planets arose from that humble place. From the higher caste of these creatures, we've learned their names. The largest is called Monarch, the one that fought against Tyrannosaurus. Empress is the second, the one that destroyed Arachnid. Heron narrowly escaped the third, Consort. Nothing can match the ever-changing nature of these monsters. While they may look like planets, they are as alive as you or me. Think on that for a moment. They react in a fight by instinct, faster than any machine we can create. In the East, they say the universe is ruled by an invisible force. When a single creature becomes too strong, that invisible force descends upon it. I know that many in the North and West science community believe that to be hogwash, but as a paragon I can tell you it's absolutely true. How do I know? Because I can already feel it. It isn't clear, but it's there. Undoubtedly, the power these planets possess is far beyond any human alive, possibly stronger than thing that has ever lived. They have evaded the rules of the universe by concealing themselves as celestial bodies. We suspect their increased surface area diffuses the pressure from the universe and makes it more bearable. While the hypothesis remains to be proven, it does fit in with what we know. What this means is that while it may look like a planet, we are facing a living thing, a strange, enigmatic living thing. I suspect that not only do they gather live energy for their own evolution, but also to keep their leaders alive. If that's the case, then the data we have begins to make sense. Nothing is perfect, everything has a flaw. I do, as I'm sure every paragon does. Nothing is undefeatable, and these aliens are no exception. According to what the Keeper and Bookworm have learned, the weakness of these beasts lies in their very DNA. The Terminator went on. From his words, Lan Jue could tell the Northern Paragon believed in the data from Skyfire Avenue. That meant he believed paragons were the best weapon humanity had against this powerful foe. During this last attempt, we were denied the precious vital crystals. For all we sacrificed, we didn't even come close to what the East offered in their auction. But we can count the lives we spent trying to get them. What we learned was that other aliens would gather up the crystals left behind. We saw it clearest when Arachnid came under attack. You all saw the tentacles that came from Empress. Most were involved in containing Arachnid, but several others can clearly be seen gathering vital crystals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710, Lan Jue's Suggestions. Chapter 710, Lan Jue's Suggestions. Vital crystals are energy, condensed vital energy. When faced with the question, what can the aliens not afford to lose, these crystallized shards of power are one of them. We can safely assume that the only real aliens are the 3 planets themselves. The others we faced are extensions of them, like appendages. Every crystal we take is like taking a piece of one of the planets. As far as we can tell, this is why Monarch didn't send monsters into combat against Tyrannosaurus. Were it not for Commander Lan Jue's reconnaissance, the losses suffered by Tyrannosaurus and its fleet would have been much worse, but we know that these aliens are beings of higher intelligence, and so we must assume everything they do has a purpose. It likely knew that sending in the monsters would have been useless against a bastion. All it would accomplish is delivering vital crystals into our hands. To keep them safe, the alien homunculi were dispatched from the battlefield, and ordered to return once the danger had passed. Their ploy was very successful. We recovered no vital crystals in the course of the expedition. With all we know now, I suggest that any further clashes with the aliens should focus on gathering vital crystals. In this way we strengthen ourselves while weakening our enemy. Kill the homunculi and take their crystals by any means necessary. So much power is stored in those crystals, power that can create whole living beings, that they must be the most important resource our enemy possesses. As he listened, Lan Jue slowly nodded his head. The Terminator's analysis made sense. Why would so many reinforcements be instantly called whenever even one insignificant beast was harmed? Because the planets feared a vital crystal would fall into the hands of their prey. Star Division had returned from their first tour in the starfields with so many crystals because Zhou D was able to kill so many, so fast. At the time their aggregate strength was enough to handle a host of reinforcements. If contemporary knowledge held true, then a direct assault against the planets themselves was ill-advised. Instead, ambushing the creatures, what the Terminator now called homunculi, and taking their crystals was the best plan of action. After giving his report, the Terminator turned to military deployment and defensive strategy. It was also an important point of discussion. Plans needed to be laid for how the 3 alliances would work together for human survival. The shattered starfield sat in the center between the 3 opposing territories. While some areas were thinner than others, the alliances were still separated by vast distances. For this reason, accumulating troops in the appropriate areas was impossible. Nor did they have any clue as to where the aliens would appear. Their ability to teleport made determining at-risk areas impossible. Everywhere was at risk. Lan Jue figured that the aliens would simply avoid any large gathering of soldiers. Their agility was a serious problem. Neither could humanity flee. Despite having nowhere to go, there were simply too many humans spread over dozens of star systems. Meanwhile, the alien planets numbered only 3, and could go where they pleased. As the conversation continued on military strategy, Lan Jue listened but didn't have any opinions. It was not his area of expertise. Instead, he set his mind to finding the most effective way for Star Division to help. Star Division was beginning to take shape as a powerhouse of planetary combat. But out in space, that power was greatly diminished. Lan Jue suspected that even he couldn't stand against a dreadnought in outer space. Perhaps if he got close, but after a certain distance he would likely succumb to the ship's cannons. He was unsure how Star Division's role would manifest itself in these conditions. How would he employ his soldiers to their full potential? In the face of destruction, the Alliance representatives swore to put aside their own interests for the good of humanity. Sincere and cooperative discussion ensued about how best to protect the lives of their citizens. Defeating their enemies wasn't a simple feat that could be achieved in a single action. Nor was the defense of human worlds. The first step had to be to avoid unnecessary loss while impairing the enemy. The more they learned, the better they could craft a plan of attack. Although the North had failed in their attack, it wasn't without value. Alien defenses were discovered to have limits. Bastions may not have been as effective as the military hoped, but they nonetheless could contend with the aliens. Converging 6 bastions on one of those planets would end in a different result, they were sure. Determining further action would mean more reconnaissance, and so the importance of scouting missions were also declared. Everyone agreed that Star Division's help in intel was what brought Tyrannosaurus and its entourage back alive. For this reason, more than anything else, he had been given a spot on the first row of the dais. Granted, he wasn't military, but his actions had made Lan Jue an unwitting standard-bearer for soldiers throughout all the alliances. Lastly, the delegates agreed on a master plan for resisting the alien menace: scout, harass, research, and destroy. Reconnaissance was determined to be a pillar of the strategy. In order to protect their scouts and assist in their mission, the alliances pledged to work on new technologies and provide them for use in the field. These would include better ships and anti-interference communication devices. Now we would like to invite the commander of Star Division, Commander Lan Jue, to help us ascertain best practices in scouting out the enemy forces. The Northern President invited Lan Jue to the podium with a smile. Lan Jue paused. No one had told him he was expected to speak. H rose to his feet and looked at the president, who nodded in encouragement. All of a sudden Lan Jue understood. They wanted him unprepared on purpose, in the hopes he would reveal something he might have hidden before. He'd told them everything before, what more did they want? He approached the podium and, after greeting the delegation, spoke his piece. I have had the unfortunate experience of encountering these monsters over a long period of time. The first time was on planet Taihua, where their sudden invasion had stunned everyone. The sheer aggressiveness of these beasts, their insatiable hunger, was burned into our collective nightmares. The clairvoyant once said that this would be one of humanity's greatest challenges. If we faced it, and overcome this adversity, then humanity would rise to master the cosmos. If we did not, it would spell our destruction as a species. The hall was silent. All of a sudden the atmosphere was dismal and heavy. Who did not know and respect the clairvoyant's reputation? He was one of history's greatest prophets, who established Skyfire Avenue with his own hands. His vision helped lift humanity to the interstellar society it was today. After a moment Lan Jue continued. His Majesty the Terminator has given an excellent account of what we know about the aliens. I won't address that further. However, I will emphasize that the aliens are an exceptionally intelligent adversary. They don't just consume, they study and learn. They knew all the North's tactics and had counteracted their plans to assure the least cost to themselves and the greatest damage to our people. I have met one of them that was at least as strong as a third-degree paragon. It told me that our inherent potency is what they were after. They wish to emulate us in order to further their evolution. So far I agree with everything this body has put forward. Reconnaissance must continue in order for us to learn more about what we fight and why. I support His Majesty the Terminator's determination that we need to send out our best troops to continually harass their supply lines for vital crystals. Little by little we can steal strength from our enemy and turn it to our benefit. However, we must understanding that this is exceedingly dangerous. We know that among the aliens at least one has achieved the infinite, but my team's success in scouting the enemy forces is simple. We had enough power, speed, and defenses to evade them. But what you may not have known is that evading death came at the cost of an S-ranked power gem each time we needed to teleport away. That was what separated us from success and failure, living and dying. In addition, we were strong enough to strike fast and hard before they could muster a response. In my view, there are several things that must be done to assure the future success of our scouting missions. First, we need better and faster ships. Second, we must develop psionic shielding techniques. These creatures are capable of carpeting an area in a psionic pulse that locks on targets even if they're invisible. Third, find way to protect ourselves. We found teleportation to be best, but there are other methods. You also need sufficient support. Fourth, ensure that every scouting unit is strong enough to do the job. Even against common homunculi, they need to be able to kill it and flee before reinforcements arrive. The higher caste of these creatures are frightening, but few. The alien planets are among this higher caste, but they are restricted by their size. So long as you don't get close, they won't be a problem. As long as our people have the ability to get away, our scouting and guerrilla missions will be a success. So, it is my suggestion and hope that all of the alliances put their focus on finding soldiers that can do these jobs and protecting them. For Star Division, this is how we've managed to survive. If we can maintain constant surveillance of the enemy, we will know when they transfer, giving us time to prepare and react. That is all I have to say. Thank you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 711, Don't Be Naive. Chapter 711, Don't Be Naive. After candidly explaining their problems and suggesting solutions, Lan Jue returned to his seat. Suddenly encountering the Violet Princess during their last mission had shaken Lan Jue deeply. At his level of power, and with the pharmacist's help, they only managed to survive by luck. In reality, perhaps the only person who was sure to survive a scouting mission was his father. However, his father had long been under threat by universal protogenia and couldn't use his powers over long periods. Every time he used his abilities, it was like taking years off his life. So Lan Jue's greatest hope was that humanity find some way to use technology to solve this problem. If they could, it would be a huge weight off mankind's collective shoulders. After Lan Jue's short speech, military leaders and researchers alike sat in contemplative silence. The morning portion of the conference was done. For the afternoon, the delegates would be separated into their respective specialties. Military leaders would gather to discuss how to direct their armed forces, while scientists would ponder how to bring technology up to the task. Lan Jue and his brother left the hall, when suddenly they were stopped. Commander Lan Jue, Admiral Lan Chang. Can I invite you out to dinner? Kong Hui's earnest voice called. Lan Jue shot his brother a glance. Of course. A pleasant smile split the Northern Admiral's face. Excellent. Please come with me, gentlemen. The cafeteria was a plain place, as was the fare. A fourth person had joined them for the mean along the way, Yan Yuan, Admiral of Heron. Yan Yuan, unlike Kong Hui, had had his command stripped and not returned. Although Heron had managed to escape without loss of life, returning it to full functionality would be painfully expensive for the North. But at least he'd lived. Commander Lan, Yan Yuan and I would like to propose a toast to you. Since we still have meetings in the afternoon, tea will have to take the place of wine. Kong Hui lifted his glass, followed soon after by Yan Yuan. Lan Jue, a smile on his face, lifted his glass in salute and took a sip. Kong Hui went on. It feels like the old world has passed, things are different now. When First Fleet sacrificed itself, I will confess, I thought it was in vain. I didn't think we would come back from that doomed mission. We did, thanks to you and your Star Division. I am ashamed for what happened after. Although I can't go into details, I can tell you that none of it was at my command. Lan Jue waved a hand. What is done is done. We all answer to someone, it's nothing to fret over. But if we want to have any chance against the aliens, the only way we can do it is together. Otherwise it's a slow march toward destruction. Kong Hui nodded sagely. Indeed. Our internal leadership finally realized the truth of that sentiment, that's why we're holding this conference. Only when we stand together and fight hard against our foreign enemy will we succeed. Commander Lan, do you plan to lead your army on another scouting mission? Lan Jue's heart jumped. Kong Hui had called it an army, not a scout team. The meaning was clear. After thinking for a moment, he responded. In scouting the enemy, especially if you plan to harass them, you must first consider safety. Of course we won't stop trying to learn more about what we face, but we must choose the best people for the job. As I told the conference, what we need is technology that can meet our needs, anything that can assure our safety. If all we're doing is courting death, then even if our people can handle it psychologically, the losses we've suffered are pointless. Kong Hui nodded his head. I understand. Take heart, Commander Lan. We will do everything within our power. Lan Chang never spoke a word. He sat by his brother's side and quietly ate his food. Finally, Yan Yuan tried to engage him in conversation. I've heard so much about you, Admiral Lan. What do you think about our situation? Do you have any suggestions for what we should do? Lan Chang raised his head and regarded the two northerners. I have nothing to say. Show your strongest hand and hide your weaknesses. It was a sweeping phrase with no specific meaning, but when it came from the super soldier of Enluan, it filled them with confidence. Even though they were commanders as well, Kong Hui and Yan Yuan looked at the young admiral in surprise. No wonder he was the East's youngest, most lauded leader. Beneath that calm was a steely determination to show what he was made of. You seem confident, Yan Yuan couldn't help but say. Confidence isn't in the things you say, Lan Chang replied. It's in the things you do. I am confident that I will meet these aliens one day, and when I do I will fight with the full extent of my abilities. Lunch ended, and the four men returned to the conference hall where delegates had broken into their groups. Lan Jue and Lan Chang separated as well, Lan Chang sitting with military leaders and Lan Jue meeting with researchers. He did so for two reasons. First, he was a powerful adept in his own right, and second was his scouts would lean heavily on technology to do their jobs in the future. Talk continued until dusk. By the time it ended, tired representatives dragged themselves from the conference hall. Come with me. A deep voice stopped Lan Chang and Lan Jue as they were preparing to leave. Lan Jue's eyes sparkled, and surprise lit Lan Chang's features. Both of them turned their heads in one fluid motion, searching for the origin of the voice. Large and imposing, the Terminator stood nearby. Everyone who passed bowed and scraped in their passage. Zeta. Xiao Shaochen was leaving the hall when she spied Lan Jue and Lan Chang out of the corner of her eye. Her steps quickened and she tried to catch up, but not because of some mission given to her by the West. In fact, it was because she was honestly interested in these two young stars of the East. Young, handsome, similar in appearance but very different in nature, they were outstanding members of their generation. Who wouldn't be interested in getting closer to people such as them? However, as she neared, she was surprised to see them stride off in another direction. They were headed toward a man who always made her feel like it was harder to breathe. The Terminator. The strongest man in the North, and the second most powerful paragon on the paragon list. They wanted to speak with the paragon? Ah, but of course, Lan Chang was also a paragon. Lan Chang's recent ascension was no secret. Nor was his title, peerless light emperor of Middle Heaven. But subconsciously it was easy to forget and simply see him as Admiral of Enluan, or Super Soldier, or Prometheus. She had to remind herself that he was now a paragon, and a reflection of heaven and earth at that. Why are they speaking to the Terminator? Something about adepts? Zhou Qianlin stopped in her tracks. She couldn't just walk over, she was in no position to trouble people of their stature. The Western general's voice interrupted her thoughts from behind. Never mind. She looked back. Oh, General. I don't know what's going to happen, he sighed. This seemed to surprise the colonel. You mean you don't know how the war with the aliens will go? He answered with a small smile. No, I mean I don't know what will happen to the West. The North is on the cutting edge of technology, and has a powerful army. The East has the most powerful adept organization in history. Both of them will fare well against the alien threat, and the East seems poised to become the next superpower. But us? Although the West is the leader in genetic research, we're nonetheless a step behind in understanding the exuvium process. Our military is not much stronger than the East's. We have two adept organizations at odds with one another, whose leaders have deigned not to show their faces for some time. The future of our alliance troubles me. Zhou Qianlin was unsettled by his words. But we have the Poseidon Group. When she thought about Hua Li's beautiful face, her face adopted a tinge of red. Like many young women, Poseidon was a secret crush. Do you really think Gobi Entertainment or the Poseidon Group are part of the West? He asked. Qianlin, you're old enough to know better. Zeta. Not far away, a man smiled, an easy, simple smile that drew near every eye his way. As a paragon, he could hear every conversation that was happening in the room. He had planned to speak with Lan Jue, but like Qianlin was stopped when he saw him and his brother move toward the Terminator. In truth, there was no need for Hua Li to come to this conference in person. He'd come because he knew Lan Jue would be here. It was as the Western general said, Gobi Entertainment and Poseidon Group were not officially part of the West. They didn't accept nor exert any direct influence on Western affairs. Poseidon Group belonged to Poseidon Group. Hua Li was the sole leader and representative of Poseidon Corps. With the aliens on their doorstep, how the Corps and Group reacted was important, where they pointed their power was significant. He wanted to discuss this with Lan Chang and Lan Jue, and see where he could offer his help. The foundation of such a cooperative was trust, and they trusted Hua Li more than they did the West. Outside of the conference hall, a large bus was waiting. It had been arranged for the military leadership, chief among whom was the Terminator. To the north he was more than just a man, he was a symbol. To the north he was like a god among men. Lan Jue followed the Terminator onto the bus. Much to his surprise, while the bus looked luxurious on the outside, the interior was anything but. Rows of plain but wide seats stretched to the back, and that was all. The Terminator sat, and although the bus was wide, he made it seem cramped. His dark features were calm and solemn. I'm bringing you to a place where you and I can spar, Lan Chang. You should begin to prepare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, The Trial. Chapter 712, The Trial. All right. Lan Chang's reply was simple. He shut his eyes and proceeded to meditate. A faint smile painted the Terminator's face, then he turned his eyes toward Lan Jue. Do you have an interest in participating? The jewelry master smiled back. Absolutely, the more the merrier, right? But it wouldn't be just me, I have a partner. Fine, both of you together are fine, the Terminator assured him. But Lan Jue chuckled. No, you misunderstand. Lan Chang is Lan Chang, I am me. My partner is not him. You can have your spar with Lan Chang first, then we can test our skills. Lan Jue wouldn't dare pass up an opportunity to test himself against the strongest adept in the north. He knew it would be an interesting match, and beneficial to feel how the flows of protogenia changed around such a powerful adversary. He and Lan Chang were brothers, and thus were prone to pulling punches. What's more, Lan Jue knew his brother's abilities almost as well as his own. The pressure of not knowing didn't exist. However, it was different with the Terminator. The pressure from a famed paragon would be great, which in turn would deepen his protogenic understanding even further. He was also reasonably sure the Terminator wouldn't do anything untoward after approaching them in public. In the end, Lan Jue trusted Juner's assessment of the man. He was a good person. He believed it without a shadow of a doubt. Maybe she wasn't as adept in her prognostications as the clairvoyant, but she had a natural acuity which he trusted. In fact, the wine master had told him that the natural visions that came to Juner before she began cultivating would be clearer than a focused try, and truer. What she gained from the clairvoyant was the ability to see farther. Lan Jue shut his eyes and began to meditate as well, modulating his discipline for the fight ahead. In a spar against the Terminator, he wouldn't dare to overestimate his chances. The Terminator looked at these two brothers who looked so similar. A small smile spread across his face, then he shut his eyes as well. These two men were more important to the Terminator than they would imagine. After half an hour, the bus began to slow and descend to the ground. The roof of a building below slowly separated, just wide enough for the bus to pass through. Lan Jue and Lan Qing opened their eyes. In Lan Qing's there was a crystal clear light, and a strange sense of kindness. Lan Jue's eyes were sharp, and a crackling blue power flickered intermittently. The Terminator opened his eyes only once the bus touched down. Come. He disembarked and began to walk. He led them through a set of large doors and into a long metallic hallway. For reasons unknown, Lan Jue felt somehow repressed in here. Although he couldn't pinpoint where it came from, for this sense to pervade it had to be from something strong. Lan Qing also seemed to sense something, judging by the slight surprise in his eyes. His sights darted to the walls slipping past them. The Terminator's deep voice reverberated of those walls. This place is part of the Great Conclave. In a way, it is an extension of myself. About 20 years ago I came across a strange metal that was derived from the collision of two comets. In the vastness of the universe it's common for asteroids to collide, but an event like two comets crashing into each other is exceptionally rare. Complicated influences from gravitational fields must line up perfectly for this to occur. We can't know what the original composition of those comets were, but after their collision this metal was left behind. It was strangely complex and incomplete. When the Northern patrols found it, they brought it to me because of the strange power it emitted. I was shocked to discover pulses of protogenic energy coming from it. Protogenia? Lan Jue looked at the Terminator in shock. He went on. I was startled. There had never been a case of inanimate metal possessing protogenia. Certainly the power couldn't have come from the metal itself, but was somehow injected into it after their impact. No one knew how, precisely, but I could feel it. I began to study it in depth. As time went on I discovered that the protogenia was in a constant state of flux, becoming stronger by the day. I was a paragon by then, ascended through the transformation of my body. I always knew that life and protogenia were inexorably tied together, but I never expected a lump of metal to change my future. The more I understood the material, the faster my cultivation became. As it changed, so too did I. After 10 years I became a reflection of heaven and earth. I thought it might continue to assist my perfection. However, I discovered its pulses weakening shortly after breaking through. Its protogenia was coalescing, stratifying, strengthening. As it began to settle, the changes in it stabilized and its benefit to me diminished. I have had people scouring the sky for another chunk of metal like this, but to this day I've had no luck. I took the heart of this metal and turned it into my astrum. The remaining impurities were mixed with other metals and used to create this building. It was constructed as a place for paragons to cultivate, as well as a place for paragons to spar. Every paragon had their own origin story, Lan Jue and Lan Qing knew. Such power never came easily to anyone. In all the history of mankind no one had been born a paragon. However, they didn't expect the Terminator to be so forthcoming with his story. It was frankly unbelievable considering the strained relationship between their two alliances, not to mention the Conclave's contention with Skyfire Avenue. Over the course of his story the three of them had traversed the hall and passed through a set of thick metal doors. They entered into a spacious empty room. Here the pressure was even clearer. After the Terminator's explanation and careful concentration, Lan Jue could feel the flows of protogenia flooding this place. All of this using only the impure shell of metal, while the core had lifted the Terminator from the realm of protogenia. Its strength was undisputable. Welcome, guests. An electronic voice greeted them, followed by the appearance of a flickering image. Lan Jue's keen perception had noted that the Terminator seemed much more relaxed after they'd entered. Like returning home. Clearly this was an important room for the Terminator, like his secret place. Ah, Noah. Raise the shields to full strength. The Terminator said. The projected image was a large man, who after careful examination looked remarkably like the Terminator, only younger. I have no children, nor am I capable of producing any. So, I had Noah created. I had models created using how I looked in my youth with the image of the woman I liked the most. I sort of tribute, I suppose. The Terminator grinningly described Noah's history. We're going to fight here, Your Majesty? Lan Jue asked. Indeed, he replied. Then we'll talk after. Are you sure you won't be fighting together? Lan Jue nodded his head without hesitation. So long as you don't mind fighting a war of attrition. A booming chuckle issued from the paragon. You know good opponents are hard to find. When Lan Jue was here we sparred often. Though if I'm being honest, I didn't like her fighting style. Changing the flow of time was very uncomfortable for me. Really, my greatest honor would be to one day face off against Zhou Di. Lan Jue shrugged. That shouldn't be too hard. Beat Lan Chang bad enough and I'm fairly sure Zhou Di will make an appearance. The Terminator's eyes lit up. Really? You'd have to beat us both pretty bad, more like. Lan Cheng chimed in. The Terminator grinned. Let's give it a try. Peerless Light Emperor of Middle Heaven, that's quite a long name, but I won't hold it against you. Shall we begin? When he heard his paragon title, Lan Cheng's face twitched. It was only a passing moment, though. Lan Jue swayed for a moment, then disappeared in a bolt of lightning. He was conveyed to a far corner where his body was surrounded by a shell of blue energy that is everything within. A figure joined him within the orb. After cultivating for so long with Zhou Qianlin, both of their disciplines had grown exponentially. He'd been long eager to find someone to really test his skills against, and see just how much he'd improved. Things had been so busy he hadn't found the opportunity, so the Terminator's offer in this special ring of his couldn't have come at a better time. With a smile on his dusky features, the Terminator looked at Lan Cheng. After you. Without standing on any further ceremony, the battle begun, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, Destructive Protogenia. Chapter 713, Destructive Protogenia. Lan Cheng's air underwent a sudden and dramatic change. A flood of light shot from his every pore, even filling his aura. Looking upon him, the Terminator was filled with an unconscious sense of peace. That harmonious light painted everything around them. Lan Cheng's palm slowly extended outward. As the younger generation, he would be given the chance to strike first. As Lan Cheng thrust out his hand, the action seemed plain, as though there was nothing to expect. But when his arm reached out the furthest it could go, his harmonious aura suddenly flared and filled the whole arena with light. It was in that moment the Terminator struck. Compared to Lan Cheng's slow movements, the Terminator's fist was fast as a rocket. For Lan Cheng it felt like he was slammed face first with a planet. There was nothing beyond pure force. No wonder he was called the God of Might. Bang! The whole arena shook. The Terminator's punch looked wild, but it was actually cleverly employed to counteract Lan Cheng's peaceful aura and interrupt his rhythm. However, the moment before the Terminator's fist and Lan Cheng's palm met, the Northern Paragon felt the harmonious light begin to burn. It was like the Peerless Light Emperor had become a small sun. A flower corona of flame surrounded his fist like it was trying to push through an atmosphere. Its force was shed by the effort until, by the time it eventually did reach Lan Cheng's palm, only about a third of the strike's power remained. The Terminator's hand glowed like it had punched through magma. A blast ripped through the air. Although both men were holding back, the result of their clash was strong enough to shatter the foundations of the arena. A pale yellow light sprang up that stabilized the area, melding with the protogenic energy of the metallic walls to keep them safe. Lan Cheng was knocked back 7 steps before he could regain his footing. The Terminator's fist continued to seethe an angry red for a few moments before returning to normal. Very good. The Terminator roared. He launched forward, suddenly seeming less a man and more a raging beast. Appearing to swell even larger, the man's meaty fist came tumbling down upon Lan Cheng once more. Everything around them seemed drawn toward the Terminator, sucked inexorably toward that destructive fist. Even Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin on the far side of the arena struggled not to be dragged off balance. Lan Cheng stretched out his arms, one hand up and the other down. At the same time his body began to spin like a top. Behind him, the ethereal image of a Buddha emerged with a blazing sun behind its head. The light of Buddha illuminates all, piercing the heavens and painting the earth. Boom! The Terminator's fist was knocked aside with the blast, and the man himself was thrust backward a couple paces. The vortex that Lan Jue had become constricted as the image behind it shimmered in response to the strike. If someone familiar with the Terminator were here to witness the fight, they would have been shocked. The scene. Lan Cheng blocking his attack was a feat. Lan Cheng was no match for the Terminator in terms of sheer attack power. Still he was able to withstand the Paragon's overwhelming forte and not fall behind. Lan Cheng reacted. He flung himself at the Terminator like a Saiyan tempest. The Buddha behind him solidified and countless hands spread out around it. As Lan Cheng closed in on his target, the Buddha thrust those palms forward to coincide with the attack, and they came crashing toward the Terminator in unison. The Terminator faced the dramatic assault with an imposing air that thickened reality around him. With a grunt he planted his feet, and an angry red light sprang up around him like a cocoon. Lan Jue's palm strikes hit that cocoon, and each one made it flash brighter. Bang, 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 bang. The pummeling blows rang like the chimes of an enormous bell, reverberating over and over again through the arena. Lan Jue fell into a harmonious rhythm of palm strikes, each one hitting with the weight of the Buddhist faith. Suddenly the myriad shadows converged into a single point, and Lan Jue lashed out with a punch. The 10,000 become one, focused in a single punch. The great spiritual mantra. Boom! The shell of red light around the Terminator trembled, then began to crack under the terrible force of the mantra. They spread quickly like cracks through thin ice, threatening to shatter at any moment. Surprise was clear in the Terminator's eyes. He pushed his two hands out, and as he did, a host of glowing orbs appeared behind him. The arena grew dark, and a strange scene revealed itself. What appeared behind the Terminator was an enormous black orb, so massive as to blot out everything else. A radiant light burned around the orb, outlining its contours. A palpable fury filled the Terminator. Lan Jue felt it as a dark tempest on the horizon, ready to swallow him up. Until today neither Lan Jue nor Lan Jue knew what sort of protogenia the Great Conclave's leader possessed. Now they finally understood. Originally Lan Jue thought the Terminator's powers were related to metal in some fashion, but what he saw proved him wrong. The Terminator's protogenia was pure destruction. The pitch-black orb behind him was a comet, and within it burned the promise of obliteration. Everything within its path was destined to be atomized. Now, a deep rage replaced his typical composure, so thick and fierce as to bring a lesser man to his knees. Lan Jue's pressing attack had forced him to reveal his inner nature. The Admiral seemed unconcerned. He pressed his right hand skyward, a motion mimicked by the golden Buddha at his back. A glorious golden light erupted from Lan Jue, Buddha's revelation. Lan Jue's domain. When the Terminator's domain appeared, everything around him, the air, molecules, atoms, all of it was ripped apart and cast into disorder. All of that destruction seemed to feed that terrifying black orb. In the same moment that golden light, so soothing and comforting, returned life to that which the Terminator's domain tried to destroy. For a tense and breathtaking moment everything was destroyed and remade. The light of Buddha and the darkness of extermination ward, colliding and intertwining. For a time neither gained the upper hand. The manifestation of their domains were constrained to an area 10 meters around both men, in order to protect the weaves of spacetime within the arena. If they truly let loose, the resulting force would undoubtedly tear the building down to its foundation. Lan Jue threw both hands toward the heavens. Great mantra of clarity. The golden light brightened as the image of a Buddha hung in the air overhead. Its eyes were full of compassion, and it seemed to take over everything. There was no self, no other, no fear. It seemed like it was the center of the universe, all-encompassing and timeless. The Terminator heaved a great, bestial roar. His body swelled another 10 meters and the comet at his back gained in ominous power. His arm swung forward to deliver another punch while the radiant light around the comet became a shimmering red, like boiling blood, like the pain of 1,000 angry souls. Boom! Reality shuddered, and the force shield that protected the outside world from their ferocious contest flickered dangerously. Lan Jue looked on with fervent eyes. He pressed his hands together before his chest to maintain the shell of electric energy that protected him and Zhou Qianlin. He was relying on the power of his all-heaven lightning to protect them from the aftermath of their clash. Lan Jue watched every moment with sharp focus, drinking in the ebb and flow of protogenia as the two paragons manipulated it. An opportunity like this, two reflections of heaven and earth locked in battle, was a rare and wonderful thing to witness. What's more, their powers were diametrically opposed. The constant change between death and rebirth caused the surrounding protogenic energies to flurry erratically, revealing its truest nature. The dark comet was pushed back, but grew in size. Everything behind the Terminator seemed separate. Lan Jue was pushed back, but the image of Vairocana became clearer. With his hands pressed together before him as though in prayer, the aura of Buddhist tranquility poured from him. His whole body was painted in golden light, as though he were a statue composed of flowing gold. The Terminator grunted. All right. See how you fare against my termination. The first apocalypse descends, ending the world. He punched again, only this time he vanished. Lan Jue watched as the comet came tearing his way like a global extinction event. He felt besieged by an incomparable sense of finality, like a planet was about to descend upon his head. He felt the ruin of 10,000 souls bearing down on him. Lan Jue's response was to press forward with both hands. His body disappeared into the image of Vairocana. What followed was a chorus of deep chanting, and blossoming flowers of golden light sprang to life in the air. As they appeared, the sense of destruction melted away. Praj na paramitha. 3 low words, spoken in Sanskrit, galvanized the vitality of all living things. Countless beams of golden light burst forth, lancing through the darkness and into that dark comet. A great golden hand pressed down upon it, stopping its disastrous charge. A golden seal blazed against its surface. Ban ruo bo ruo mi duo. The guttural chants became louder and louder, as a host of silhouettes appeared in the sky. Waves of energy continued to pour forth, eventually overcoming the blood-red light of the comet. The second apocalypse descends, bringing quiet to the universe. The burning red light was extinguished, but immediately in its place a vacuous power sucked everything toward the dark comet. The nearest equivalent sensation was the creation of a white dwarf. Its gravitational pull was so great it couldn't even protect itself, and so began to collapse, bringing everything around it closer in its destruction. This was even more terrifying than its previous form, for now the comet was speeding up its own demise to bring about the obliteration of everything around them. Everything was sucked into its collapsing center, toward an inevitable demise, until nothing remained. 1. Chinese phonetic interpretation of Sanskrit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714, Pressure Battle. Chapter 714, Pressure Battle. This was the Terminator's power, his true, terrifying power. Lan Jue felt that this man, the one they said was second on the Paragon list, earned his fame. The Apocryphon was also a reflection of heaven and earth, but she could not compare to his sheer destructive power. More notable was his protogenic understanding. The Terminator was intimately aware of the secrets of his ruinous abilities and the mighty source it came from. Even Zhou Qianlin, having arisen to nirvana, would struggle. Her spacetime abilities were undermined by the Terminator's protogenia, and if the two fought tooth and nail, it wasn't impossible to imagine Zhou Qianlin being defeated. What incredible power! Lan Jue inwardly praised the northern leader. Buddha's wisdom. The soft voice was not a chant, but Lan Chang's own voice. It was full of tranquility, benevolence, and a quiet self-confidence. The light of Buddha's revelation dimmed, and the image of Vairocana dissipated into the darkness. Only Lan Chang remained. He stood alone against the ravenous vacuum of the dark comet. He spread his arms, and a pure white lotus bloomed from the center of his chest. It lazily drifted forward, vanishing into the infinite destruction of the Terminator's domain. But with each petal destroyed, that fearful power diminished. It was like each white petal it devoured pulled the comet from the brink of annihilation. Somehow it was healing its collapse, stunting its destruction. It wasn't a collision, it was a rescue. Lan Chang was saving the dark comet from itself like a doctor curing a patient of their ailments. I did not imagine you could use such a method to counteract my domain. Surprise was thick in the Terminator's words. His dark comet dispersed. The world around them returned to normal, and the two men stood in the center of the arena as though nothing had happened. The Terminator looked at Lan Chang in shock, and the Eastern Admiral looked back with compassion and joy. His Majesty has a third phase, I'm sure. Lan Chang's eyes twinkled as he stared at the Terminator. He sighed. The third phase is different from the first two. I can't use it unless as a last resort. Even though we didn't release the full scope of our powers, facing my second phase means you've attained power equal to my own. I would never have imagined your rise would be so quick. I'll admit I'm a little jealous, But Lan Chang shook his head. I could sense that you were holding back. It was my honor to spar with you. And unless I'm mistaken, you should be near your next breakthrough. The Terminator nodded. I won't lie, I'm close. I can feel the pull of nirvana on my spirit. But it feels more like a curse. I need outside stimulation to propel me forward, to catalyze the potential I haven't yet tapped into. The strength you've shown isn't enough, but I can try and see if your younger brother has the capability. Who knows, with his assistance perhaps the two of you can help. Don't worry, I don't have any untoward intentions. In fact, there was a little of that metal I told you about left over after I constructed my astrum. Whether I break through or not, I'd like to give it to the two of you. It's only enough to make one astrum, but I'm certain you'll find it useful. Especially your brother who has yet to break through. Perhaps he can gain some insight from it. Lan Chang's eyes sparkled. Of course the Terminator didn't know that Lan Jue possessed one of the banishing blades, or the thunder essence that allowed for their merger. His younger brother already had his astrum. It was, in fact, Lan Chang who needed a weapon through which he could focus his power. So is it our turn? Lan Jue piped up with a smirk. He arrived floating through the air with Zhou Qianlin's hand in his own. "I imagine you heard what we were discussing," the Terminator said. "I promise nothing bad will come upon you while you're here. At any time you can tell me, and I'll bring you safely to the exit." Lan Jue smiled pleasantly. "I have no problems with this. Improving humanity's strength is good for the species. Allow me to congratulate you on your success beforehand." The Terminator's eyes were bright. "Despite your kind words, don't expect me to go easy on you. I intend to meet Judy, and if causing you a little hurt is how to accomplish that, then you can expect it. That old man is my idol." Lan Jue's face twitched for just a moment. If there was anything his father despised, it was being called old. Of course, the Terminator couldn't know what he was thinking. By this time Lan Jue had moved to the side and was kneeling comfortably away from the other two. He was meditating, in part to recover but also to contemplate the flows of protogenia he'd experienced during their fight. Although he was already a reflection of heaven and earth, there was no time when a paragon finished increasing their knowledge or comprehension of the universe. The Terminator grinned at the young couple that faced him now. "Whenever you're ready, you can start." Lan Jue glanced at Qianlin, then released her hand. She still had recovered consciousness, but that didn't impede the connected they had heart to heart. They were connected through the arrow of compassion and their joined blood. One silver lining surrounding Qianlin's unfortunate mental state was it helped her easily slip into a position of spiritual receptiveness. The longer he looked, the more surprised the Terminator became. Although he couldn't quite place it, the two of them didn't seem to fit in the reality they occupied. They were somehow separate from the world, like everything around them was making way. No matter how close he looked, he couldn't figure out why that was. Strange. The Terminator couldn't shake it, and all he could guess was that they must have discovered some special way of cultivating. That must be why they seemed so odd. Meanwhile Lan Jue smirked at him with a quiet arrogance. What was up this guy's sleeve, the Terminator wondered. Lan Jue's expression became serious, almost solemn. He'd clashed with the Terminator before, as well as the Violet Prince and Princess, but they had always had backup. A one-on fight was rare, and it was his first time facing someone so close to Nirvana. He didn't rush to action. Instead Lan Jue shut his eyes, and Qianlin, seeming to sense the change, did so as well. The surprises continued to assail the Terminator as he sensed an enigmatic link grow between his two young challengers. It started with their breath, even, long, and coordinated. It quickly extended to their hearts, which beat in unison. They ceased to be two separate people, and more like a single fractured entity. Clang! The sound snapped him from his thoughts. The fine hairs on his body stood on end, galvanizing his focus. It was a heavy and uncomfortable sensation, like the judgment of the universe was leveled on his shoulders. Only once since becoming a paragon had he felt that way. Although it only lasted a moment, it was enough to make his heart skip a beat. Lan Jue and Qianlin lifted their hands, and as if in response halos of red and blue appeared around their heads. Two swords descended from on high, playing off one another and enhancing their brilliance as though they were alive. They supplemented one another, depended on one another, and entangled one another. The Terminator was left flabbergasted. What swords were these? How could their power be so incredible? As a second-degree paragon he sensed Captus and Demortis differently than others. The waves of influence within them were frightening to him, so frightening in fact that he didn't dare look into them too deeply. The closest he could describe them was like active volcanoes that could rain fiery destruction on everything around them at a moment's notice. "I am looking forward to His Majesty's instruction." Lan Jue's soft-spoken words were delivered, and then he made his move. The jewelry master stepped forward, and almost laughably slowly pressed his sword forward. The mysterious blade was imposing as a mountain, mighty as a tidal wave. It was both turbulent and magnificent. It was as though the Terminator could hear the roar of the sea. In that roar he felt as though he would be swallowed up. In the same instant Lan Jue stepped forward, Qianlin made her first move. With a sweep of her sword countless slashes of the sword's energy were spat out in all directions. They felt full, sometimes with vitality and strength, sometimes with the consistency of rain on a tin roof. All the while they blotted out the sky as they raced for the Terminator. "Excellent, a fine sword style." The Terminator barked his praise, withdrawing a circle in the air in front of him. A pitch-black orb appeared in that spot that was surrounded by a blazing yellow disk. It was a pocket dimension of his domain. He didn't need to begin with the full gamut of his abilities against two adepts yet to achieve Paragon. However, the Terminator soon discovered that he may have underestimated them. The first strikes to reach him were from Captus. They defied nature by tearing through the sky in erratic fashion. Light as feathers, they were nonetheless impossibly sharp. The Terminator sensed the manifestation of his domain become punctured and stabbed. Somehow his protogenia was unable to deflect Lan Jue's weapon, and on the contrary was actively severed by it. 1. The text is a little more complicated. This is a concept from a Sanskrit translation of the classic of the heart, a chant or spell meant to dissolve things that block the heart's powers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 715, Majesty, Beware. Chapter 715, Majesty, Beware. It wasn't power, it was the weapon. Inconceivably sharp. Even an Astrum couldn't cut apart domain like that. Once the surprise was past, the Terminator responded by pressing both hands downward. The corona of golden light around the dark orb turned blood red. His domain expanded. The injection of growth and energy fought back against the flood of sword energy Qianlin had cast his way. Then Lan Jue's sword strikes arrived. He first saw a red light, then felt it as a tug that threatened to pitch him forward. Like his own powers, Lan Jue's sword had the power of traction. What was different was where the strike landed. It left behind a gaping tear that acted like a rip in spacetime. That tear sat in the midst of the Terminator's domain, at its weakest point. It was quickly plugged by the Terminator's overwhelming strength. However, before he knew it, swipes from Qianlin's sword burst through the former breach and wreaked chaos in his domain like a tempest. Incredible! How are these young fighters so formidable? He was forced back a step, compelled to retreat as his domain shrank. It was as though his domain was trying to flee from those terrible swords. But Lan Jue wouldn't be denied. He thrust a second time with Captus, but strangely the vortex it created was made where the sword waved. As Lan Jue moved, so too did his weapon, expanding the scope of the vortex as he launched his attack on the Terminator. The myriad slices of Qianlin's sword coalesced into a single flood. It swung wildly through the air until it centered toward the Terminator's head. The unspoken cooperation between his two opponents was one thing, but what was truly frightening were those weapons. More specifically, the power these mystical swords bore, for all protogenia seemed not to exist where they passed. It gave the Terminator pause, fearing real injury. He also held back for fear of hurting them. Staggering back another step, he had no recourse but to lash out with a punch. Qianlin nimbly leapt away like a fairy. Meanwhile, Lan Jue lashed out with Captus in a horizontal swipe to his side. The vortex created in its wake leached the Terminator's force. But the Terminator was a paragon, and the attack served only to slow the punch, not stop it. Lan Jue traced out a circle. Where Captus flowed, a shadow of its passage remained behind. When the Terminator's fist passed through, all of its strength with speed was bled away. With the Terminator caught, Qianlin chopped with her sword again, producing another flood of feral sword swipes that attack his body's key areas. These two are hard to deal with, he thought. It seems I have no choice but to use some real power. He looked at the two with new eyes, realizing they were more of a threat than he originally anticipated. As far as he could sense, the two of them together were as strong as a first-degree paragon. All at once the aura around the Terminator changed. The small pocket of his domain swelled in response. For Lan Jue, he felt like the universe in front of his was collapsing into discord, and a terrible promise of obliteration washed over him. Pressure descending from where, threatening to crush the life out of him. Suddenly, he and Qianlin were in a black and empty void. Here they were, specks of dust in an infinite expanse of nothing, except for a single, monumental comet that burned blood red. It was roaring through the darkness right for them, intent on destroying them outright. This was the real domain of the Terminator, the apocalyptic comet. Suffocating pressure continued to pile on them from all directions. The Terminator had vanished, leaving Lan Jue and Qianlin's swords to hit nothing but empty space. Domain was the greatest difference between an adept and a paragon. Lan Jue was not alarmed. Crystal blue light filled his eyes as he lifted Captus. It seemed as though his body swelled as his right hand led Captus to cut through the blackness. Red light flickered as Captus carved out a swirling vortex. It dispersed through the black, clearly not enough to cut away the paragon's domain. However, in the center of that disseminating vortex appeared a spark of purple light. The moment it appeared, the whole of the apocalyptic comet domain seemed to shudder. Brrrum, thunder rolled, issued from Lan Jue's own body. As it radiated outward, it cast the domain into turmoil. Ah! The Terminator's voice rippled through the area, but it was the blood comet that reacted. It swelled even larger, closing the distance between itself and its targets. A bolt of crystal blue lightning shot out and struck the comet's surface. The world-ending orb slowed ever so slightly, but the lightning bolt was rapidly devoured by its destructive intent. However, a moment later the Terminator discovered that his two opponents were no longer within the scope of his domain. Instead, from the roiling borders of this apocalypse, two swords screamed his way. A golden force field appeared around him, but the swords were simply too sharp. They carved through his defenses and forced him to dodge. Lan Jue and Qianlin reappeared as the Terminator's shield was cut away. "You're able to escape my domain?" The Terminator gasped in shock, but didn't let up. He wailed at them with another full-armed punch. He held nothing back. Lan Jue never uttered a word. He moved with Captus in the Taiji sword style to deflect the Terminator's blows. Although he was forced to retreat, Lan Jue was able to avoid injury under his own power. Qianlin took advantage of the moment, employing the greatest utility of her 10,000 swords as one technique. 100,000 diffused strikes covered the Terminator from all directions. The Terminator's shock only grew with each passing moment. He couldn't use his full power for fear he'd injure Lan Jue or Qianlin, but the two of them were at war with their different but harmonious sword techniques. Lan Jue's style was focused and forceful. Sometimes it surged like an unstoppable river headed for the ocean, sometimes so integrated he couldn't find a gap. All the punches the Terminator threw at Lan Jue were dispersed and deflected. Incredible, considering the protogenia that filled every strike. By contrast, Qianlin's style was elegant and almost gentle, but deceptively lethal. Infinitely variable and maddeningly pervasive, making the impossible possible. It was that variability that made her a threat. The two styles together made a marvelous, and dangerous, unified front. Without the use of his full power, he wouldn't be able to face up to the two of them. No wonder the clairvoyant chose him to inherit the avenue. The Terminator inwardly praised this young couple's limitless potential. With these weapons in hand, they would become truly spectacular paragons. Who knew how far that potential would bring them? No Northerner had the prospects they did. "Majesty, beware." Lan Jue's voice brought him back to the present. He froze and watched as Lan Jue and Qianlin reeled back, shoulder to shoulder. Lan Jue's face hardened in concentration as the two of them thrust forward with their swords. The styles were the same, still focused flow and 1,000 swords as one. Only this time, it was completely different. Lan Jue's eyes fell upon Qianlin, filled with love and affection. She looked back, and though hidden behind a fog, there was the faintest light of infatuation in her gaze. Her face bore the faintest ghost of a smile. An incredible scene revealed itself. The light around Captus and Demortis flared, and the full force of the blade's deadly intent pulsed out like a wave. The first thought that crossed the Terminator's mind was that it was some kind of protogenia, a kind he'd never experienced before. What's more, within it he felt a strange and inexplicable power. In this moment, focused flow and 10,000 swords became one. At some point even they couldn't pinpoint, Lan Jue and Qianlin had joined together, but their two weapons were still lashing out. Red and blue disappeared, replaced with a pure aurora of light. It simultaneously flickered with all the colors of the rainbow, but strangely somehow was also formless and colorless. All of a sudden the Terminator felt like he stood on the cusp of disaster. What is this? Again he was shocked, and again he pressed down with his hands. The power around the dark comet expanded still further as he called upon his second phase, bringing quiet to the universe. Still, the vacuous power didn't affect the sword's power at all. The might they bore was created in the first moments of the universe, from the stuff that underpinned reality. Time, space, everything warped around the will of the Godblades. Shields protecting the arena were shattered, and the Terminator was flooded with the crushing sense of imminent destruction. The earth began to shake, rattling the secret arena and in fact the whole building. The roof exploded as the crystalline power soared toward the heavens. The earth-shaking, dazzling power surged, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple flashed like a technicolored lightning storm. Among them and containing them were infinitely plain streaks of black and white. 1. Chinese onomatopoeias are very humorously expressive, the same with their grunts. For instance, the word, "n," is like a grunt. But the one by which you use it can mean all kinds of things. Pitch the tone upward and it's shocked surprise. Higher pitched but consistent and it a challenging affirmation. Down and curt, simple affirmation, warble the tone up and down and it becomes a cutesy whine. My students used to love to have me practice my Chinese tones using. Here the Terminator is expressing surprise with "e," which is not a sound you might imagine a Herculean man would make. 2. If some of these translations seem a little strange, it's because TJSS is leaning very heavily on a concept we simply don't have in English. You've seen it a million times in anime and Eastern fantasy media. Someone swings a sword and a slash of energy is thrown out like Guile's sonic boom, dating myself with that reference. They call it or, which literally has no English equivalent that makes sense. If you've seen a good translation of this somewhere, let me know and I'll shamelessly steal it, because I hate that word so much, you guys. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716, Harmonious Swords. Chapter 716, Harmonious Swords. A multitude of colors, a dazzling rainbow that connected the heavens to the earth. Where it met the clouds they parted. Where it encountered rain the droplets broke, a stairway to heaven built on a shimmering rainbow lane. The darkness was destroyed as the primordial essence born by the swords swept through. The rainbow aurora hung in the air for what felt like a long time before finally dissipating. Lan Jue had awoken from his meditations long before and gaped at the scene with unabashed surprise. Almost incapable of believing what he saw, he watched as the boundless destruction of the Terminator domain fractured into dust. The ultimate convert employed nearly all of his power to keep himself from being swallowed up by the prismatic aurora, and that was when it curved up, piercing the comet-casted ceiling and into the sky. The Terminator kneeled on the ground, covered in 100 tiny wounds. Droplets of blood coated him like a sheen of sweat. His wide eyes stared in disbelief at the two figures appearing in the distance. He hadn't used his full strength, and in fact, the Terminator had held back. But he could feel it clearly, even the totality of his abilities wouldn't have been capable of saving him from that power. Harrowing, the memory of that power was seared into his mind. The sense of uncaring finality he'd felt lingered in his heart. What in the world was that sword technique that resulted in such staggering power? How could two adepts produce an attack like that? Qianlin's sword had vanished. She leaned into Lan Jue's protective embrace. Lan Jue's face was pale as he fell to his knees, still managing to support his beloved. Both were soaked with sweat. The Terminator had questions, but Lan Jue didn't have answers. He didn't know such awesome intensity could be summoned from their efforts. All he knew was that in that moment, it felt as though he and Qianlin were one inexorably tied entity. It went beyond the body. The connection through blood and the arrow of compassion fused their very souls. Sharing every bit of each other also caused their swords to combine, and in their fusion the marvelous supernova had been produced. To Lan Jue it felt like a dam had burst, a great door had opened somewhere inside Captus. Although it had closed once the strike was delivered, he could feel that it had fundamentally changed the Godblade. Was that the harmonious swords technique? He recalled the tales of Zhou Qianlin, telling him of the ancient days when the harmonious swords were an invincible reality. Through his and Qianlin's efforts it was a reality once again. Zhou Qianlin had called it the strongest force besides the banishing strategy. At the time Lan Jue thought the sword spirit was exaggerating. But just then, that wild animus channeled all of their energy, even their psyche, into the strike. Like the Terminator, that sensation had left a profound impression. At last they'd succeeded. At last they had achieved the harmonious swords. It had just been a moment, but a truly marvelous moment. If he had not used all his strength to divert the flow at the last minute, Lan Jue feared it would have swallowed the Terminator. The only thing Lan Jue could compare it to was the attack Zhu Di delivered to the aliens out in the starfields, Upender. That was the only other attack he'd seen that could overturn reality, blot out the sun and moon. But could Lan Jue really use such a potent ability already? In that moment his comprehension of protogenia had also changed. This would have a significant impact on his future breakthrough. More and more he sensed the time approaching. More and more he found it hard to hold the power back. He prevailed only through the blood connection with Qianlin and the arrow of compassion. When the two of them joined he could also sense Qianlin's spirit. Her soul pulsed with intensity, and in that brief moment of total fusion he felt his own power pull Qianlin along. Like he had dragged her discipline to a higher level. He needed to experience it again to learn more, but Lan Jue already knew that this enigmatic power would play an important role in the growth of their disciplines. Lan Jue hadn't anticipated something like this would happen. Lan Jue's focused flow and Qianlin's 10,000 swords as one were techniques they'd employed for a while already. Through the help of their respective sword spirits they had grown well versed in the styles. The strength of their cultivation, their understanding of the banishing blades, deeper protogenic comprehension, and the flood of immortal chi between them all coalesced to their benefit. Zhou Qianlin had told them it was time to attempt the harmonious swords technique, and he'd been right. Although technically not a paragon, the immortal chi and all heaven lightning empowered Lan Jue's attacks. He fought with no less force than a first-degree paragon, maybe stronger. Qianlin was not quite as strong, but also benefited greatly from the immortal chi they shared. That is what allowed them to attempt this legendary sword technique. Lan Jue's interest in this fight had been to give the style a try. The foundation of the harmonious swords was the binding of a man and woman soul to soul, shared devotion, and unequivocal love. Beyond that they needed a deep familiarity with their respective styles. Both prerequisites they'd met. Still, it shocked Lan Jue how smoothly it had happened. More shocking was just how indomitable the attack had been. Only once he'd used it himself did he understand the power of the harmonious swords. Everything within him had focused to a single burning thought. His love for Qianlin. Through that love their souls combined, closer than ever before. Captus and Demortis follow suit, being as much a part of them as their spirits were. Together they rose to a sublime place of perfect union. In that union Captus and Demortis had awakened. He remembered a similar feeling from Oxisis when the pharmacist had ascended to Paragon. He and Qianlin's swords pulsed with it as they joined, it the source of their staggering power. Lan Jue's uncertainty lay in whether he could call upon that state again. He felt so weak that even moving his fingers was a Herculean task. It felt like the sword had drained him to his core. The Terminator's muscles chest heaved. The shock in his eyes refused to abate. What the hell was that? He could help but ask. Lan Xing had come to Lan Jue's side. Although he didn't expect the Terminator to take advantage of their weakness, he nonetheless was there to protect them. However, the look in his eyes was no less dumbfounded than the Terminator's. The only thing he could deduce from what he'd witnessed was it was not something taught by their father. Zhou Di hadn't taught his younger brother whatever that had been. Lan Jue fought to steady his breathing and racing heart. He dropped his head and placed a tender kiss on Qianlin's lips. She vanished. He felt strange, for it was the first time they joined and he felt no increase in discipline. It wasn't a blockage, rather there was no higher place for them to reach. Lan Jue coughed weakly. Your Majesty, do you happen to have something here to eat? I need sustenance. Something to give me strength. He struggled mightily to get to his feet. He could only manage by leaning heavily on his brother. The Terminator's face twitched. Yes, wait a moment. The host of cuts along his body had, over time, healed and left no trace. Harming a paragon was no easy feat, and through his constant upgrades the man had tougher skin than a bastion ship. The Terminator left with long strides. Once he was gone, Lan Cheng helped his brother back to the ground. He looked at him with a curious expression. That technique. Lan Jue responded with a wry smirk. I couldn't tell you. It's something we were taught from Demortis and Captus. Jun Yangye and Xianyuan Shishir told us this was an elite style handed down from ancient times. Weaker than your Prajna style and my Taiji, but joined together it creates an incredible force. What you witnessed was called the harmonious swords technique. But at our level of cultivation, calling on the technique was only just manageable. The swords we use are too potent. We'll only be able to command the full breadth of the sword's abilities when we break through to Paragon. Although, if this accident revealed anything, it's that we may not be able to command it even when that happens. It's strong, but incredibly draining. He calmly described what had happened, but he did not let the potency get to his head. There was always a great cost for the use of great power. Without a doubt, however, the harmonious swords would make a wonderful ace in the hole. A flood of energy flowed from his chest to enervate the rest of his body. It supplemented what he lost and made him stronger. The immortal chi that filled him, that made his discipline more than a common power, pulled him from the cusp of collapse. Its subtle influence strengthened him, transforming him into something greater. By the time the Terminator returned with some food, Lan Jue was back to normal. At least, he looked completely recovered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717, The Monarchs Gather. Chapter 717, The Monarchs Gather. Suppressing the surprise he felt, the Terminator handed Lan Jue some food. Steak, bread, water. Simple but nutritious fare. He looked on with a conflicted gaze as Lan Jue ate ravenously. Though he clearly didn't possess the strength of his older brother, his marvelous display of skill had left a deep impression. What's more, experiencing this sword style had cleaved a fissure in the barrier between him and Nirvana. It was clear with each chop of the sword, as though cut into his own heart. It felt boundless. As boundless as the potential of this young couple. The Terminator couldn't help but feel jealous of the East's good fortune. If only his own alliance had this kind of talent. But hopes and wishes was all he had. After eating, Lan Jue tenderly wiped his mouth. Your Majesty, I think it's time we got going. Forgive me if I don't send you off, the Terminator said. I learned a lot from this exchange and must meditate on what I learned. Someone else will see you out. On behalf of the Northern Alliance, I hope we can continue to work closely. Lan Jue and Lan Qing exchanged a happy glance. These words coming from the Terminator meant more than from any politician. The two brothers returned to their hotel. How likely do you think it is that everyone will cooperate after this conference? Lan Jue asked as they arrived back at their room. Lan Qing thought for a moment. 30%. 30%, Lan Jue said in astonishment. Lan Qing smiled softly. How much do you think? They are all looking out for their own benefit. Believing politicians is like believing Hua Li has gotten more reliable. As though to punctuate his brother's remarks, Lan Jue communicator started to buzz. Speak of the devil. Ali. Ali, Lan Jue connected the call. Hey, are you guys back? Is it alright if I come over? Friends didn't need to rely on small talk. Come on over. Lan Jue sent him the address. 10 minutes later, Hua Li appeared at their door. Another person they hadn't seen in a long while arrived with him, Xu Chang. After ascending to Paragon, the air around Hua Li was completely different. His stunning appearance never changed, but the vibrant aura was gone, replaced with something deeper and more mysterious. In a word, he seemed more manly. Xu Chang, on the other hand, was just as coquettish and free-spirited as he'd always been. However, closer inspection revealed a constant eruption of fire behind his eyes while he himself was surrounded by a sense of deathly stillness. The four divine monarchs were together for the first time since the clairvoyant's departure. They sat, and Xu Chang flicked his wrist. A bottle of whiskey appeared in his hand. This calls for a good drink, don't you think? Hua Li lifted a finger and 4 crystal blue glasses materialized. They weren't real glasses, of course, but constructed by Hua Li from elemental manipulation. They were thin and chilled, perfect for a good scotch. Xu Chang poured them each a glass. For a time they simply sat, smiling and enjoying each other's company. No words were necessary. No matter what transpires in the world, the bonds of friendship never changed. Lan Jue swung his eyes toward Xu Chang. You're close to a breakthrough, right? He was sensitive to the flows of protogenia now, and could clearly sense the aura from his friend. It felt like a volcano on the cusp of eruption, like he could take the plunge at any moment. Xu Chang nodded. I'm under constant guard lately, do you know how hard it was to leave? If you Easterners assassinated me, the North would be deprived a great paragon. Lan Jue couldn't help but laugh at Xu Chang's exaggerated expression. The guy was cracking jokes, so it seemed his future breakthrough wasn't going to encounter any problems. But then the Hades air put away his smile and sighed. Now that I'm here, I finally understand what you told me. It's hard to hold back, I was too eager and the pressure is becoming more than I can withstand. I'm not sure how much longer I can hold out, although I know the longer I can withstand the further I'll ultimately get. I can see my road, but this revelation came too late. Before I used to think simply breaking through was enough, but now I've come to my senses. If I'm sure to break through, what's to stop me from getting stronger? Do you have any methods that can help, Jue? Some sort of seal or block maybe? Lan Jue rolled his eyes. If only it were that easy. Short of taking your life, you're just going to have to let nature take its course. Now that you're here, you shouldn't get in your own way. What's most important is capturing your path and walking it without hesitation. Wandering will only delay growth. Hua Li chuckled. You sound like an old wise man. When did you become a spokesman for the sages, eh? Lan Jue shot his brother a glance. Lan Cheng sat stony-faced and didn't utter a word. Hua Li was the next to heave a sigh. I thought I would have been the first. I'd clear the way for the rest of you to follow, but the big brother blazed the trail. That's some real talent. You shouldn't be depressed, Chang, you're in a better spot than I am. I've known my path since birth, and the potency of the Poseidon bloodline is inexhaustible. Still, it seems there are barriers I can't pass. There hasn't been a reflection of heaven and earth in my family for over a century. If it weren't for these aliens, I would have taken more time, but I wasn't left with a choice. His 3 companions knew what he meant. A paragon was a treasure to a family, and this was especially true for Hua Li. He not only represented the next generation of leadership, he was the new leader of the Poseidon group. Ah, by the way, I'm getting married. Hua Li casually dropped the bombshell. The other 3 gaped at him. Married? Lan Jue and Xu Chang cried in one voice. Hua Li's face was calm, bearing only a small smile. Yeah. What, you think I shouldn't? Lan Jue gave him a strange look. Is it that girl you told me about? If it is, you sure screwed up never bringing her by for us to meet. Hua Li shook his head. No, not her. Mo Xiao. So you finally came around, Lan Jue teased. She's an excellent choice. That girl would die for you. Seems becoming a paragon made you grow up. Hua Li's face changed, bearing something that seemed very unnatural for him. Disappointment. Yeah, I guess I did. So when's the wedding? Lan Jue asked. Hua Li took a sip of his drink. A month. MNH. If I can't make it, I'll send my gift with a Jew. Congratulations. A rare smile touched Lan Qing's lips. Hua Li nodded. Thank you. Xu Chang looked at him with skepticism. You say you're getting married, but I don't see any of that newlywed joy. Mo Zhao's one hell of a woman. ACH, what a shame. Who knows when I'll find the love of my life? Contempt was thick in Lan Jue's voice. Are you capable? I'd be careful, with as many women as you've scorned, hell will come calling one day. Xu Chang snorted. I am chasing the realm of the stars. No woman can stop me. Lan Jue looked at his brother and scowled. Lan Qing replied. Chung, you're about to break through. Restraining yourself won't be as effective as letting us help you. It'll galvanize your potential and improve your end result. Xu Cheng's face fell. He knew what he meant. Look man, I didn't offend you. Why are you threatening to beat me up? He knew Lan Qing well enough to be very wary of his calm facade. Lan Jue chortled darkly. Because that's the exact same sentiment he has. Suddenly Xu Chang was all flattery prose. Honored brother, forgive me. I'm just looking for a special woman. When I find her, what's ambition by comparison? Right? Lan Qing cast him a withering glance. I'm not kidding. Prepare yourself, tomorrow I help you break through. Damn, are you for real? Xu Chang looked back warily. Hua Li shamelessly gloated at Xu Chang's fate. When have you ever known big brother to kid? Congratulations in advance, Hades. Xu Chang seemed unwilling. Big brother. I mean, look, your own brother hasn't broken through yet, you know? You shouldn't bother with me, you should be helping him. Playing favorites isn't in your nature. He doesn't need my help, Lan Qing calmly replied. You do. If you keep whining, we'll start right now. Xu Chang looked to Lan Jue to save him. Lan Jue, meanwhile, fluttered his lashes innocently at his beleaguered friend. Chung, are you familiar with the phrase you reap what you sow? I think you should go and get ready. This is a great opportunity. I trust my brother, and if he says he can help you, then I'm sure he will. I knew I shouldn't have come, he griped indignantly. Hua Li chimed in. Let's focus on the positive. Big brother, the Poseidon group is thinking about joining the East. How do you intend to help? Lan Qing inquired. Hua Li explained. We've recovered the Poseidon-class bastion from the west and are in the process of refitting it. We've also got 2 interstellar fleets and enough resources to keep ourselves going for 100 years. We've transferring everything we can from our home planet to the bastion, including Poseidon's palace. Lan Jue's heart skipped a beat. It sounds like you're getting ready to evacuate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718, Poseidon's Plans for Cooperation. Chapter 718, Poseidon's Plans for Cooperation. Hua Li was unperturbed. We've considered the possibility. The alien threat is real, and if humanity is destroyed, then there's no reason for us to stay. The universe is a vast place, and no matter how strong those creatures become, they can't rule the whole thing, no species could. From everything we've learned, universal protogenia will descend upon the aliens when they've passed a certain threshold of strength. We know they're facing this problem now, that's why they're after us. Constant evolution is their eternal goal, but even evolution has its end. We'll go out and search for a suitable planet away from danger. I suspect it'll take about 100 years. Lan Qing pressed. So in what way do you plan to join the East? Hua Li leaned back in his chair. When the fighting starts, we'll leave the West and fight with Eastern forces. So long as there is a species to fight for, we'll stay. We don't want to see the destruction of humanity as much as anyone else. After all, Poseidon Group has enjoyed a great deal from the love and respect of the people. We have a responsibility, and we'll contribute as much as we're able. We won't be leaving until the last moment. Why not stay with the West? Poseidon Group is powerful and respected there, are they not giving enough? Xu Chang inquired. Hua Li shook his head before responding. No, it's not about enough. I simply don't like how the alliance is run. My own organization's intelligence and the analyses presented at the conference came to similar determinations. The best weapon in the war against these creatures is the Adept. The West has a host of inherent issues that look impossible to overcome. The Pontiff Citadel and the Dark Citadel will never work together, their mutual enmity runs too deep. Their hierarchical system is also a problem. Their military is two fractures. The West has its good parts, but the bad have begun to outweigh them. Our evacuation plan was actually suggested by the Western military. Once they heard that Lan Jue, Lan Qing, and Chu Cheng understood. Was the West planning to flee? Hua Li sighed. Such is the nature of our disappointment with the West. Part of their scheme was the assertion that we don't go to war and instead cover their retreat. If they decided the situation was too dire, they want us to flee with them. How are we supposed to feel about that? If you plan to run, at least make the enemy howl in pain before you do. I suspect if the aliens show up in Western territory first, they won't hold out long. Their first inclination will be to scatter. Lan Jue glowered at the prognosis. He knew his alliance, and the East was ready to face this crisis as one people. Perhaps it had been foolish optimism to think the other alliances felt the same. Hua Li awakened him to the possibility that things weren't as unified as he'd like, and at least out there problems were mounting. So, after many discussions, we decided that once we've gathered all the resources we can, that we'll leave the West. We will fight the aliens, but we don't want our future generations to be saddled with an unreliable partner. We'll fight with the East. Lan Qing didn't rush to elation. His burning eyes fixed Hua Li. What are your demands? There were no free meals in this universe. Hua Li was their close friend, but he also represented a powerful family. This wasn't a question of friendship, he had his own people to consider. Hua Li nodded. We're hoping for deeper tide to the East. Specifically, we want to be a part of the alliance. Assuming victory over the aliens, we have one request, that you let us purchase Taihua or LYR for our own use. Chu Cheng whistled. You guys sure have a healthy appetite. Out to buy another planet. Hua Li sighed. We really have no other option. We can't see any future in the West, and although the North is mighty, it doesn't measure up to the East in the ways that matter. We chose the East because of its potential and paragon presence. And, of course, because of you. Hua Li looked between Lan Qing and Lan Jue. Lan Qing's brows furrowed and he muttered inaudibly to himself. This was no trivial matter to consider. Poseidon Group was phenomenally rich, with more money and resources than the East would know what to do with. An extra bastion and a couple fleets would be very useful in the coming war and may even turn the tide. Accepting would mean making the East safer. But it would cost them a whole planet. Both Taihua and LYR were important strategic resources. 1. I'll need to bring this up with the leadership and wait for an official reply. Speaking personally, I hope you do join us, but selling a planet is bigger than me. Lan Qing made his position clear. Hua Li smiled. So long as I have your support, big brother, I've accomplished what I set out to do. At any rate, buying Taihua may not be necessary. If the West really does leave, then all those planets will be up for grabs. Perhaps the East can capture Poseidon for us. We'd of course prefer our native homeland to someplace new. Lan Qing nodded. He understood Hua Li's position and recognized it as an important possibility for the East. How capable is the Poseidon-class bastion? He asked. Hua Li responded. I can't tell you exactly, but in many ways it's not inferior to the Terminator-class bastion. Lan Jue's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Terminator-class bastion was the North's flagship. It had roughly 2 times the destructive capability of Tyrannosaurus. It had been given its name to commemorate the ascension of the Terminator to Paragon. It was lauded as humanity's single greatest weapon. Tyrannosaurus, Heron and Arachnid together were no match for Terminator. The Terminator himself was its commanding officer. If Terminator was dispatched in the war ahead, Lan Jue was certain its namesake Paragon would be at the helm. The West had always been loath to talk about the Poseidon-class bastion as a matter of national security, so there was no information about its capabilities. However, Hua Li had no reason to deceive them. More than anyone, he grasped the truth of his family's holdings. Lan Qing nodded. All right, I understand. All right, that's all I got. I have to trouble you to act as a go-between, Hua Li said. But I will reiterate that if the East can't hold, we'll have no choice but to flee. My family must survive. Lan Qing's face never changed. I understand. But I hope that if this cooperation is approved, you don't leave my and Luan soldiers to fend for themselves on the battlefield. And Luan is the tip of the spear. If the East falls, they will be the first to give their lives. After that, if you need to go, then so be it. Hua Li paused. He stared in silence for a moment at Lan Qing, then at Lan Jue. This is for your ears alone, but Poseidon's doors will always be open to you. If the time comes, know you have safe harbor. I'll come for you, no matter the cost. but Lan Jue shook his head. No need for that. As Admiral, if I'm not willing to die with my soldiers, then our cause is doomed from the start. If the East's final moments do come, take a Jew and go. Brother! Lan Jue's eyes hardened. If you stay, how can you expect me to go anywhere? You represent the East, but I represent Skyfire Avenue. It's as true for me as it is for you. A leader dies with his people or there's no point in fighting. Zhou Qianlin chuckled. All right. Drink, gentlemen. We get together so rarely, let's not spoil it with such depressing talk. Hell, after what happened to those 3 bastions, we probably don't have a chance anyway. Far as I see it, they've got the upper hand. But anyway, tomorrow, big brother. I'll face the difficulties head on. As he spoke, Zhou Qianlin lifted his glass, and the other 3 followed suit. They threw their glasses back and drained their contents. Lan Jue was the first to leave. He had to deliver Hua Li's proposal to the leadership for consideration. The East's chairman and chiefs of the armed forces were all on Luo, and it was a matter best discussed face to face. Zhou Qianlin left a short time later to begin preparations. Lan Jue hadn't been kidding, so Zhou Qianlin had to be ready to go all out. Only Hua Li and Lan Jue remained, seated across from one another. Lan Jue sighed. This crisis happened too fast. In a blink it swallowed up everyone. Hua Li nodded but changed the subject. Are you going to participate in my wedding? I can't make any promises, Lan Jue replied. Star Division is gathering its strength in preparation to face the enemy. I need to stay on Skyfire. If we move to the east, this won't be a problem. Our Poseidon-class bastion will be stationed near Skyfire. Hua Li announced. Lan Jue answered with a smile. In that case, I'd be happy to. Hua Li went on. I don't really want to get married, but I can't deny Mo Shao a life of affluence. I feel I've wronged her. Lan Jue looked at him in surprise. If you don't want to marry her, then why go ahead with it? This is a life-altering decision. You still don't like her? A bitter grin touched Hua Li's lips. She was groomed for this from a young age too. She was raised to be my wife. Ever since she could grasp the concept, she knew she would be my partner for the rest of her life. You know, my family had more than 100 prospects, but she distinguished herself. To her, I'm more of a goal. If your future wife saw you as a mission to accomplish, would you like her? Arguably one of the most important issues in China is the idea of sovereignty. It's the impetus behind most, if not all, of their international disputes. Conflicts in Tibet are due to disagreements over what constitutes independence. Taiwan as well. They have a constant simmering disagreement with India about land ownership near the border. Similar gripes are maintained with Korea, Japan, and Russia. Not to mention their claim to the entire South China Sea. There is also a history of selling/leasing territory to the British, Hong Kong, and the Portuguese, Macau. This gives important context to the struggle Lan Jue faces as selling sovereign eastern territory to a foreign entity. 2. A practice that purportedly still goes on in China, though it's super illegal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718, Poseidon's Plans for Cooperation. Chapter 718, Poseidon's Plans for Cooperation. Hua Li was unperturbed. We've considered the possibility. The alien threat is real, and if humanity is destroyed, then there's no reason for us to stay. The universe is a vast place, and no matter how strong those creatures become, they can't rule the whole thing. No species could. From everything we've learned, universal protogenia will descend upon the aliens when they've passed a certain threshold of strength. We know they're facing this problem now, that's why they're after us. Constant evolution is their eternal goal, but even evolution has its end. We'll go out and search for a suitable planet away from danger. I suspect it'll take about 100 years. Lan Jue pressed. So in what way do you plan to join the East? Hua Li leaned back in his chair. When the fighting starts, we'll leave the West and fight with Eastern forces. So long as there is a species to fight for, we'll stay. We don't want to see the destruction of humanity as much as anyone else. After all, Poseidon Group has enjoyed a great deal from the love and respect of the people. We have a responsibility, and we'll contribute as much as we're able. We won't be leaving until the last moment. Why not stay with the West? Poseidon Group is powerful and respected there, are they not giving enough? Zhou Qianlin inquired. Hua Li shook his head before responding. No, it's not about enough. I simply don't like how the alliance is run. My own organization's intelligence and the analyses presented at the conference came to similar determinations. The best weapon in the war against these creatures is the Adept. The West has a host of inherent issues that look impossible to overcome. The Pontiff Citadel and the Dark Citadel will never work together, their mutual enmity runs too deep. Their hierarchical system is also a problem, their military is too fractures. The West has its good parts, but the bad have begun to outweigh them. Our evacuation plan was actually suggested by the Western military. Once they heard that Lan Jue, Lan Qing, and Chu Cheng understood. Was the West planning to flee? Hua Li sighed. Such is the nature of our disappointment with the West. Part of their scheme was the assertion that we don't go to war and instead cover their retreat. If they decided the situation was too dire, they want us to flee with them. How are we supposed to feel about that? If you plan to run, at least make the enemy howl in pain before you do. I suspect if the aliens show up in Western territory first, they won't hold out long. Their first inclination will be to scatter. Lan Jue glowered at the prognosis. He knew his alliance, and the East was ready to face this crisis as one people. Perhaps it had been foolish optimism to think the other alliances felt the same. Hua Li awakened him to the possibility that things weren't as unified as he'd like, and at least out their problems were mounting. So, after many discussions, we decided that once we've gathered all the resources we can, that we'll leave the West. We will fight the aliens, but we don't want our future generations to be saddled with an unreliable partner. We'll fight with the East. Lan Cheng didn't rush to elation. His burning eyes fixed Hua Li. What are your demands? There were no free meals in this universe. Hua Li was their close friend, but he also represented a powerful family. This wasn't a question of friendship, he had his own people to consider. Hua Li nodded. We're hoping for deeper tide to the East. Specifically, we want to be a part of the alliance. Assuming victory over the aliens, we have one request, that you let us purchase Taihua or LYR for our own use. Chu Chang whistled. You guys sure have a healthy appetite. Out to buy another planet. Hua Li sighed. We really have no other option. We can't see any future in the West, and although the North is mighty, it doesn't measure up to the East in the ways that matter. We chose the East because of its potential and paragon presence. And, of course, because of you. Hua Li looked between Lan Chang and Lan Jue. Lan Qing's brows furrowed and he muttered inaudibly to himself. This was no trivial matter to consider. Poseidon Group was phenomenally rich, with more money and resources than the East would know what to do with. An extra bastion and a couple fleets would be very useful in the coming war and may even turn the tide. Accepting would mean making the East safer. But it would cost them a whole planet. Both Taihua and LYR were important strategic resources. 1. I'll need to bring this up with the leadership and wait for an official reply. Speaking personally, I hope you do join us, but selling a planet is bigger than me. Lan Qing made his position clear. Hua Li smiled. So long as I have your support, big brother, I've accomplished what I set out to do. At any rate, buying Taihua may not be necessary. If the West really does leave, then all those planets will be up for grabs. Perhaps the East can capture Poseidon for us. We'd of course prefer our native homeland to someplace new. Lan Cheng nodded. He understood Hua Li's position and recognized it as an important possibility for the East. How capable is the Poseidon-class bastion? He asked. Hua Li responded. I can't tell you exactly, but in many ways it's not inferior to the Terminator-class bastion. Lan Jue's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Terminator-class bastion was the North's flagship. It had roughly 2 times the destructive capability of Tyrannosaurus. It had been given its name to commemorate the ascension of the Terminator to Paragon. It was lauded as humanity's single greatest weapon. Tyrannosaurus, Heron and Arachnid together were no match for Terminator. The Terminator himself was its commanding officer. If Terminator was dispatched in the war ahead, Lan Jue was certain its namesake Paragon would be at the helm. The West had always been loath to talk about the Poseidon-class bastion as a matter of national security, so there was no information about its capabilities. However, Hua Li had no reason to deceive them. More than anyone, he grasped the truth of his family's holdings. Lan Cheng nodded. All right, I understand. All right, that's all I got. I have to trouble you to act as a go-between, Hua Li said. But I will reiterate that if the East can't hold, we'll have no choice but to flee. My family must survive. Lan Qing's face never changed. I understand. But I hope that if this cooperation is approved, you don't leave my and Luan soldiers to fend for themselves on the battlefield. And Luan is the tip of the spear. If the East falls, they will be the first to give their lives. After that, if you need to go, then so be it. Hua Li paused. He stared in silence for a moment at Lan Qing, then at Lan Jue. This is for your ears alone, but Poseidon's doors will always be open to you. If the time comes, know you have safe harbor. I'll come for you, no matter the cost. But Lan Jue shook his head. No need for that. As admiral, if I'm not willing to die with my soldiers, then our cause is doomed from the start. If the East's final moments do come, take a Jew and go. Brother! Lan Jue's eyes hardened. If you stay, how can you expect me to go anywhere? You represent the East, but I represent Skyfire Avenue. It's as true for me as it is for you. A leader dies with his people or there's no point in fighting. Zhou Qianlin chuckled. All right. Drink, gentlemen. We get together so rarely, let's not spoil it with such depressing talk. Hell, after what happened to those 3 bastions, we probably don't have a chance anyway. Far as I see it, they've got the upper hand. But anyway, tomorrow, big brother. I'll face the difficulties head on. As he spoke, Zhou Qianlin lifted his glass, and the other 3 followed suit. They threw their glasses back and drained their contents. Lan Jue was the first to leave. He had to deliver Hua Li's proposal to the leadership for consideration. The East's chairman and chiefs of the armed forces were all on Luo, and it was a matter best discussed face to face. Zhu Qianlin left a short time later to begin preparations. Lan Jue hadn't been kidding, so Zhu Qianlin had to be ready to go all out. Only Hua Li and Lan Jue remained, seated across from one another. Lan Jue sighed. This crisis happened too fast. In a blink it swallowed up everyone. Hua Li nodded but changed the subject. Are you going to participate in my wedding? I can't make any promises, Lan Jue replied. Star Division is gathering its strength in preparation to face the enemy. I need to stay on Skyfire. If we move to the east, this won't be a problem. Our Poseidon-class bastion will be stationed near Skyfire. Hua Li announced. Lan Jue answered with a smile. In that case, I'd be happy to. Hua Li went on. I don't really want to get married, but I can't deny Mo Xiao a life of affluence. I feel I've wronged her. Lan Jue looked at him in surprise. If you don't want to marry her, then why go ahead with it? This is a life-altering decision. You still don't like her? A bitter grin touched Hua Li's lips. She was groomed for this from a young age too. She was raised to be my wife. Ever since she could grasp the concept, she knew she would be my partner for the rest of her life. You know, my family had more than 100 prospects, but she distinguished herself. To her, I'm more of a goal. If your future wife saw you as a mission to accomplish, would you like her? Arguably one of the most important issues in China is the idea of sovereignty. It's the impetus behind most, if not all, of their international disputes. Conflicts in Tibet are due to disagreements over what constitutes independence. Taiwan as well. They have a constant simmering disagreement with India about land ownership near the border. Similar gripes are maintained with Korea, Japan, and Russia. Not to mention their claim to the entire South China Sea. There is also a history of selling/leasing territory to the British, Hong Kong, and the Portuguese, Macau. This gives important context to the struggle Lan Jue faces as selling sovereign eastern territory to a foreign entity. 2. A practice that purportedly still goes on in China, though it's super illegal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, Forced Marriage. Chapter 719, Forced Marriage. Lan Jue furrowed his brows. As far as I can tell, Mo Xiao likes you a lot. Hua Li shook his head. It's different, it feels different. She's a good friend, a great partner. But not a wife. I never liked her like that. So why marry? I figure an unhappy marriage isn't any good for the family. Besides, you told me you have someone you love, and it looked like you meant it. What will happen to your love then? A laugh bubbled from Hua Li's lips. The bitterness in it paired with the young man's good looks tugged at Lan Jue's heart. Even he couldn't help but be smitten by him. Marriage is not a choice for me. Mo Xiao is destined to be the mother of Poseidon's next generation. It's our duty to the family, and one I must adhere to. We'll employ technological methods to conceive an heir to carry on the family legacy. Our wedding is just a formality. He paused for a moment before continuing. The one I love doesn't know I love her. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of unrequited love. Lan Jue was stunned. You? Unrequited love? Hell, all you have to do is profess your feelings and I'm sure you could have any girl you want, right? As far as Lan Jue was concerned, there was no better candidate for a husband than Hua Li. But the entertainer in Paragon shook his head with a bitter grin. You don't understand.
Then help me understand, Lan Jue said.
What is going on? I can help you figure it out.
Hua Li was still reticent. I'm afraid of hurting her, and if it doesn't work out we can't keep a friendship.
She has someone she loves, so it isn't my place to say anything.
This love will have to remain buried in my heart and go with me to the grave.
But, holding love for someone is a nice feeling.
All I can do is make sure I don't betray her.
Lan Jue openly gaped at him. I never would have pegged you for a hopeless romantic.
Hua Li chuckled.
There's a lot you don't know. Alright, it's time for me to head back. But before I do, how are you doing? When are you going to break through?
Soon, I suspect, he answered.
You keep working, don't wait for me. You aren't my competition.
Hua Li shrugged.
Maybe we should spar tomorrow, my last shot at kicking you around before you become a paragon.
Lan Jue chortled.
Alright, I'm not afraid of you. Don't think you're going to wail on me just because you're a paragon now. Tomorrow we'll see who beats on who. No doubt, better than sitting idle though.
We'll be the pre-show for Aiching and Aicheng, he said.
Lan Jue wasn't being cocky. After seeing what the harmonious swords did against the Terminator, how would Hua Li be any different?
He also sensed that Qianlin had slipped into a quietude, the sort of quietude an adept enters when they were ready to break through. What that meant was she had also reached the peak of 9th rank. Now that they had reached the threshold together, it was only a matter of time before they were paragons.
Zeta.
As rays of early morning light filtered into his hotel room, Lan Jue stirred from his meditations. His eyes were warm and soft, without a hint of sharpness.
Anyone who did not know him would say he looked like any normal person.
The deeper Lan Jue's comprehension of Taiji became, the calmer and more potent his all-heaven lightning became.
But in that calm was a mystifying aura.
The sensation wasn't merely protogenia, but essence, the essence of all-heaven lightning.
Or to put it another way, more like universal protogenia.
The thunder essence he'd consumed was almost gone, only a third remained to be absorbed. At this point the rate of absorption had quickened considerably. Part of that was the immortal chi, and his discipline had been entirely evolved through the pure lightning element.
Lan Jue was at his peak, stronger than he'd ever been. It could be said he had 1 foot in the realm of protogenia.
With the addition of Captus, his arrogance with Hua Li last night was especially warranted.
Ding dong.
His doorbell rang.
Lan Jue sensed the presence outside. He knew who it was.
When he pulled open the door he saw the stoic face of the pharmacist looking back at him.
You're up? I'm sorry to bother you so early.
Her stony visage cracked into a gentle smile as she walked into Lan Jue's room. She looked like she was back to her old self.
How do you feel after your rest? Lan Jue inquired with a smile of his own.
Very well, thank you, she said.
There's something I wish to speak with you about.
Currently, the 3 alliances are urging their people to gather on the largest planets. The result has been a severe lack of resources. I'd like to use this opportunity to purchase some herbs to ensure the Hall of Supreme Harmony can survive the war. I also plan to concoct a batch of medicine for Star Division troops to carry with them. This should keep casualties to a minimum.
Lan Jue beamed at her. Excellent idea. Where will you go gather the materials? She replied calmly. Several northern planets possess excellent herbs, but Luo seems to have run out. I plan to make a trip to see if I can't discover some on my own. I have to be here for another couple of days.
If you want to wait I can go with you when I'm finished, Lan Jue offered.
She shook her head. We don't have the luxury of time.
Handle your business, and I'll deal with the shopping myself.
I've already arranged transportation. When I find what I need I'll head back to Skyfire directly. The Avenue's chairman nodded.
Alright, just be careful. She smirked as she ruffled his hair with her hand.
She cooed teasingly at him.
Brat, I'm a paragon now, with a legendary godblade at my command.
What danger will I encounter that I can't overcome? Relax. I'll see you.
She patted his shoulder to punctuate her words, then turned to go. However, after only a few steps she stopped and turned her head to look back at Lan Jue. It seemed as though she wanted to say something but in the end reconsidered. She offered a small, friendly smile then swept away down the hall. A sense of disappointment filled Lan Jue's chest as he watched her leave. He understood the pain she carried with her.
Scars like those only got better with time. He left to find his brother and the two went for breakfast. Xu Cheng and Hua Li met up with them then.
Ali, I've spoken with the Eastern leaders. The chairman has gone back to convene a secret session of the National Congress and discuss your offer. Seeing how important it is, you should send some of your people over right away to take part in the discussions. We must also consider how this will affect the East's relationship with the West. Hua Li nodded in understanding. It's not a problem, we've already come up with a plan that involves a few ways for us to deal with the West. I'll have Mo Xiao go and participate in the deliberations herself. As my fiancée, she fully represents the wishes of Poseidon Group. Very well, he replied. When you go back, she can fill you in on the details. Hua Li, smiling, nodded his head. Then his attention turned to Lan Jue. Today is a good day. Not only will our dear friend break through, but I have an ass to kick. I've never won in all the time I've known him, but I think today that'll change. Lan Jue's dark laughter was ominous and pride filled his voice. Don't assume victory yet. We'll see how things end up. Hua Li regarded him with surprise. Well, aren't you full of self-confidence? Even with such a big gap. On paper, the difference between an adept and a paragon was a few letters, but it was a gap about as wide as earth was to heaven. Hua Li was assured in his superiority. Xu Chang, meanwhile, no longer seemed dejected by his encroaching public humiliation. On the contrary, he was calm and did not speak. However, a flickering gray light shimmered in his eyes. Clearly he had worked hard to prepare for today. Chang, I have a problem. Is there anywhere here with an arena that can handle our power? Hua Li asked. Xu Chang's answer betrayed a note of pride. Of course there is, I've already found the place. It belongs to the boss, Terminator. We're in luck because he disappeared somewhere and gave me special approval to use it. Suddenly his voice dropped and he leaned in conspiratorially. You guys didn't see it, but yesterday there was this strange light over Luo. It pierced the clouds and shot out into the atmosphere. I think it was the Terminator, he's going to break through. Lan Chang and Lan Jue shared a quick look. He wasn't wrong about the Terminator's impending breakthrough, but that light hadn't come from him. They took a high-altitude verticar to a familiar location. As expected, it was the arena where the Terminator had taken the Lan brothers just the day before. The ceiling had since been repaired, like nothing had happened. We're up first. Itching to get started, Hua Li threw his arm around Lan Jue's shoulder while a nasty light smoldered in his eyes. He spoke eagerly as he tugged him forward. I have waited so long for this day. But I'll be gentle, don't worry. Lan Jue gave him a flat stare while Zhou Qianlin laughed behind them. I tell you I'd be down, too. You should take a load off, big brother, you can judge the ass whoopin' I'll give your little brother. Lan Jue swung his eyes between the two of them. It looks like you two are invested in being bullies. Hua Li grinned at him, and Xu Chang stood his shoulders back and chest puffed out. They didn't respond, but their body language said all they needed to say. Bring it, Ali. Chang, watch and learn. He gave the order without irritation and walked to the center of the ring. Hua Li watched him go with some small measure of curiosity. He glanced at Xu Chang. I'm suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. He didn't become a paragon and not tell anyone, right? Something doesn't feel right. He hasn't. Go on. Lan Qing quietly replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, Forced Marriage. Chapter 719, Forced Marriage. Lan Jue furrowed his brows. As far as I can tell, Mo Xiao likes you a lot. Hua Li shook his head. It's different, it feels different. She's a good friend, a great partner. But not a wife. I never liked her like that. So why marry? I figure an unhappy marriage isn't any good for the family. Besides, you told me you have someone you love, and it looked like you meant it. What will happen to your love then? A laugh bubbled from Hua Li's lips. The bitterness in it paired with the young man's good looks tugged at Lan Jue's heart. Even he couldn't help but be smitten by him. Marriage is not a choice for me. Mo Xiao is destined to be the mother of Poseidon's next generation. It's our duty to the family, and one I must adhere to. We'll employ technological methods to conceive an heir to carry on the family legacy. Our wedding is just a formality. He paused for a moment before continuing. The one I love doesn't know I love her. I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of unrequited love. Lan Jue was stunned. You? Unrequited love? Hell, all you have to do is profess your feelings and I'm sure you could have any girl you want, right? As far as Lan Jue was concerned, there was no better candidate for a husband than Hua Li. But the entertainer and paragon shook his head with a bitter grin. You don't understand. Then help me understand, Lan Jue said. What is going on?
I can help you figure it out.
Hua Li was still reticent. I'm afraid of hurting her, and if it doesn't work out we can't keep a friendship.
She has someone she loves, so it isn't my place to say anything.
This love will have to remain buried in my heart and go with me to the grave.
But, holding love for someone is a nice feeling.
All I can do is make sure I don't betray her.
Lan Jue openly gaped at him. I never would have pegged you for a hopeless romantic. Hua Li chuckled. There's a lot you don't know. Alright, it's time for me to head back. But before I do, how are you doing? When are you going to break through?
Soon, I suspect, he answered.
You keep working, don't wait for me. You aren't my competition.
Hua Li shrugged.
Maybe we should spar tomorrow, my last shot at kicking you around before you become a paragon. Lan Jue chortled. Alright, I'm not afraid of you. Don't think you're going to wail on me just because you're a paragon now. Tomorrow we'll see who beats on who. No doubt, better than sitting idle though.
We'll be the pre-show for Aiching and Aicheng, he said.
Lan Jue wasn't being cocky. After seeing what the harmonious swords did against the Terminator, how would Hua Li be any different?
He also sensed that Qianlin had slipped into a quietude, the sort of quietude an adept enters when they were ready to break through. What that meant was she had also reached the peak of 9th rank. Now that they had reached the threshold together, it was only a matter of time before they were paragons.
Zeta.
As rays of early morning light filtered into his hotel room, Lan Jue stirred from his meditations. His eyes were warm and soft, without a hint of sharpness.
Anyone who did not know him would say he looked like any normal person.
The deeper Lan Jue's comprehension of Taiji became, the calmer and more potent his all-heaven lightning became.
But in that calm was a mystifying aura.
The sensation wasn't merely protogenia, but essence, the essence of all-heaven lightning.
Or to put it another way, more like universal protogenia.
The thunder essence he'd consumed was almost gone, only a third remained to be absorbed. At this point the rate of absorption had quickened considerably. Part of that was the immortal chi, and his discipline had been entirely evolved through the pure lightning element.
Lan Jue was at his peak, stronger than he'd ever been. It could be said he had 1 foot in the realm of protogenia.
With the addition of Captus, his arrogance with Hua Li last night was especially warranted.
Ding dong. His doorbell rang. Lan Jue sensed the presence outside. He knew who it was.
When he pulled open the door he saw the stoic face of the pharmacist looking back at him.
You're up? I'm sorry to bother you so early.
Her stony visage cracked into a gentle smile as she walked into Lan Jue's room.
She looked like she was back to her old self. How do you feel after your rest? Lan Jue inquired with a smile of his own.
Very well, thank you, she said.
There's something I wish to speak with you about.
Currently, the 3 alliances are urging their people to gather on the largest planets. The result has been a severe lack of resources. I'd like to use this opportunity to purchase some herbs to ensure the Hall of Supreme Harmony can survive the war. I also plan to concoct a batch of medicine for Star Division troops to carry with them. This should keep casualties to a minimum.
Lan Jue beamed at her. Excellent idea. Where will you go gather the materials? She replied calmly. Several northern planets possess excellent herbs, but Luo seems to have run out.
I plan to make a trip to see if I can't discover some on my own. I have to be here for another couple of days. If you want to wait I can go with you when I'm finished, Lan Jue offered.
She shook her head. We don't have the luxury of time.
Handle your business, and I'll deal with the shopping myself.
I've already arranged transportation. When I find what I need I'll head back to Skyfire directly at. The Avenue's chairman nodded.
Alright, just be careful. She smirked as she ruffled his hair with her hand.
She cooed teasingly at him.
Brat, I'm a paragon now, with a legendary godblade at my command.
What danger will I encounter that I can't overcome? Relax. I'll see you.
She patted his shoulder to punctuate her words, then turned to go. However, after only a few steps she stopped and turned her head to look back at Lan Jue. It seemed as though she wanted to say something but in the end reconsidered. She offered a small, friendly smile then swept away down the hall. A sense of disappointment filled Lan Jue's chest as he watched her leave. He understood the pain she carried with her. Scars like those only got better with time. He left to find his brother and the two went for breakfast. Chu Chang and Hua Li met up with them then. Ali, I've spoken with the Eastern leaders. The chairman has gone back to convene a secret session of the National Congress and discuss your offer. Seeing how important it is, you should send some of your people over right away to take part in the discussions. We must also consider how this will affect the East's relationship with the West. Hua Li nodded in understanding. It's not a problem, we've already come up with a plan that involves a few ways for us to deal with the West. I'll have Mo Xiao go and participate in the deliberations herself. As my fiancée, she fully represents the wishes of Poseidon Group. Very well, he replied. When you go back, she can fill you in on the details. Hua Li, smiling, nodded his head. Then his attention turned to Lan Jue. Today is a good day. Not only will our dear friend break through, but I have an ass to kick. I've never won in all the time I've known him, but I think today that'll change. Lan Jue's dark laughter was ominous and pride filled his voice. Don't assume victory yet. We'll see how things end up. Hua Li regarded him with surprise. Well, aren't you full of self-confidence? Even with such a big gap. On paper, the difference between an adept and a paragon was a few letters, but it was a gap about as wide as earth was to heaven. Hua Li was assured in his superiority. Xu Chang, meanwhile, no longer seemed dejected by his encroaching public humiliation. On the contrary, he was calm and did not speak. However, a flickering gray light shimmered in his eyes. Clearly he had worked hard to prepare for today. Chang, I have a problem. Is there anywhere here with an arena that can handle our power? Hua Li asked. Xu Chang's answer betrayed a note of pride. Of course there is, I've already found the place. It belongs to the boss, Terminator. We're in luck because he disappeared somewhere and gave me special approval to use it. Suddenly his voice dropped and he leaned in conspiratorially. You guys didn't see it, but yesterday there was this strange light over Luo. It pierced the clouds and shot out into the atmosphere. I think it was the Terminator, he's going to break through. Lan Chang and Lan Jue shared a quick look. He wasn't wrong about the Terminator's impending breakthrough, but that light hadn't come from him. They took a high-altitude verticar to a familiar location. As expected, it was the arena where the Terminator had taken the Lan brothers just the day before. The ceiling had since been repaired, like nothing had happened. We're up first. Itching to get started, Hua Li threw his arm around Lan Jue's shoulder while a nasty light smoldered in his eyes. He spoke eagerly as he tugged him forward. I have waited so long for this day. But I'll be gentle, don't worry. Lan Jue gave him a flat stare while Zhou Qianlin laughed behind them. I tell you I'd be down, too. You should take a load off big brother, you can judge the ass whoopin' I'll give your little brother. Lan Jue swung his eyes between the two of them. It looks like you two are invested in being bullies. Hua Li grinned at him, and Xu Chang stood his shoulders back and chest puffed out. They didn't respond, but their body language said all they needed to say. Bring it, Ali. Chang, watch and learn. He gave the order without irritation and walked to the center of the ring. Hua Li watched him go with some small measure of curiosity. He glanced at Xu Chang. I'm suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. He didn't become a paragon and not tell anyone, right? Something doesn't feel right. He hasn't. Go on. Lan Qing quietly replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, Lan Jue vs. Poseidon. Chapter 720, Lan Jue vs. Poseidon. Ah, then it's fine. Hua Li trotted after Lan Jue. Xu Chang moseyed over to Lan Qing's side. So how long you think Lan Jue will last? Lan Qing fixed him with a long, uncomfortable look. What makes you think it won't be the other way around? Hey big guy, since when did you become such a favoritist? It's not like you. Xu Chang was honestly surprised. Lan Chang placidly responded. If it were you instead of Lan Jue, it would absolutely be a loss. Not a chance. Lan Jue isn't a paragon, he's better. Lan Qing had come to understand Lan Jue's strength, little by little, over the last few days. He had displayed an incredible talent, and even without the banishing blades he would be an exceptional fighter, no normal peak-ranked adept. Lan Jue stood in the center of the arena, watching Hua Li approach with calm expression. Hua Li stopped a few yards away. Where he stepped, the floor seemed to ripple like the surface of a lake. As he looked at his opponent, surprise twinkled in the paragon's eyes. His surprise came from how Lan Jue interacted with the environment. Somehow he was both apart and separate, like an immortal surveying the lands of humans, and just as arrogant. That arrogance wasn't in his look or posture. Instead, it poured from him like an invisible wind. He was separate from everything because he was superior to it. It surrounded him with a palpable sense of danger. Begin. Lan Jue nodded at Hua Li. His opponent smirked and waggled a finger at him. Hua Li made no attempt to hide the contempt in his gaze. Further discussion was pointless, so Lan Jue made his move. In a blink he appeared in front of Hua Li, driving his palm toward his chest. Hua Li watched him come, standing with his hands clasped at the small of his back like a haughty lord. Just as it seemed Lan Jue's palm strike would land, the area before Poseidon ripples with a pale blue light. Everything took on an aqua hue, and the fighters found themselves in something like an underwater world. It filled everyone with a strange and fantastical sensation. Lan Jue felt like he'd been caught in a quagmire. His arm, in fact his whole body, felt sluggish. The pull of dark undercurrents tugged at him. A strange scene followed. Lan Jue slowly curled his outstretched hand into a fist and hammered it forward. His entire body was enveloped in a hazy black and white aureole. Tides of yin-yang energy dispersed the dark currents and caused the world of blue before his fist to ripple. Hua Li's eyes widened as he watched. Lan Jue's fist became a shimmering resplendent cobalt as it smashed into the Paragon's protective shield. Surprises continued, for the rippled of protogenic power that surrounded them were dispersed like water cast from a basin. All of a sudden it was like gravity returned and everything around Poseidon came splashing down. Lan Jue pressed ahead in his attack. For a moment Hua Li was stunned. What he felt in that punch filled him with fear. However, he was a paragon, with a paragon's speed. The moment Lan Jue broke his defenses, Hua Li became a beam of blue light and vanished. Lan Jue's fist tore through thin air. Hua Li reappeared 10 meters away, far enough, he thought, to avoid Lan Jue's attack. But just as he was getting comfortable, the world of water around him rippled and bolts of crackling lightning appeared all around. As they struck him, he felt the power penetrate down into his bones. Numbness crept into his limbs and through his trunk. The vast cache of energy at his command evaporated like snow in a bonfire. What was this power? He was a paragon, but somehow his energy had been dispersed. It was inconceivable. Lan Jue never stopped. When his punching arm extended as far as it would go, his index finger shot out. A burst of sapphire power surged out, flat at the front like a set hammer. 9 Taiji hammers. Hua Li was numb from head to toe. Dodging was impossible. All at once Hua Li unleashed his true strength. Swells of elemental power undulated around them, and a grand figure appeared from nowhere before him. A beam of metallic blue light erupted force and crashed into the sapphire hammer. Poof! Lan Jue's Taiji hammer was gone, but so was the metallic beam. Hua Li grunted in momentary effort. He'd bought himself enough time to shed the numb sensation stifling him. On the sidelines, Chu Chang was watching in open shock. What was happening? Hua Li was on the defensive? His Majesty Poseidon was making a fool of himself. 1. Lan Jue didn't waste his advantage. He launched himself forward surrounded by lightning, his body disappearing into the crackling power. Although the arena was filled with the manifestation of Hua Li's power, the rippling power was dispersed wherever it came into contact with Lan Jue's electric shell. Lan Jue passed through like there was no resistance at all, without an ounce of speed lost. Neither Chu Chang nor the unfortunate Hua Li had anticipated Lan Jue commanded such dominance. With a low growl, Hua Li's eyes took on a metallic blue light. His body vanished into the warped and quivering sea of power. If before it had been a sea of calm, now it was the ocean in a tempest. Thick waters solidified and pressed in on Lan Jue to try and crush the life out of him. The lightning froze and Lan Jue was revealed again. Only now, his body was enclosed in an orb of glittering translucent sapphire energy. No matter how much of the electric blue energy collapsed upon it, the shield around him broke it apart. Even protogenia seemed to have no effect on his defense. Hua Li's power had no way through. A paragon's greatest advantage over adepts was their control of protogenia. Against Lan Jue, however, that did not appear to be the case. Hua Li reappeared, his face dark with doubt and anxiety. What is this power, Jue? How are you able to unravel protogenia? Lan Jue answered with a grin. It's been too long since we've sparred. You still think you can beat me? Hua Li grunted at him. I haven't showed you my real strength yet. Don't gloat just yet. As he spoke, he reached out and beckoned with his right hand. A halo of blue light radiated from him, replete with divine supremacy. A golden rune in the shape of a trident shimmered into existence upon his forehead and his aura swelled. Pressure like the crushing depths of the ocean strengthened around Lan Jue. The metallic blue light, which was so easily dispersed before, still could not penetrate Lan Jue's defensive shield, but was less quickly defeated. Lan Jue's eyes lit up in excitement. Divine right, the power given to you by your family. You've only achieved the realm of protogenia, but this inheritance lets you command the power of a reflection of heaven and earth. Am I right?
Hua Li gave an imperatorial laugh.
A flash of light deposited a metallic blue trident in his hand.
Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to surrender.
He drew the trident through the air as he spoke, each stroke releasing a wave of golden light.
They rippled through the water-like environment, reflecting and refracting off of one another but relentlessly toward a single target.
When the first wave of golden light struck Lan Jue's shield, it shimmered queerly.
Poseidon's new power was also dispersed, but the power protecting Lan Jue was noticeably weaker.
Such power. As the pressure continued to increase, Lan Jue knew he had to act. A flash of red light briefly lit the arena, and Cactus appeared in his grip.
When it did, the space around him seemed to on the verge of collapsing in on itself. Poseidon's domain was drawn to it, into the gloomy red light like water through a drain.
The pressure began to ease. A corona of red light sprang up around Lan Jue, wide enough to allow half a step in each direction. In that small space he swung the sword around and carved out circles in the air that left behind crimson orbs. The golden light issued from Hua Li's trident fell into the red orbs and vanished like clay statues in a stream.
He can do that, too?
Through his divine right, Hua Li was pressing his opponent with the full range of his strength. Lan Jue had protected himself with tricks and techniques, but the difference had to be more than his non-paragon companion could bear. But the truth was laid bare, and he could hardly believe it. Lan Jue was also in a unique position.
Although the pressure put upon him by Hua Li didn't match the Terminators, he also didn't have Qianlin by his side.
The skill of his Taiji sword melded with Cactus power and his all-heaven lightning. Through their perfect accord he continued to defuse Hua Li's assault.
Poseidon's trident was a mighty astrum, but even it could not contend against a legendary banishing blade.
Ever since fusing with the sword yesterday, he sensed his ties to Cactus had reached new heights. It felt like a natural extension of himself. He flowed through the Taiji sword stances like a fish in water, and Cactus' powers of spacetime manipulation has infused Lan Jue's heart. With each swipe, Lan Jue's grasp of Cactus nature deepened.
He poured his discipline into the blade and felt it amplify.
The immortal chi within his all-heaven lightning resonated with the banishing blade, though only a true immortal would be capable of summoning its full strength.
Control was Cactus' eminency. It was complemented perfectly by the Taiji style.
As he swung around tracing circles through the air, they did more than disperse Hua Li's onslaught. They expanded, joined, and swelled until they formed a net of inexplicable force that covered everything.
1. A play on words. TJSS uses to describe foolish.
Directly translated, it mean to water.
Poseidon, water, you get it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 720, Lan Jue vs. Poseidon. Chapter 720, Lan Jue vs. Poseidon. Ah, then it's fine.
Hua Li trotted after Lan Jue.
Chu Chang moseyed over to Lan Qing's side. So how long you think Lan Jue will last?
Lan Qing fixed him with a long, uncomfortable look.
What makes you think it won't be the other way around? Ah. Hey big guy, since when did you become such a favoritist? It's not like you.
Chu Chang was honestly surprised.
Lan Chang placidly responded. If it were you instead of Lan Jue, it would absolutely be a loss. Not a chance. Lan Jue isn't a paragon, he's better.
Lan Qing had come to understand Lan Jue's strength, little by little, over the last few days. He had displayed an incredible talent, and even without the banishing blades he would be an exceptional fighter, no normal peak-ranked adept. Lan Jue stood in the center of the arena, watching Hua Li approach with calm expression.
Hua Li stopped a few yards away.
Where he stepped, the floor seemed to ripple like the surface of a lake.
As he looked at his opponent, surprise twinkled in the paragon's eyes.
His surprise came from how Lan Jue interacted with the environment. Somehow he was both apart and separate, like an immortal surveying the lands of humans, and just as arrogant. That arrogance wasn't in his look or posture. Instead, it poured from him like an invisible wind.
He was separate from everything because he was superior to it.
It surrounded him with a palpable sense of danger.
Begin. Lan Jue nodded at Hua Li. His opponent smirked and waggled a finger at him.
Hua Li made no attempt to hide the contempt in his gaze. Further discussion was pointless, so Lan Jue made his move. In a blink he appeared in front of Hua Li, driving his palm toward his chest.
Hua Li watched him come, standing with his hands clasped at the small of his back like a haughty lord.
Just as it seemed Lan Jue's palm strike would land, the area before Poseidon ripples with a pale blue light. Everything took on an aqua hue, and the fighters found themselves in something like an underwater world. It filled everyone with a strange and fantastical sensation. Lan Jue felt like he'd been caught in a quagmire. His arm, in fact his whole body, felt sluggish. The pull of dark undercurrents tugged at him. A strange scene followed. Lan Jue slowly curled his outstretched hand into a fist and hammered it forward. His entire body was enveloped in a hazy black and white aureole. Tides of yin-yang energy dispersed the dark currents and caused the world of blue before his fist to ripple. Hua Li's eyes widened as he watched. Lan Jue's fist became a shimmering resplendent cobalt as it smashed into the Paragon's protective shield. Surprises continued, for the ripple of protogenic power that surrounded them were dispersed like water cast from a basin. All of a sudden it was like gravity returned and everything around Poseidon came splashing down. Lan Jue pressed ahead in his attack. For a moment Hua Li was stunned. What he felt in that punch filled him with fear. However, he was a paragon, with a paragon's speed. The moment Lan Jue broke his defenses, Hua Li became a beam of blue light and vanished. Lan Jue's fist tore through thin air. Hua Li reappeared 10 meters away, far enough, he thought, to avoid Lan Jue's attack. But just as he was getting comfortable, the world of water around him rippled and bolts of crackling lightning appeared all around. As they struck him, he felt the power penetrate down into his bones. Numbness crept into his limbs and through his trunk. The vast cache of energy at his command evaporated like snow in a bonfire. What was this power? He was a paragon, but somehow his energy had been dispersed. It was inconceivable. Lan Jue never stopped. When his punching arm extended as far as it would go, his index finger shot out. A burst of sapphire power surged out, flat at the front like a set hammer. 9 Taiji hammers. Hua Li was numb from head to toe. Dodging was impossible. All at once Hua Li unleashed his true strength. Swells of elemental power undulated around them, and a grand figure appeared from nowhere before him. A beam of metallic blue light erupted force and crashed into the sapphire hammer. Poof! Lan Jue's Taiji hammer was gone, but so was the metallic beam. Hua Li grunted in momentary effort. He'd bought himself enough time to shed the numb sensation stifling him. On the sidelines, Chu Chang was watching in open shock. What was happening? Hua Li was on the defensive? His Majesty Poseidon was making a fool of himself. 1. Lan Jue didn't waste his advantage. He launched himself forward surrounded by lightning, his body disappearing into the crackling power. Although the arena was filled with the manifestation of Hua Li's power, the rippling power was dispersed wherever it came into contact with Lan Jue's electric shell. Lan Jue passed through like there was no resistance at all, without an ounce of speed lost. Neither Chu Chang nor the unfortunate Hua Li had anticipated Lan Jue commanded such dominance. With a low growl, Hua Li's eyes took on a metallic blue light. His body vanished into the warped and quivering sea of power. If before it had been a sea of calm, now it was the ocean in a tempest. Thick waters solidified and pressed in on Lan Jue to try and crush the life out of him. The lightning froze and Lan Jue was revealed again. Only now, his body was enclosed in an orb of glittering translucent sapphire energy. No matter how much of the electric blue energy collapsed upon it, the shield around him broke it apart. Even protogenia seemed to have no effect on his defense. Hua Li's power had no way through. A paragon's greatest advantage over adepts was their control of protogenia. Against Lan Jue, however, that did not appear to be the case. Hua Li reappeared, his face dark with doubt and anxiety. What is this power, Jue? How are you able to unravel protogenia? Lan Jue answered with a grin. It's been too long since we've sparred. You still think you can beat me? Hua Li grunted at him. I haven't showed you my real strength yet. Don't gloat just yet. As he spoke, he reached out and beckoned with his right hand. A halo of blue light radiated from him, replete with divine supremacy. A golden rune in the shape of a trident shimmered into existence upon his forehead and his aura swelled. Pressure like the crushing depths of the ocean strengthened around Lan Jue. The metallic blue light, which was so easily dispersed before, still could not penetrate Lan Jue's defensive shield, but was less quickly defeated. Lan Jue's eyes lit up in excitement. Divine right, the power given to you by your family. You've only achieved the realm of protogenia, but this inheritance lets you command the power of a reflection of heaven and earth. Am I right? Hua Li gave an imperatorial laugh. A flash of light deposited a metallic blue trident in his hand. Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to surrender. He drew the trident through the air as he spoke, each stroke releasing a wave of golden light. They rippled through the water-like environment, reflecting and refracting off of one another but relentlessly toward a single target. When the first wave of golden light struck Lan Jue's shield, it shimmered queerly. Poseidon's new power was also dispersed, but the power protecting Lan Jue was noticeably weaker. Such power. As the pressure continued to increase, Lan Jue knew he had to act. A flash of red light briefly lit the arena, and Cactus appeared in his grip. When it did, the space around him seemed to on the verge of collapsing in on itself.
Poseidon's domain was drawn to it, into the gloomy red light like water through a drain.
The pressure began to ease. A corona of red light sprang up around Lan Jue, wide enough to allow half a step in each direction. In that small space he swung the sword around and carved out circles in the air that left behind crimson orbs. The golden light issued from Hua Li's trident fell into the red orbs and vanished like clay statues in a stream.
He can do that, too?
Through his divine right, Hua Li was pressing his opponent with the full range of his strength. Lan Jue had protected himself with tricks and techniques, but the difference had to be more than his non-paragon companion could bear. But the truth was laid bare, and he could hardly believe it. Lan Jue was also in a unique position.
Although the pressure put upon him by Hua Li didn't match the Terminator's, he also didn't have Qianlin by his side.
The skill of his Taiji sword melded with Cactus' power and his all-heaven lightning. Through their perfect accord he continued to defuse Hua Li's assault.
Poseidon's trident was a mighty astrum, but even it could not contend against a legendary banishing blade.
Ever since fusing with the sword yesterday, he sensed his ties to Cactus had reached new heights. It felt like a natural extension of himself. He flowed through the Taiji sword stances like a fish in water, and Cactus' powers of spacetime manipulation has infused Lan Jue's heart. With each swipe Lan Jue's grasp of Cactus' nature deepened. He poured his discipline into the blade and felt it amplify. The immortal chi within his all-heaven lightning resonated with the banishing blade, though only a true immortal would be capable of summoning its full strength.
Control was Cactus' eminency. It was complemented perfectly by the Taiji style.
As he swung around tracing circles through the air, they did more than disperse Hua Li's onslaught. They expanded, joined, and swelled until they formed a net of inexplicable force that covered everything.
1. A play on words. TJSS uses to describe foolish.
Directly translated it mean to water.
Poseidon, water, you get it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 721, Better Than a Paragon. Chapter 721, Better Than a Paragon.
Where Poseidon's protogenia came in contact with Cactus' crimson power, it was either dispersed or devoured. Nothing could stop the spread of the terrifying red power.
How?
Disbelief was writ plain in Hua Li's eyes.
When did Lan Jue get so strong?
Poseidon was a paragon, and he a mere adept. His powers had changed so drastically it was hard to fathom. It was restrained, profound, but also explosive.
Lan Jue's pace suddenly increased.
He swung Cactus in 7 consecutive slashes that were absent the precision and delicacy of before. The red blade lashed with the speed and ferocity of lightning, leaving in its wake 7 jagged streamers of light. They were red and blue, and inside twinkled a mysterious power that made them look like patches of a starry night sky. For Hua Li, it suddenly seemed like everything had gone dim. He felt surrounded and a moment later noticed those slashes had inexplicably appeared around him. They were on him before he could react, assailing him with tremendous pressure.
7-star hammer. Another of the 9 hammers of Taiji.
Lan Jue's sword, as an extension of himself, issued the doughty attack. Hua Li sensed reality around him threatening to collapse, swallowing his energy even before he had a chance to use it. The 7 azure blue orbs of starry light closed in on him. Every one of them birthed a frightening surge of energy that he could feel in his very soul.
This guy.
Divine light sparkled in Hua Li's eyes. His arm shot out abruptly, waving his trident through the air. Golden light gathered all around until it reached a critical mass, then surged out like a tsunami in all directions. An enormous figure appeared once more behind Hua Li, all the Poseidons of the past merged into one. With its appearance a sense of awe and fear pervaded.
Boom!
The ensuing blast was a chaos of red, blue and gold. Their collision covered the arena in a sea of tumultuous power. Lan Jue, perhaps anticipating this, had appeared in the air overhead. His hands were pressing down and the image of Veracana shimmered behind him. A waterfall of myriad colors suppressed the wild energies below from surging out of control. The arena had its own protections, but they'd seen how they could be overcome.
Who knew what sort of tragedy this eruption would wreak on the planet if it were let loose?
The seething torrent of power continued for a full minute before finally abating.
When the dust settled, Chu Cheng peered into the aftermath.
He saw Lan Jue standing firm with the shimmering red sword in hand.
Hua Li was a short distance away, with tousled hair and sporting tattered clothes.
Both men were pale and drained, but it was clear Hua Li had come out the loser in their exchange. Chu Cheng rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then blinked and looked harder. The scene remained the same. It had been real, all of it, the truth was irrefutable.
Hua Li wasn't any better. He swayed slightly on his feet, glaring at Lan Jue. Round 2?
Lan Jue smirked. Once again he lifted the banishing blade, and in response a brilliant blue light appeared from his chest. It grew and spread as the sound of crashing waves filled the air.
But they were not waves, it was a world of electricity. Pure lightning element.
The tide of power didn't undulate or sizzle like lightning, instead calmly filling the space around him.
Capta's angry red light continued to paint the arena in its glow.
Meanwhile, Lan Jue's aura continued to rise.
All of Lan Jue's power coalesced into his focused flow sword technique. Once galvanized, it would be fierce as a thunderbolt, steady as a landslide, and potent as supernova.
Hua Li scowled and shouted.
Enough, no more. This is unfair. Lan Jue chuckled.
Captus dissolved into red light and vanished.
It's one-on-one, how is this unfair? Hua Li made no effort to hide his agitation.
There's something you're using that counteracts my protogenia. I could use none of the advantages of Paragon. My energy far outstrips yours but dissipated the moment it reaches you.
Even if I was truly a reflection of heaven and earth, I couldn't pierce your defense. How is this not cheating? His Majesty Zhou Di must have given you something for you to be able to do this.
You guess wrong, Lan Jue explained.
It's nothing Zhou Di gave me, it's my own discipline.
As he spoke he lifted his hand, revealing an orb of purple lightning rotating in his palm.
All heaven lightning.
After intense cultivation, the inherently wild nature of all heaven lightning had been stripped. It was now calm and restrained. All the more frightening when it was unleashed. The final clash of their exchange, Lan Jue's 7-star hammer and all heaven lightning, had nearly routed Hua Li's divine right-empowered protogenia. It frightening him, and forced him to employ the full breadth of his power and protogenia to defend himself. Even then he had only just managed. If Lan Jue had been a true paragon, even that likely would have failed.
Hua Li stared at Lan Jue with a conflicted look.
It seems clear I won't surpass you in my lifetime.
If you've reached this level already, why delay your breakthrough? Lan Jue smiled. I'm waiting for her.
Hua Li paused. After a moment, though, he nodded.
I understand.
Lan Chang had returned to Chu Chang's side. His low, calm voice arose.
Our turn.
Chu Chang answered with a nervous chuckle.
After watching that exchange, I'm pretty lacking in confidence.
Then I'll beat some faith into you, he answered. Chu Chang then turned to Lan Jue and offered a sheepish and apologetic smile.
Hey Jue, forget what I said earlier, yeah? I'm on your side, always will be.
Hua Li, the backstabber, he just wanted to bully you because you hadn't broken through yet.
But me? Thought never crossed my mind.
In fact, just the idea is despicable. I struggle to believe you have any moral integrity, Hua Li snapped.
You think because I can't beat him I can't kick your ass?
Chu Cheng puffed out his chest.
Wait till I break through in a minute, then we'll see if you're as good as you think. Enough nonsense. Hurry up.
Lan Chang fixed him with an intolerant and irritated look.
Then in a flash he was within the center of the arena.
Lan Jue and Hua Li removed themselves to the outside borders of the arena.
Hua Li poked him. So what's that discipline called?
All heaven lightning, he replied.
I borrowed the name from old legends. My thunderbolt powers were yang-based.
I evolved it with the help of yin-based lightning and a chunk of thunder essence I was lucky enough to come across.
The result was what you experienced today. You shouldn't feel discouraged, it's no loss of face to lose to me. I didn't lose. I was afraid to hurt you. If I'd have used my full strength I'd have taken you. Hua Li muttered. Lan Jue chuckled but didn't refute his claim. You don't believe me?
Hua Li shot his a glare.
Oh yeah. I believe you, I believe you.
His words assured Hua Li, but the look on his face betrayed how he really felt.
Hua Li shot back indignantly.
My bloodline has the power to absorb the full force of the oceans. I become one with the inherent protogenia of the sea. It comes at a cost, but it also pushes me into a whole new level of power. You're strong, but all your abilities are still just based in discipline.
Dispersing my protogenia was draining for you, too, and if I were stronger you wouldn't be able to keep up.
Lan Jue was bemused by his friend's competitive spirit.
Alright, enough. You win, alright?
Hua Li wanted to continue his gripe, but Lan Chang and Chu Cheng had already begun their contest. Lan Chang stood, still and silent.
No echo of power radiated from him, but none was needed.
He bore himself like an indomitable force and his presence alone was subduing.
Even Huali and Lan Jue on the far side of the arena could clearly sense it. One could imagine what Chu Chang was feeling. His narrowed eyes overflowed with licking gray flames, and everything around him seemed drained of life and color. A pervading sense of death hung around him like a cloud. He was much stronger now than he had been during the Great Adept tournament, that much was clear. The fires of Hades danced around him like silken threads, thick with nuanced power. His control was absolute. Chu Chang didn't wait for his aura to reach full strength. In a flash his body disappeared into the void while Lan Chang was surrounded by macabre gray light. It was as though in a moment they'd been transported to the underworld. Just then, a translucent gray streak descended from above. It raced toward Lan Chang, nothing held back. The Enluan Admiral was a paragon, a reflection of heaven and earth in fact, so Chu Chang had to respond with unmitigated force. His first strike came from the ancestral weapon of his bloodline, Hades' falchion. When the gourmet ascended to paragon he forsook the name Hades, and instead took the title Infernal Vanguard. In part that was outside of his ability to choose since he didn't bear Hades' falchion. He didn't feel qualified to take the name and lead his family. Instead the weapon was bequeathed to Chu Chang. It purified the deathly fires he commanded, increasing its strength and penetration. Just being in the falchion's presence felt like it was devouring one's soul. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 721, Better Than a Paragon. Chapter 721, Better Than a Paragon.
Where Poseidon's protogenia came in contact with Captus Crimson power, it was either dispersed or devoured. Nothing could stop the spread of the terrifying red power.
How?
Disbelief was writ plain in Huali's eyes.
When did Lan Jue get so strong?
Poseidon was a paragon, and he a mere adept. His powers had changed so drastically it was hard to fathom. It was restrained, profound, but also explosive.
Lan Jue's pace suddenly increased.
He swung Captus in 7 consecutive slashes that were absent the precision and delicacy of before. The red blade lashed with the speed and ferocity of lightning, leaving in its wake 7 jagged streamers of light. They were red and blue, and inside twinkled a mysterious power that made them look like patches of a starry night sky. For Huali, it suddenly seemed like everything had gone dim. He felt surrounded and a moment later noticed those slashes had inexplicably appeared around him. They were on him before he could react, assailing him with tremendous pressure.
7-star hammer. Another of the 9 hammers of Taiji.
Lan Jue's sword, as an extension of himself, issued the doughty attack. Huali sensed reality around him threatening to collapse, swallowing his energy even before he had a chance to use it. The 7 azure blue orbs of starry light closed in on him. Every one of them birthed a frightening surge of energy that he could feel in his very soul.
This guy.
Divine light sparkled in Huali's eyes. His arm shot out abruptly, waving his trident through the air. Golden light gathered all around until it reached a critical mass, then surged out like a tsunami in all directions. An enormous figure appeared once more behind Huali, all the Poseidons of the past merged into one. With its appearance a sense of awe and fear pervaded.
Boom!
The ensuing blast was a chaos of red, blue and gold. Their collision covered the arena in a sea of tumultuous power. Lan Xin, perhaps anticipating this, had appeared in the air overhead. His hands were pressing down and the image of Veracana shimmered behind him. A waterfall of myriad colors suppressed the wild energies below from surging out of control. The arena had its own protections, but they'd seen how they could be overcome.
Who knew what sort of tragedy this eruption would wreak on the planet if it were let loose?
The seething torrent of power continued for a full minute before finally abating.
When the dust settled, Chu Chang peered into the aftermath.
He saw Lan Jue standing firm with the shimmering red sword in hand. Huali was a short distance away, with tousled hair and sporting tattered clothes. Both men were pale and drained, but it was clear Huali had come out the loser in their exchange. Chu Chang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then blinked and looked harder. The scene remained the same. It had been real, all of it, the truth was irrefutable.
Huali wasn't any better.
He swayed slightly on his feet, glaring at Lan Jue.
Round 2?
Lan Jue smirked. Once again he lifted the banishing blade, and in response a brilliant blue light appeared from his chest. It grew and spread as the sound of crashing waves filled the air.
But they were not waves, it was a world of electricity. Pure lightning element.
The tide of power didn't undulate or sizzle like lightning, instead calmly filling the space around him.
Captus' angry red light continued to paint the arena in its glow.
Meanwhile, Lan Jue's aura continued to rise.
All of Lan Jue's power coalesced into his focused flow sword technique.
Once galvanized, it would be fierce as a thunderbolt, steady as a landslide, and potent as supernova.
Hua Li scowled and shouted.
Enough, no more. This is unfair. Lan Jue chuckled.
Cactus dissolved into red light and vanished.
It's one-on-one, how is this unfair? Hua Li made no effort to hide his agitation.
There's something you're using that counteracts my protogenia. I could use none of the advantages of Paragon. My energy far outstrips yours but dissipated the moment it reaches you.
Even if I was truly a reflection of heaven and earth, I couldn't pierce your defense. How is this not cheating? His Majesty Zhou Di must have given you something for you to be able to do this.
You guess wrong, Lan Jue explained.
It's nothing Zhou Di gave me, it's my own discipline.
As he spoke, he lifted his hand, revealing an orb of purple lightning rotating in his palm.
All heaven lightning.
After intense cultivation, the inherently wild nature of all heaven lightning had been stripped. It was now calm and restrained. All the more frightening when it was unleashed. The final clash of their exchange, Lan Jue's 7-star hammer and all heaven lightning, had nearly routed Hua Li's divine right-empowered protogenia. It frightening him, and forced him to employ the full breadth of his power and protogenia to defend himself. Even then he had only just managed. If Lan Jue had been a true paragon, even that likely would have failed.
Hua Li stared at Lan Jue with a conflicted look.
It seems clear I won't surpass you in my lifetime.
If you've reached this level already, why delay your breakthrough? Lan Jue smiled. I'm waiting for her.
Hua Li paused. After a moment, though, he nodded.
I understand.
Lan Chang had returned to Chu Cheng's side. His low, calm voice arose.
Our turn.
Chu Cheng answered with a nervous chuckle.
After watching that exchange, I'm pretty lacking in confidence.
Then I'll beat some faith into you, he answered. Chu Cheng then turned to Lan Jue and offered a sheepish and apologetic smile.
Hey Jue, forget what I said earlier, yeah? I'm on your side, always will be.
Hua Li, the backstabber, he just wanted to bully you because you hadn't broken through yet.
But me? Thought never crossed my mind.
In fact, just the idea is despicable. I struggle to believe you have any moral integrity, Hua Li snapped.
You think because I can't beat him I can't kick your ass?
Chu Cheng puffed out his chest.
Wait till I break through in a minute, then we'll see if you're as good as you think. Enough nonsense. Hurry up.
Lan Cheng fixed him with an intolerant and irritated look. Then in a flash he was within the center of the arena. Lan Jue and Hua Li removed themselves to the outside borders of the arena.
Hua Li poked him. So what's that discipline called?
All heaven lightning, he replied.
I borrowed the name from old legends. My thunderbolt powers were yang-based.
I evolved it with the help of yin-based lightning and a chunk of thunder essence I was lucky enough to come across.
The result was what you experienced today. You shouldn't feel discouraged, it's no loss of face to lose to me. I didn't lose. I was afraid to hurt you. If I'd have used my full strength I'd have taken you. Hua Li muttered. Lan Jue chuckled but didn't refute his claim. You don't believe me?
Hua Li shot his a glare.
Oh yeah. I believe you, I believe you.
His words assured Hua Li, but the look on his face betrayed how he really felt.
Hua Li shot back indignantly.
My bloodline has the power to absorb the full force of the oceans. I become one with the inherent protogenia of the sea. It comes at a cost, but it also pushes me into a whole new level of power. You're strong, but all your abilities are still just based in discipline.
Dispersing my protogenia was draining for you, too, and if I were stronger you wouldn't be able to keep up.
Lan Jue was bemused by his friend's competitive spirit.
Alright, enough. You win, alright?
Hua Li wanted to continue his gripe, but Lan Chang and Chu Cheng had already begun their contest. Lan Chang stood, still and silent.
No echo of power radiated from him, but none was needed.
He bore himself like an indomitable force and his presence alone was subduing.
Even Hua Li and Lan Jue on the far side of the arena could clearly sense it.
One could imagine what Chu Cheng was feeling. His narrowed eyes overflowed with licking gray flames, and everything around him seemed drained of life and color. A pervading sense of death hung around him like a cloud. He was much stronger now than he had been during the Great Adept tournament, that much was clear. The fires of Hades danced around him like silken threads, thick with nuanced power. His control was absolute. Chu Cheng didn't wait for his aura to reach full strength. In a flash his body disappeared into the void while Lan Chang was surrounded by macabre gray light. It was as though in a moment they'd been transported to the underworld.
Just then, a translucent gray streak descended from above. It raced toward Lan Jue, nothing held back.
The Enluan Admiral was a paragon, a reflection of heaven and earth in fact, so Zhou Qianlin had to respond with unmitigated force. His first strike came from the ancestral weapon of his bloodline, Hades' falchion. When the gourmet ascended to paragon, he forsook the name Hades, and instead took the title Infernal Vanguard. In part that was outside of his ability to choose since he didn't bear Hades' falchion. He didn't feel qualified to take the name and lead his family. Instead, the weapon was bequeathed to Zhou Qianlin. It purified the deathly fires he commanded, increasing its strength and penetration. Just being in the falchion's presence felt like it was devouring one's soul. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 722, Zhou Qianlin advances. Chapter 722, Zhou Qianlin advances.
When he saw the strike, Lan Jue quietly nodded his head. He wasn't the only one to advance, his companions were all getting stronger. For the four divine monarchs, strength had always been a priority for each of them.
Ting! The ringing sound brought Lan Jue's attention back to the fight.
Lan Jue had lifted his right hand and, with only his middle finger, flicked away Hades' falchion.
The astrum responded with a low rumble and the whole body of the blade vibrated.
Zhou Qianlin's world of solemn grey grew dimmer and more obscure. In front of Lan Jue a single grey door appeared. Another sword slash burst out from the door as it opened.
From overhead, Hades' falchion descended to join it.
The two attacks supplemented each other as they raced for the center of Lan Jue's chest.
Ting!
Lan Jue never flinched and fell back a step as his middle finger knocked the danger away. His body began to glow with a faint golden aura. The emanation of enlightenment and compassion swelled his oppressive aura at the same time. Even from their vantage, Hua Li and Lan Jue were finding it hard to breathe.
Such pressure! Hua Li even gasped audibly. What this big brother's true strength?
Hades' falchion flitted through the air, coming at Lan Jue with blinding speed from every direction to try and flit past his defenses. Lan Jue never counterattacked, and simply flicked or slapped away the blade whenever it got close. Still, his aura strengthened. It swelled with every passing moment, rose with every breath to pulverize them in an indescribable power. In the midst of that pressure, the whole arena started to quake. Zhou Qianlin's attacks had slowed as they tried to fight through the influence of Lan Jing's emulsions. Golden light shone brighter around Lan Jue until he was a blazing silhouette.
Any time Hades' falchion got closer to the deathly aura it bore was dispersed. Its desperate efforts were only getting weaker.
This was clearly a one-sided contest.
Just this and already you can't keep up? Do you want to be a paragon? Lan Jing's disdainful taunt rolled like thunder through the room. A flash of light revealed Zhou Qianlin suspended in air.
Lan Jing's call had forced him to appear. His gray eyes had become a seething blood red, and he burned with pride and a thirst for victory that made his aura flare. They all knew Lan Jue was their better, but deep in their hearts who didn't want to put the soldier in his place? The suffocating pressure collapsed. Zhou Qianlin threw his head back and released a wild scream into the air that summoned a majestic ashen aura. The influence of his power continued to spread through the area, and he slashes Hades' falchion held tight in his white-knuckle grip. Each vicious cut birthed a blinding flash and the shadow of strange archaic runes. Zhou Qianlin himself was ripped apart. Splintering parts of himself were swallowed into the 9 runes that hung in the air. As he vanished, the runes overlapped one another, causing Hades' falchion to blaze with a staggering light before shooting ahead. A streak of burning power was left in its wake. Lan Jing's lips turned up in a smirk. He stamped a foot forward and punched his right hand. The surreal image of Vairocana appeared behind him. The Buddha's resplendent light mingled with the glow of compassion from Lan Jue, and together they enveloped Hades' falchion. The 9 runes along the astrum's surface burned as it struggled against the light. Then, Lan Jing's punch landed. First the falchion shook, then thrown back. Its 9 runes were shed and hung in the air. Suddenly, everything stopped. The crushing pressure, Vairocana, Lan Jue, everything vanished without a trace. In the ensuing stillness, the grey light from Hades' falchion bloomed. As though they were reawakened, the runes surged with pulsing waves of energy. Zhou Qianlin appeared in the midst of those runes, seated cross-legged in midair with his eyes closed. All around him the world roiled in a state of flux. Sometimes the nightmarish image of the river Styx and its fetid, poison water prevailed. Sometimes it was a blazing sun ready to swallow the world. All throughout the grey fires of the underworld rose in staggering columns. His powers were raging out of his control. Wild tempests of protogenia appeared and vanished in the same moment. But the period of calamity was short-lived. Suddenly and with tremendous force, a pulse of pure protogenic effusion exploded through the arena. For a moment they were immersed in the underworld.
Everything was drained of color, and a deathly stillness hung over everything. Success! Lan Jue's eyes lit up as he watched. He and Huali were protected beneath a shell of golden power. Lan Qing had joined them by their side. Lan Qing had slowly built pressure since the fight's outset. He urged on Chu Cheng's fighting will, and then, when the pressure was at its greatest, he removed it. With nothing to contend against, Chu Cheng's power gushed out to fill the vacuum and transformed him from an adept into a paragon. Lan Jue smirked as he watched the dramatic display. I'm the last one. I never thought that'd be the case. Huali's response was less than sympathetic. So what? You're not a paragon, but I still struggled against you. Lan Jue's chortling laughter responded. Stop fussing. When I break through, I'll protect you. Huali stared at him. So you say, but you better keep your word. You aren't going to meditate on the changes in his protogenia? Lan Jue shook his head. No need. My protogenia is solid and I know my path. I need no more guidance. He wasn't exaggerating, for with the addition of the immortal Qi and all his experience with other paragons, he knew precisely what he needed to do. Humanity now had a new paragon among them. This time it was the North who would celebrate their good fortune. Chu Cheng's ascension also marked the return of the Hades bloodline. First the infernal vanguard, now him. Unless things changed, they had the power necessary to wrest the Dark Citadel from the hands of Satan. The three monarchs remained to look after Chu Cheng. The process of breaking through was sometimes long and sometimes short. It depended on the individual's comprehension and protogenic control. For Chu Cheng, he had many benefits in his favor, contributing to his rise. The clairvoyance gift of the Ember Blossom pendant guided him. Recultivating at his peak had tempered his abilities further, culminating in the military training he'd undergone to lead his people. All of that helped push him to this point. Lan Jue quietly informed the gourmet, who then alerted his family. Before long, the old patriarch of the Hades bloodline, Chu Yun, appeared with the current head of the family, Chu Dong. Several other notable members of the clan had also come. Chu Yun wept openly as he saw his grandson in the midst of his breakthrough. He had waited for more years than he could remember for this moment. After 2 days and 2 nights, Chu Cheng completed his transformation. Once it was done, the North rang with trumpets and cheering cries. No good news had come to their alliance since the defeat in the Shattered Starfields. But now they had a new paragon to protect them in this dark hour, Hades. He was placed at the bottom of the paragon list. Once the Chu family took over their friend's vigil, Lan Chang and Lan Jue left Luo and returned to Skyfire. There was much that required their attention. Once they returned, Lan Chang left almost immediately. Lan Jue didn't know what business he had to attend to. As for Lan Jue, he didn't need to ask the Avenue what was needed before receiving some bad news. Daddy, Mommy wanted me to give this to you. Lan Jue looked at the small girl in his arms and felt his heart inexplicably seize. Junior had come to see him shortly after he'd returned to Zeus' jewelry shop. She'd come by herself. With the help of her psionic projection helmet, Junior walked the streets like anyone else. A holodisc player was gripped in her tiny hands. Lan Jue thought back to when the pharmacist left them on Luo. He knew what it was even before looking at it. I'll check it later. How about you and me go get some food? What do you think? He spoke tenderly. He didn't want to watch it with her, it would be too frightening and painful. But the little soothsayer shook her head and smiled. No. Mama said she wants me to watch it with you. She said there's something for me, too, but that I had to wait for you, Daddy. I waited. Am I a good girl? He pinched her pudgy white cheeks. Yes, you are. All right, let's see. Lan Jue set up the projector and hit play. It spat forth a beam of light that painted an image in the air before them. It was the pharmacist. As always, she was garbed in traditional Chinese clothing, a silken chipa with intricately woven flowers scattered across a white backdrop. Her long hair was meticulously kept in a bun on top of her head without a single hair out of place. Lan Jue. I hope you don't mind me using your name instead of your title. I'm sorry I deceived you. All the years of suffering came crashing back in that moment. Breaking through also released the barriers I'd built in my heart, and I was flooded with all the pain I'd hidden away. I thought for a long time, thought about everything he and I went through. We grew up together, learned together, fell in love. In the end, we were the most important people in each other's lives. Ever since, I have fought my hardest to suppress these feelings. Junior gave me faith to keep going on. I fooled myself into thinking he'd just encountered some accident. But he was strong enough to make it. I can't hold on to that lie anymore. The image of the pharmacist paused as she fought the sadness welling up within her. He dead. There's no escaping that fact. There probably isn't even anything left of him, but my heart can't take it. I can't fight it anymore, I must find him. No matter the consequence, even if it means my death, I have to go. I know it's a foolish choice and will end in failure, but I believe you understand what I'm feeling. I need to find anything that remains of the man I love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, Zhou Qianlin advances. Chapter 722, Zhou Qianlin advances. When he saw the strike, Lan Jue quietly nodded his head. He wasn't the only one to advance, his companions were all getting stronger. For the four divine monarchs, strength had always been a priority for each of them. Ting! The ringing sound brought Lan Jue's attention back to the fight. Lan Cheng had lifted his right hand and, with only his middle finger, flicked away Hades' falchion. The astrum responded with a low rumble and the whole body of the blade vibrated. Zhu Cheng's world of solemn grey grew dimmer and more obscure. In front of Lan Cheng a single grey door appeared. Another sword slash burst out from the door as it opened. From overhead Hades' falchion descended to join it. The two attacks supplemented each other as they raced for the center of Lan Cheng's chest. Ting! Lan Cheng never flinched and fell back a step as his middle finger knocked the danger away. His body began to glow with a faint golden aura. The emanation of enlightenment and compassion swelled his oppressive aura at the same time. Even from their vantage, Hua Li and Lan Cheng were finding it hard to breathe. Such pressure! Hua Li even gasped audibly. What, this big brother's true strength? Hades' falchion flitted through the air, coming at Lan Cheng with blinding speed from every direction to try and flit past his defenses. Lan Cheng never counterattacked, and simply flicked or slapped away the blade whenever it got close. Still his aura strengthened. It swelled with every passing moment, rose with every breath to pulverize them in an indescribable power. In the midst of that pressure the whole arena started to quake. Zhu Cheng's attacks had slowed as they tried to fight through the influence of Lan Cheng's emulsions. Golden light shone brighter around Lan Cheng until he was a blazing silhouette. Any time Hades' falchion got closer to the deathly aura it bore was dispersed. Its desperate efforts were only getting weaker. This was clearly a one-sided contest. Just this and already you can't keep up? Do you want to be a paragon? Lan Cheng's disdainful taunt rolled like thunder through the room. A flash of light revealed Zhu Cheng suspended in air. Lan Cheng's call had forced him to appear. His grey eyes had become a seething blood red, and he burned with pride and a thirst for victory that made his aura flare. They all knew Lan Cheng was their better, but deep in their hearts who didn't want to put the soldier in his place? The suffocating pressure collapsed. Zhu Cheng threw his head back and released a wild scream into the air that summoned a majestic ashen aura. The influence of his power continued to spread through the area, and he slashes Hades' falchion held tight in his white-knuckle grip. Each vicious cut birthed a blinding flash and the shadow of strange archaic runes. Zhu Cheng himself was ripped apart. Splintering parts of himself were swallowed into the 9 runes that hung in the air. As he vanished the runes overlapped one another, causing Hades' falchion to blaze with a staggering light before shooting ahead. A streak of burning power was left in its wake. Lan Cheng's lips turned up in a smirk. He stamped a foot forward and punched his right hand. The surreal image of Vairocana appeared behind him. The Buddha's resplendent light mingled with the glow of compassion from Lan Cheng, and together they enveloped Hades' falchion. The 9 runes along the astrum's surface burned as it struggled against the light. Then, Lan Cheng's punch landed. First the falchion shook, then thrown back. Its 9 runes were shed and hung in the air. Suddenly, everything stopped. The crushing pressure, Vairocana, Lan Cheng, everything vanished without a trace. In the ensuing stillness the grey light from Hades' falchion bloomed. As though they were reawakened, the runes surged with pulsing waves of energy. Zhu Cheng appeared in the midst of those runes, seated cross-legged in midair with his eyes closed. All around him the world roiled in a state of flux. Sometimes the nightmarish image of the river Styx and its fetid, poison water prevailed. Sometimes it was a blazing sun ready to swallow the world. All throughout the grey fires of the underworld rose in staggering columns. His powers were raging out of his control. Wild tempests of protogenia appeared and vanished in the same moment. But the period of calamity was short-lived. Suddenly and with tremendous force, a pulse of pure protogenic effusion exploded through the arena. For a moment they were immersed in the underworld. Everything was drained of color, and a deathly stillness hung over everything. Success! Lan Jue's eyes lit up as he watched. He and Hua Li were protected beneath a shell of golden power. Lan Cheng had joined them by their side. Lan Cheng had slowly built pressure since the fight's outset.
He urged on Chu Cheng's fighting will, and then, when the pressure was at its greatest, he removed it. With nothing to contend against, Chu Cheng's power gushed out to fill the vacuum and transformed him from an adept into a paragon.
Lan Jue smirked as he watched the dramatic display. I'm the last one.
I never thought that'd be the case.
Hua Li's response was less than sympathetic. So what?
You're not a paragon, but I still struggled against you.
Lan Jue's chortling laughter responded. Stop fussing. When I break through, I'll protect you.
Hua Li stared at him. So you say, but you better keep your word.
You aren't going to meditate on the changes in his protogenia? Lan Jue shook his head. No need. My protogenia is solid and I know my path.
I need no more guidance. He wasn't exaggerating, for with the addition of the immortal Qi and all his experience with other paragons, he knew precisely what he needed to do.
Humanity now had a new paragon among them.
This time it was the North who would celebrate their good fortune.
Chu Cheng's ascension also marked the return of the Hades bloodline.
First the infernal vanguard, now him. Unless things changed, they had the power necessary to wrest the Dark Citadel from the hands of Satan. The three monarchs remained to look after Chu Cheng. The process of breaking through was sometimes long and sometimes short, it depended on the individual's comprehension and protogenic control. For Chu Cheng, he had many benefits in his favor contributing to his rise.
The clairvoyance gift of the Ember Blossom pendant guided him.
Recultivating at his peak had tempered his abilities further, culminating in the military training he'd undergone to lead his people. All of that helped push him to this point.
Lan Jue quietly informed the gourmet, who then alerted his family.
Before long, the old patriarch of the Hades bloodline, Chu Yun, appeared with the current head of the family, Chu Dong. Several other notable members of the clan had also come. Chu Yun wept openly as he saw his grandson in the midst of his breakthrough. He had waited for more years than he could remember for this moment.
After 2 days and 2 nights, Chu Cheng completed his transformation.
Once it was done, the North rang with trumpets and cheering cries. No good news had come to their alliance since the defeat in the Shattered Starfields. But now they had a new paragon to protect them in this dark hour, Hades. He was placed at the bottom of the paragon list.
Once the Chu family took over their friend's vigil, Lan Chang and Lan Jue left Luo and returned to Skyfire.
There was much that required their attention.
Once they returned, Lan Chang left almost immediately. Lan Jue didn't know what business he had to attend to.
As for Lan Jue, he didn't need to ask the Avenue what was needed before receiving some bad news.
Daddy, Mommy wanted me to give this to you.
Lan Jue looked at the small girl in his arms and felt his heart inexplicably seize. Juner had come to see him shortly after he'd returned to Zeus' jewelry shop. She'd come by herself. With the help of her psionic projection helmet, Juner walked the streets like anyone else. A holodisc player was gripped in her tiny hands.
Lan Jue thought back to when the pharmacist left them on Luo. He knew what it was even before looking at it. I'll check it later. How about you and me go get some food? What do you think? He spoke tenderly.
He didn't want to watch it with her, it would be too frightening and painful. But the little soothsayer shook her head and smiled.
No. Mama said she wants me to watch it with you.
She said there's something for me, too, but that I had to wait for you, Daddy.
I waited. Am I a good girl?
He pinched her pudgy white cheeks.
Yes, you are. All right, let's see.
Lan Jue set up the projector and hit play. It spat forth a beam of light that painted an image in the air before them. It was the pharmacist. As always, she was garbed in traditional Chinese clothing, a silken chipa with intricately woven flowers scattered across a white backdrop. Her long hair was meticulously kept in a bun on top of her head without a single hair out of place.
Lan Jue. I hope you don't mind me using your name instead of your title.
I'm sorry I deceived you. All the years of suffering came crashing back in that moment. Breaking through also released the barriers I'd built in my heart, and I was flooded with all the pain I'd hidden away.
I thought for a long time, thought about everything he and I went through. We grew up together, learned together, fell in love. In the end, we were the most important people in each other's lives.
Ever since I have fought my hardest to suppress these feelings.
Juner gave me faith to keep going on. I fooled myself into thinking he'd just encountered some accident. But he was strong enough to make it. I can't hold on to that lie anymore.
The image of the pharmacist paused as she fought the sadness welling up within her.
He'd dead. There's no escaping that fact. There probably isn't even anything left of him, but my heart can't take it.
I can't fight it anymore, I must find him.
No matter the consequence, even if it means my death, I have to go. I know it's a foolish choice and will end in failure,
but I believe you understand what I'm feeling. I need to find anything that remains of the man I love. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 723, Duty Bound to Rescue. Chapter 723, Duty Bound to Rescue. Tears streaked down the pharmacist's face, twinkling like small crystals.
Of course she knew her decision was foolish and emotional.
But years of pain bubbling up to the surface was impossible to ignore. Lan Jue wanted to hit something.
He'd known she wasn't in her right mind, but he'd believed her and let her go. However, he also knew he wouldn't have been able to stop her. He remembered that she'd been about to say something but held back. Suddenly the sentimental and reluctant look in her eyes that day made sense. I suspect my chances of coming back are slim.
Junior has grown and has all of the avenue to look after her. That brings me peace.
Don't tell her what I'm doing, just tell her that I've gone far away and I won't be back for a long time.
I've locked this with your fingerprint to ensure she can't see it.
I'm sorry, Junior, but I can't wait anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
The hologram stopped here and the pharmacist's image vanished.
Mama. Mama.
Junior squirmed uncomfortably. Lan Jue understood right away that the little one had lied to him. But how could he criticize her now after what they'd seen?
There was no question as to her destination. She was after the alien planets.
Her goal was also plain as the nose on his face. She was on a suicide mission to make them pay for what they'd done to her late husband.
Junior, don't rush. I'm going to go get your mother back, all right?
He hugged her tightly to his chest, using his warm embrace to try and soothe her.
But Junior was calm.
She spoke plainly.
Mama will come back. Definitely. Go and get her, Daddy, you're the only one who can.
Lan Jue's heart sank, for he knew the dangers and the likely outcome.
Could he bring her back?
It didn't matter what the answer to that question was, he had to try. He had to, for Junior, for himself.
Let me take you back, Junior. Then I'm going to go find your mom.
He carried her from Zeus' jewelry store with hurried steps and told no one of what they'd seen. After dropping her off at the Skyfire Museum, he left immediately for the airship hangars. Lan Jue knew it clear, he had to go on this journey alone. The chances they would have the alien planets was high, and the chance of coming back very low. Yet despite that he had to go, because if he didn't the pharmacist's death was assured. Perhaps if he were lucky the pharmacist would get lost in the starfields and he'd have a chance to convince her to come back.
Lan Jue quickly took a verticar to the hangar, boarded Zeus 1 and departed Skyfire.
He'd had no time to rest before his next mission. Once he was free of the planet's atmosphere, he urged Zeus 1 to top speed and raced for the shattered starfields. He dialed a number into the ship's systems.
Shouldn't you be on Skyfire? Lan Qing's face appeared on the screen. Lan Jue wasted no time. Something came up that needed handling right away. The pharmacist has gone after the alien planets by herself to seek revenge. I need to find a way to stop her. I'm by myself and it will be dangerous. If I don't come back, he trailed off.
He hadn't brought Ling Guogua and thus had no way to hide his presence from alien patrols.
He didn't want to force anyone to share the dangerous situation he was putting himself in. Lan Qing's brows furrowed. Do you understand how irresponsible this is? Star Division needs you, all of Skyfire Avenue needs you. How can you act on impulse like this and rush off alone? Lan Jue sighed. Look, I understand everything you're saying and I understand the responsibilities that have been put on me. But you know me, you know the kind of person that I am.
If I didn't help when my friends were in need, then I wouldn't be me.
I'm sorry, I need you to tell Skyfire Avenue.
If I don't make it back, then Xiaosu will be in command of Star Division.
She's the best choice. I'll do whatever I can to stay safe and come home.
Lan Xing stared at him through the screen for a long time.
Eventually he replied. Be careful. Yeah, okay.
He hung up, then blocked all further communications.
Once the word got back to the Avenue, he knew people would be trying to get him to come back.
However, it was already too late to change his mind. He was going to save the pharmacist for the benefit of Junior and the woman herself, even if she didn't want it.
Zeus 1 shot through space like a comet. He set the ship on cruise control and shut his eyes. He needed to gather his thoughts. He didn't want to die, but the only way to bring he and the pharmacist back in one piece was to have a plan. Her goal was to find her husband, or exact vengeance for his murder. That meant that she was searching for the alien planets, specifically Monarch. If the Violet Prince was to be believed, that was the one that had killed him all those years ago. Altus was there.
If Lan Jue wanted to stop her, his best shot was somewhere around Monarch. That meant that evading aliens along the way was paramount. Zeus 1 could cloak and Lan Jue had some psionic skill, though nothing like Lin Jue. His ship was small and he didn't have the photographer of Wine Master here to make a quick getaway. If he was discovered, his only recourse was to kill or run. That was a real problem. Strong as he was, there were limits to the number of creatures he could handle himself. Oh, but wait. He wasn't alone. He'd hesitated to bring her, but in the end Qianlin had remained safely tucked away in his spirit. He'd made her a promise that no matter what they would stay together. Zeus 1 had undergone many upgrades over the last couple of years, and that showed itself in its speed. There likely was no other ship in its class that could catch it. Lan Jue hoped that would be enough to stop the pharmacist. It wasn't easy to make it to the starfields from Luo. Getting a ship was one thing, but then she had to navigate the infamously difficult starfields by herself. Even if she found a safe route, it wasn't certain she'd find the planets. It was actually farther to the planet's last known location from Luo than it was from Skyfire. Once she was in the starfields, her progress would also be considerably slowed. Only Xiaosu could navigate the broken currents of asteroids with speed and dexterity. Space travel was a lengthy process, and therein lay his chances to catch up with the pharmacist. Xiaosu wasn't piloting Zeus 1 this time. However, several trips and a state-of-the-art onboard computer was enough for Lan Jue to manage, he was confident. A couple days of travel later, he'd arrived. As he plunged into the starfields, Lan Jue engaged the ship's cloak. He wasn't reckless, he tried to remain under the enemy's radar. No one knew what the planets were like now, or what they were up to. But just the fact they were there meant the starfields was a place fraught with dangers. Things seemed unsettlingly still, even more than his last visit. It was probably because all life had been stolen from this sector. The swath he traveled was vast. Who knew how much the enemy had gained from their systematic sweep? Huali was probably right in his analysis. Even the aliens were limited in how far they could evolve. They strove to break free of the restraints imposed by universal protogenia, but it was not so easy. Once more Lan Jue was faced with just how little humanity understood about their foe. He was on yet another scouting mission, Lan Jue mused helplessly, though this one was not his choice. This visit was far more dangerous since his target was the strongest known enemy they faced. Keep it slow, sis. You need to give me a chance to catch up. Lan Jue didn't drive Zeus 1 directly to Monarch's location, he wasn't that foolish. If he did, he was far more likely to run into patrols first. Then he'd be forced to face them, possibly a lot of them. After discovering the aliens' ability to psionically locate their targets, Skyfire Avenue dedicated a lot of energy toward learning more. The Keeper had designed something called a psionic generator which, after some testing, was able to perform at roughly one-third the capabilities of Lin Jue. Of course, it didn't have anywhere near the flexibility of the psychic tide, meaning it could only emulate a few kinds of enemy pulses. Hardly stellar, but at least it held some use. At least it extended Zeus 1's safety net. Still, Zeus 1 was small and the technology was new. It was hard to say how effective it would be in practice. Yet, Lan Jue had no choice but to rely on it. Lan Jue's first destination was the small base they'd built for Zeus 1. It was the best place for him to launch his search. Lan Jue knew from the beginning that approaching the planets in Zeus 1 was impossible. The only way he could get close was by himself. But going solo with limited equipment also had its advantages. He was a small target. Star Division's former base camp was still there, the same as it had always been. Lan Jue coaxed his ship into the hidden valleys on the small planet's surface, then gathered some supplies and set out on his own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, Duty Bound to Rescue. Chapter 723, Duty Bound to Rescue. Tears streaked down the pharmacist's face, twinkling like small crystals. Of course she knew her decision was foolish and emotional. But years of pain bubbling up to the surface was impossible to ignore. Lan Jue wanted to hit something. He'd known she wasn't in her right mind, but he'd believed her and let her go. However, he also knew he wouldn't have been able to stop her. He remembered that she'd been about to say something but held back. Suddenly the sentimental and reluctant look in her eyes that day made sense. I suspect my chances of coming back are slim. Junior has grown and has all of the avenue to look after her. That brings me peace. Don't tell her what I'm doing, just tell her that I've gone far away and I won't be back for a long time. I've locked this with your fingerprint to ensure she can't see it. I'm sorry, Junior, but I can't wait anymore. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The hologram stopped here and the pharmacist's image vanished. Mama.
Mama! Junior squirmed uncomfortably.
Lan Jue understood right away that the little one had lied to him.
But how could he criticize her now after what they'd seen? There was no question as to her destination, she was after the alien planets.
Her goal was also plain as the nose on his face. She was on a suicide mission to make them pay for what they'd done to her late husband.
Junior, don't rush. I'm going to go get your mother back, alright?
He hugged her tightly to his chest, using his warm embrace to try and soothe her.
But Junior was calm.
She spoke plainly.
Mama will come back. Definitely. Go and get her, Daddy, you're the only one who can.
Lan Jue's heart sank, for he knew the dangers and the likely outcome.
Could he bring her back?
It didn't matter what the answer to that question was, he had to try. He had to, for Junior, for himself.
Let me take you back, Junior. Then I'm going to go find your mom.
He carried her from Zhou's jewelry store with hurried steps and told no one of what they'd seen. After dropping her off at the Skyfire Museum, he left immediately for the airship hangars. Lan Jue knew it clear, he had to go on this journey alone. The chances they would have the alien planets was high, and the chance of coming back very low. Yet despite that he had to go, because if he didn't the pharmacist's death was assured. Perhaps if he were lucky the pharmacist would get lost in the starfields and he'd have a chance to convince her to come back.
Lan Jue quickly took a verticar to the hangar, boarded Zeus 1 and departed Skyfire.
He'd had no time to rest before his next mission. Once he was free of the planet's atmosphere, he urged Zeus 1 to top speed and raced for the shattered starfields. He dialed a number into the ship's systems.
Shouldn't you be on Skyfire? Lan Qing's face appeared on the screen. Lan Jue wasted no time. Something came up that needed handling right away. The pharmacist has gone after the alien planets by herself to seek revenge. I need to find a way to stop her. I'm by myself and it will be dangerous. If I don't come back, he trailed off.
He hadn't brought Linguagua and thus had no way to hide his presence from alien patrols.
He didn't want to force anyone to share the dangerous situation he was putting himself in. Lan Qing's brows furrowed. Do you understand how irresponsible this is? Star Division needs you, all of Skyfire Avenue needs you. How can you act on impulse like this and rush off alone? Lan Jue sighed. Look, I understand everything you're saying and I understand the responsibilities that have been put on me. But you know me, you know the kind of person that I am.
If I didn't help when my friends were in need, then I wouldn't be me.
I'm sorry, I need you to tell Skyfire Avenue.
If I don't make it back, then Xiaosu will be in command of Star Division.
She's the best choice. I'll do whatever I can to stay safe and come home.
Lan Xing stared at him through the screen for a long time.
Eventually he replied. Be careful. Yeah, okay.
He hung up, then blocked all further communications.
Once the word got back to the Avenue, he knew people would be trying to get him to come back. However, it was already too late to change his mind. He was going to save the pharmacist for the benefit of Junior and the woman herself, even if she didn't want it. Zeus 1 shot through space like a comet. He set the ship on cruise control and shut his eyes. He needed to gather his thoughts. He didn't want to die, but the only way to bring he and the pharmacist back in one piece was to have a plan. Her goal was to find her husband, or exact vengeance for his murder. That meant that she was searching for the alien planets, specifically Monarch. If the Violet Prince was to be believed, that was the one that had killed him all those years ago. Altus was there. If Lan Jue wanted to stop her, his best shot was somewhere around Monarch. That meant that evading aliens along the way was paramount. Zeus 1 could cloak, and Lan Jue had some psionic skill, though nothing like Linguagua. His ship was small and he didn't have the photographer of Wine Master here to make a quick getaway. If he was discovered, his only recourse was to kill or run. That was a real problem. Strong as he was, there were limits to the number of creatures he could handle himself. Oh, but wait. He wasn't alone. He'd hesitated to bring her, but in the end Qianlin had remained safely tucked away in his spirit. He'd made her a promise that no matter what they would stay together. Zeus 1 had undergone many upgrades over the last couple of years, and that showed itself in its speed. There likely was no other ship in its class that could catch it. Lan Jue hoped that would be enough to stop the pharmacist. It wasn't easy to make it to the starfields from Luo. Getting a ship was one thing, but then she had to navigate the infamously difficult starfields by herself. Even if she found a safe route, it wasn't certain she'd find the planets. It was actually farther to the planet's last known location from Luo than it was from Skyfire. Once she was in the starfields, her progress would also be considerably slowed. Only Xiaosu could navigate the broken currents of asteroids with speed and dexterity. Space travel was a lengthy process, and therein lay his chances to catch up with the pharmacist. Xiaosu wasn't piloting Zeus 1 this time. However, several trips and a state-of-the-art onboard computer was enough for Lan Jue to manage, he was confident. A couple days of travel later, he'd arrived. As he plunged into the Staffield's, Lan Jue engaged the ship's cloak. He wasn't reckless, he tried to remain under the enemy's radar. No one knew what the planets were like now, or what they were up to. But just the fact they were there meant the Starfields was a place fraught with dangers. Things seemed unsettlingly still, even more than his last visit. It was probably because all life had been stolen from this sector. The swath he traveled was vast, who knew how much the enemy had gained from their systematic sweep? Huali was probably right in his analysis, even the aliens were limited in how far they could evolve. They strove to break free of the restraints imposed by universal protogenia, but it was not so easy. Once more Lan Jue was faced with just how little humanity understood about their foe. He was on yet another scouting mission, Lan Jue mused helplessly, though this one was not his choice. This visit was far more dangerous since his target was the strongest known enemy they faced. Keep it slow, sis. You need to give me a chance to catch up. Lan Jue didn't drive Zeus 1 directly to Monarch's location, he wasn't that foolish. If he did, he was far more likely to run into patrols first. Then he'd be forced to face them, possibly a lot of them. After discovering the aliens' ability to psionically locate their targets, Skyfire Avenue dedicated a lot of energy toward learning more. The Keeper had designed something called a psionic generator which, after some testing, was able to perform at roughly one-third the capabilities of Lan Jue. Of course it didn't have anywhere near the flexibility of the psychic tide, meaning it could only emulate a few kinds of enemy pulses. Hardly stellar, but at least it held some use. At least it extended Zeus 1's safety net. Still, Zeus 1 was small and the technology was new. It was hard to say how effective it would be in practice. Yet, Lan Jue had no choice but to rely on it. Lan Jue's first destination was the small base they'd built for Zeus 1. It was the best place for him to launch his search. Lan Jue knew from the beginning that approaching the planets in Zeus 1 was impossible. The only way he could get close was by himself. But going solo with limited equipment also had its advantages. He was a small target. Star Division's former base camp was still there, the same as it had always been. Lan Jue coaxed his ship into the hidden valleys on the small planet's surface, then gathered some supplies and set out on his own. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724, Teleportation, Altus. Chapter 724, Teleportation, Altus. Thor's promise shimmered with an internal light. Then, in a flash, an enormous sapphire figure appeared suspended in space. Lan Jue placed the psionic generator and blinding stone within Thor's central gem lattice, then boarded the mecha to calibrate. Thor had been upgraded along with Zeus 1 when Lan Jue had gone to visit his father. Zhu D had fitted the mecha with an important assembly unit called a focal pool. It could accommodate all sorts of power gems in such a way as to have them work seamlessly together. With the blinding stone equipped, Thor could cloak itself from view as Zeus 1 had. The psionic generator was more complicated, but after some modifications to the operating procedures, Lan Jue made it compatible with Thor. Concealing the mecha would be easier than a whole ship, and safer. Seated within the mecha's cockpit, Lan Jue felt at home. It was like a piece of him was returned. He carefully flooded the suit with all heaven lightning. Thor was constructed with a slew of rare materials that either resisted or amplified electric conduction. It had cost Lan Jue dearly in both effort and funds to construct. His discipline was different now, stronger, so he wasn't sure the suit could support it. He stole a moment in his rescue mission to make sure it could. All heaven lightning wasn't just destruction, for within pure destruction was the seeds of life. Thunder Essence was an example, where the tremendous power of tribulation lightning struck the most powerful lifeforms down or lifted them up. Thor started to shimmer with a strange dark blue light. In the dim expanse of space it looked black, but when a star's light bathed it, the machine sparkled like a sapphire. He shot off into space. Lan Jue's hands immediately fell into a familiar rhythm as they danced over Thor's controls. Under the cover of Zeus 1's equipment he was as invisible as space dust, and slipped through the starfield silent as a specter. His target was the alien planets. A mechasuit could not compare to a spaceship in regards to speed, but Lan Jue was an important factor. Thor's current pilot was a different man than he had been, time had molded him into something better. He was nearly a paragon, and with the benefit of Qianlin's help he could fill the suit with enough energy to maintain lightspeed travel for long periods. So far everything was going his way. His only hope, the pharmacist hadn't reached those evil worlds yet. He'd gotten a late start, but he was fast in taking a direct route. As he neared the planets, alien patrols began to appear. Thor's radar was extended as far as it would go to give its pilot time to react. When a creature appeared, Lan Jue kept his distance. At range, the psionic generator might fool his enemies, but its efficacy was greatly reduced the closer he came. In the end, it came down to how well Lan Jue could fly. Thankfully, space was a big place, and the aliens were few and far between. He maintained lengthy separation but pressed ever inward toward his target. He leaned upon his knowledge and experience fighting the beasts to know which ones were the most dangerous. As he came upon one kind of alien or another, he knew what measures to take in order to remain hidden. After some time, the alien worlds appeared in the distance. He'd lost count how many times he'd seen these planets, but each time he was filled with a pervading sense of dread. He spotted Queen first, fully recovered from the damage Arachnid had wrought. She and the other two seemed smaller than they had been. All of them were surrounded in a hazy purple atmosphere, and a sense of stillness prevailed. They seemed dormant. Lan Jue found a sizable asteroid and settled Thor atop it. He didn't dare get close to the planets now. Instead, he would use his mecha's remote monitoring equipment to learn what he could. Were they hibernating? He couldn't tell, nor did he know if the pharmacist had arrived or not. Lan Jue watched his screens with a frown. He wanted to save the pharmacist, but he wouldn't foolishly throw himself into the enemy's net if she were already captured or killed. He'd stop her only if he had the chance, otherwise it would be a pointless sacrifice. "You're not here yet, sis. I know you haven't gotten here yet." Communicators were useless out here because of the interference and weak signal, even for Zeus 1. For Thor, radio silence was the only option. He tried to reach the pharmacist several times before entering the starfields, but she must have had her communications system disabled. Thor stood on the surface of the asteroid, still like it was just another feature of its topography. Lan Jue continued to watch his equipment and hope. As he looked on, aliens continued to come and go from the planets and everything seemed normal. He spotted a few breeds he'd never seen before, which he carefully recorded in the event he made it back. If he wasn't able to stop the pharmacist, he didn't want the trip to be a total waste. 24 hours passed quickly, with Lan Jue vigilantly scanning for any trace of his friend. He was beginning to feel restless. If the pharmacist had already arrived and the planets were this quiet, it meant he'd missed his chance. Each of these worlds were stronger than his father, stronger than the greatest human alive. What chance did he have if the pharmacist was in their grasp? The minute he got in close, he would be captured and slain. But it would likely be worse. Lan Jue thought about the Violet Princess' desire to couple with him and steal his DNA. The thought made him shudder. It was too frightening to ponder what would happen if he were caught. His mind turned to Zhou Qianlin. Her spirit had stirred from its meditations. She was now at the peak of 9th rank just like him. Perhaps when they returned to Skyfire they would isolate and prepare for the next step. Once they broke through and mastered their banishing blades, perhaps they could find some means to come to grip with the alien menace. 72 hours. Lan Jue decided that was the cutoff. If no trace of the pharmacist was found by then, it meant she was likely already dead. He would have to leave. Time marched on, and Lan Jue's heart sank with each passing minute. "Sis, have you already?" 37 hours passed. She should have arrived by now, if his guesses of her speed and trajectory had been correct. But there was no sign of her. Wait. Lan Jue's heart was heavy. Suddenly his pupils dilated as he stared into the distance. His mind snapped to laser focus. Something was happening with the planets. They stirred from their slumber and began to swell. The stagnant purple atmosphere roiled and became an ominous violet, like the planet was coming back to life. It's awake? What's it doing? Lan Jue poured Thor's processing power into the psionic generator. At the same time, he focused inward to slow his breathing and heart rate. Thor's secondary systems quieted, leaving only the generator and blinding stone running. Lan Jue did all he could to make himself part of the rock that surrounded him. In the black cockpit of the mecha, Lan Jue watched as the alien raiders poured toward the expanding planets. A dark premonition filled his mind. At first, the number of aliens returning to the planets were relatively small. An hour later they'd become a flood of writhing purple bodies, more than he could count. As the beasts returned the worlds they disappeared into continued to grow. That familiar vortex arose at their center, rotating like a perpetual tempest. However, there was no traction as he expected. Instead, light around the planets started to warp and shift. They were going to teleport. Lan Jue knew where his premonition had come from. These alien worlds were getting ready to move. Damn! Were they ready for their invasion? He stared at them, wide-eyed and in shock. He couldn't warn anyone, not even if he got back to his ship. If the alien worlds were headed for the human territories, then where? Even if he could warn the others, who would he warn? It was already too late. Lan Jue didn't anticipate this. The trip was supposed to be a rescue mission. He didn't know he would be here to witness the start of an invasion. Suddenly his dark thoughts were interrupted by a streak of white in the distance. It began as a single point of light which gradually became brighter until it blazed like a star. Where its light fell, a murderous sensation followed. Sis! Lan Jue almost shouted. That unbridled thirst for slaughter had to come from the pharmacist's sword, Sacrifices, the deadliest of the banishing blades. She must have seen the planets preparing to leave and chose this moment to strike. It was the first time Lan Jue saw a banishing blade wielded by a paragon, as a conduit to one's power. When he looked closer he saw what the light was coming from, a sword over 10,000 meters long that forced reality around it to crack. Black streaks' energy crackled like dark lightning through the canvas of white light. They were undiluted blasts of murderous intent. The terrifying flood of power was difficult to describe. Aliens continued to return at the planet's call, but those unfortunate enough to bear near the white light were instantly eliminated. He shuddered as he watched, for their destruction was as cruel as the bloodlust that white light contained. All heaven lightning swept his foes away beneath a flood of overwhelming power. But Sacrifices did not kill that way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, To the Rescue. Chapter 725, To the Rescue. Anything that came close to the light Sacrifices released was cut apart by 100,000-minute slices. The aliens were diced again and again until there was nothing left of them but lacerated atoms. Sacrifices was a ship-sized meat grinder. He could sense immediately that the pharmacist had prepared for this moment for a long time. Her will permeated the aura and galvanized it. Lan Jue's instinct was to rush forward and get to her, but it would be impossible. Even if he and Qianlin had prepared and met her with their harmonious sword style, it still might not be enough to withstand Sacrifices. His choices were limited. What could he do if he couldn't stop her? Flee? Fight? Lan Jue grit his teeth as Thor's systems came back online. Thor was a conflagration of blue light that overwhelmed its blinding stone as the mecha launched toward Sacrifices. Even a paragon didn't have the energy necessary to bear this sword without effort. When her strength failed, that would be his chance to end her foolhardy crusade. But if the planets abandoned their teleportation and joined the fight, their chances of survival were slim to none. Zeta. The pharmacist's target was simple: Monarch. Humanity's war with the aliens was not new by this point. There was some level of familiarity with the enemy, knowledge which served the pharmacist. She knew that attacking the central vortex was useless. The only way to do damage to these terrible alien worlds was to hit them directly. She had been watching and waiting. By coincidence she had arrived only about 4 hours after Lan Jue. Though her heart was filled with enmity, she was no fool. She knew her mission was not easy, in fact it was likely impossible. A single person meant nothing against a foe the size of a planet. But none of that mattered in the face of her all-consuming purpose, to get her husband's sword back. From time immemorial the banishing blades were the greatest weapons ever created. She knew that somewhere within the legendary sword was some residual spark of her husband's spirit. She needed it back to feel some part of him again. When she'd arrived the planets were still hibernating. If she wanted any chance at succeeding she had to bide her time. Of course, she had no concept of what that chance would be. Still she had come alone, and that gave her patience to find the right moment. She'd slipped into a stillness not unlike her unwitting foes and waited. She saved her energy for the final fight. As a paragon and with the help of Sacrifices she could hide herself better than Lan Jue and Thor. She'd been practically invisible until this moment. When it seemed the planets were preparing to teleport, the pharmacist knew her time had come. As her will flooded Sacrifices and the sword awakened, she could sense Ulta's presence. She knew where it was being held and that was where she focused her assault. She pressed forward, holding nothing back. Her own protogenia was consumed as the blade drank everything up to fuel its bloodlust. It empowered her, making her attacks more potent than they ever had been. Maybe Sacrifices would carve her up too, she thought. But she didn't mind, she just wanted to see that piece of her husband one last time. Close and closer she came. Her body and mind were as one, focused on her singular purpose. Her heart beat against her chest. My love, I'm here. If your soul is out there, make Ultus heed my call. Come back. The command echoed through her mind, through her sword. Beneath the hunger for destruction lingered pain and loneliness. The white light ripped through space.
Just when Oxisis seemed poised to clash with Monarch's roiling violet atmosphere, reality warbled uncomfortably.
Oxisis vanished. Then, a moment later, its white light brazenly reappeared on the planet's surface.
The 10,000-meter-long sword buried itself in the alien world.
A golden beam shot from Monarch's surface. Its appearance bore a sharpness that seemed to defy reality. Though it was not as brilliant in hue as snow-white Oxisis, its power was more tightly compacted. White and gold collided. Ting!
A sound that seemed to shudder the pillars of the universe rang out.
Rippled ran through the vortices in all three alien worlds.
The white light dimmed and the pharmacist re-emerged in the space near Monarch. Her face was pale as a ghost, like there was no blood left within her. She had put every ounce of herself in that attack. In this moment, besides what was needed to keep her alive in space, she was as weak and frail as a normal human. In her hand Oxisis shivered. But more frightening than her feeble condition was the look in her eyes as she stared at the sword, and the one holding it. The sword was gold from top to pommel. It was simple, much like Oxisis in appearance. It was gripped in the hands of a man in his mid-30s. His body was hidden beneath long violet robes, but his handsome face was left uncovered. Long black hair splayed out behind his angular and handsome features, and the whole of him shimmered with a faint golden glow.
He was like a perfect representation of an ancient emperor. 1.
And his deep violet eyes were staring right back at the pharmacist.
For a moment the two stared at one another.
Then, slowly, the man lifted the golden sword to strike. Only just then his whole body shook. The aura of power around his weapon fluctuated frantically, and he pressed his other hand against his head. He winced, as though in terrible pain. Not a moment later a flash of blue light swept by and swallowed up the pharmacist.
A streak of brilliant color was left in its wake and streaked into the distance.
Two beams of violet light erupted from the surface of Monarch and into the heavens, giving chase.
They moved with unparalleled speed and seemed poised to quickly overtake the blue streak. Just then, a deep and commanding voice boomed through space. "Return!"
The golden figure left in a flash, leaving behind a trail of fading golden silhouettes. The two beams of violet returned just as quickly as they left, as though they were two baseballs knocked back toward Monarch. A sweeping light of yellow gold appeared in the blue light's path and intersected with it. There was a brilliant eruption of color, and then nothing.
Zeta.
On the surface of Monarch. The man with the golden sword slowly recovered. The look on his face was icy cold, and when he spoke his words were like frozen daggers.
"You dare hinder me. Still your will lingers. Good, very good.
Then they shall be allowed to flee this time." The two beams of purple light descended from heaven in a flash and terminated before the man in purple. The figures of the Violet Prince and Princess emerged. Both of them prostrated themselves before the man.
"Monarch!"
"Humph!"
With the grunt the central whirlpools of power within each planet swelled.
They grew until the whole world was swallowed up. When the light reached its brightest point there was a sudden flash, followed by darkness.
The three planets were gone. Zeta.
The pale yellow light eventually stopped, settling on the small planetoid Lan Jue had parked Zeus one upon.
Thor's sparkling sleek figure emerged.
But there was also someone else, glaring at the mecha with eyes hard enough to crumble mountains. Thor's chestplate hissed open and Lan Jue stepped out, carrying the pale and stupefied pharmacist. He didn't dare lift his head to face the other man.
"Father, I'm sorry," he muttered to the ground.
Indeed, the one who saved them in their moment of need had been none other than Zhou, the only one who could.
No other living creature could have delivered them from the clutches of the prince and princess.
Zhou floated to the ground and stood before his son. His voice was cold and cruel.
"Get on the ship. We'll discuss this on the way back."
"Yes, father."
Lan Jue replied obediently.
He didn't need to ask to know that Lan Xing had told Zhou about Lan Jue's plan. His father had come a long way to save him. Lan Jue stole a furtive glance, and while Zhou seemed fine, pangs of regret stabbed at Lan Jue's chest.
He knew every time Zhou used his powers, universal protogenia burned away some of his life force. Zeus 1 lifted off and began the journey back home. With no alien planets or patrols to worry about, their path was quick and direct. Lan Jue inwardly prayed the planets hadn't transferred to the east.
Humans were selfish creatures, and he was no exception. At times like this, who didn't hope tragedy fell upon others rather than their own friends and family?
"Sister, are you all right?"
He looked toward the pharmacist, seated beside him with that same dull expression.
Ever since using the sword she seemed lost, or somehow sealed away. Even her eyes didn't move. Lan Jue was suddenly reminded of Juner's words.
She had told him her mother would be fine, that only he could bring her back. It seemed she'd been right once again. Her prophetic skills were getting stronger. Zhu Di stood by Lan Jue's side staring out of a window. His face was dark and solemn. Lan Jue dropped his head again, his face heavy with concern.
Are you all right, father?
Zhu Di stared at him with hard eyes.
If you would stop making trouble for me, I'd be fine. They definitely teleported into human territory. I'm going to rest. It looks like staying out of it isn't an option for me anymore. Get us back to Skyfire, your brother's waiting. Lan Jue paused. Shouldn't he be on Enluan? Zhu Di answered. This doesn't conflict. You'll understand once we return.
He didn't give Lan Jue any chance to bother him further. Walking off to one corner, he settled on the floor and began to meditate. The aliens were undoubtedly about to visit destruction upon the worlds of man, yet Lan Jue's heart was accomplished what he'd set out to do. The pharmacist was back safely.
He'd deal with the aliens when they got back. 1. Yellow is the color of the emperor in ancient China.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 726, He's Not Dead. Chapter 726, He's Not Dead.
Lan Jue's mind wandered back to the man he'd saved the pharmacist from, and the golden sword he'd borne.
That had to have been Altus. Did that mean the one who used Altus against Toxisis was the true master, monarch? Just in human form.
Somehow he wasn't as perfect as the Violet Prince and Princess.
He's not dead. The pharmacist's soft voice startled Lan Jue.
He snapped his head her way.
Who? He asked instinctively.
But a moment later his pupils contracted as the thought crossed his mind.
You mean that was your husband?
The pharmacist's stunned eyes had regained some spirit, and leaked bitter tears as she nodded her head.
It was him. I would know him no matter what they've done. He'd not dead, that was him. Only he wielded Altus like that.
The pharmacist lifted her hand, and it was then Lan Jue spotted the wound. A rivulet of fresh blood dripped from her pale skin onto Zeus One's floor.
Sis, are you alright? Why isn't the wound healing? Small injuries like the one on her hand should have healed quickly as a paragon.
She shook her head.
No, don't let it. This is my chance.
She stretched out her hand and revealed her palm to Lan Jue. What he saw was the cut, but it was strange.
It looked like a rune, or a picture.
A picture that was carved by a dozen precise slices.
Lan Jue fumbled for his nearby instruments and snapped a photo to record it.
The pharmacist was in a trance as he did.
He was your husband? Then why?
She bitterly shook her head.
It was him, and it wasn't. I had waited for my moment to strike.
When I did, when all of me was pushed through the sword, that's when it felt at clearest. I thought if I could just find Altus, it might have a piece of him left in it.
I never thought I'd see him. Unless I'm mistaken, the aliens must have sensed Altus' power when they captured him. But they can't use it, they don't have a human's blood to call on the spirit of the weapon.
So they kept your husband, and are using him to control the sword. I don't know what it means exactly, but I'm right, my husband is still alive and under the monster's control. But when I arrived there was a moment, when the two of us clashed, that he fought back. For just a second he was himself. A wisp of his consciousness shot out at me and I blocked the blow with my hand. I heard him. He said, "Search."
Search?
Lan Jue was a smart man, it didn't take him long to puzzle out the meaning.
The picture on your hand has something to do with the banishing strategy?
The pharmacist nodded.
I only just digested what I felt. Thank you, Jue. Without you I likely wouldn't have survived.
He stopped the alien from killing me, but I was too weak to escape. Lan Jue smiled sheepishly.
You know that was way too risky. You can't just think of yourself, you have Junior to consider.
That little girl can't be denied her mother. The pharmacist's head dropped.
I'm sorry.
I was consumed with my loss, losing him was like losing my heart. At least Junior still had you, and I believed you would take care of her.
How could you be so foolish as to bring Zhu Di along to save me? What if you... Lan Jue didn't explain.
He didn't tell her he'd come by himself and Zhu Di had chased after.
It's fine, it's all in the past. We know your husband is safe and his mind is whole. We still have a chance. We can defeat these monsters to get him back. You don't need to go rushing into danger anymore, right? Yes. She answered with a resolute nod.
She was drained, but her spirit was strong. Her eyes sparkled with fervent light to know her love still lived.
She couldn't have asked for better news. She had a reason to keep living. We'll learn what we can from this rune when we return.
It has to have something with our inheritance from Celestial Master Qian. When I find a lead, Yumi and Qianlin will go search for the banishing strategy.
With the strategy and by virtue of the banishing blades, we'll get him back and destroy those damned aliens.
If there was anything that could accomplish such a feat, it was these swords. Lan Jue thought they were legends until he and Qianlin joined with them. Only once he felt the outstanding power they bore, then he understood. The pharmacist turned her head and lightly kissed his face.
Thank you, brother.
She rose to her feet and separated herself to another part of the ship, where she began to meditate. Lan Jue felt a warmth pass through him.
If he hadn't had come, the pharmacist would be gone.
He'd never have seen the smile of joy that touched her lips. The danger they'd faced was worth it. He gathered his focus and steered Zeus-1 from the shattered starfields. Only once he left the starfields and got in contact with Lan Chang and the Avenue would he know more about where the alien planets disappeared to.
All-out war had finally come.
His only hope was that humanity didn't suffer too greatly.
Zeta.
Distant starlight danced on the surface of the Bastion ship. Terminator, flagship of the Northern military, hovered in the vast emptiness.
Terminator's admiral was a man named Brown.
Admiral Brown wasn't only the captain of this mighty ship, but also the right hand of the Northern Armed Forces. He was a truly powerful man in the world of fighters, second only to the commander-in-chief.
That was the president.
Admiral Brown cast a longing glance at the circular side table next to his desk. Atop it sat a dozen of his most favorite spirits, some of the best ever made. Among them were prime examples of Chinese rice wine 1, Old Scottish whiskey, and others.
1.
No one outside of China thinks Chinese rice wine, or baijiu, is good for anything other than stripping paint. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 727, Terminator Class, Surrounded. Chapter 727, Terminator Class, Surrounded. Admiral Brown had sworn off all alcohol until the alien threat was dealt with. He needed a sober mind, it was the only way to fight an overwhelming foe. He was also responsible for the ship until its commander arrived. He'd received news a few days ago that His Majesty the Terminator was locked away in seclusion. Once he exited his hermitage stronger, he would come to take personal command of the Bastion. He'd carefully gone over all the data recovered from the Battle of the Starfields, where Tyrannosaurus, Heron and Arachnid were defeated at the hands of the alien worlds. He understood his foe well.
Not only were they strong, they were legion, and some were frighteningly powerful by their own right.
Tyrannosaurus Admiral had almost been cut down by just one of them. Luckily, paragons from Skyfire Avenue had been on board. If they hadn't, Tyrannosaurus likely would have fallen. War was on the horizon, it could break out at any moment. The northern economy was struggling under the weight of that promise. Society was in turmoil. If this problem wasn't solved soon, citizens would start to react negatively. Admiral Brown sighed and shook his head.
He was stuck out here patrolling the borders of the north, looking after two important planets. Lua was under guard by Tyrannosaurus and two other bastions.
Terminator was a powerful weapon of war. Eventually the threat of its presence would be brought to bear against the alien planets.
Whether or not they could handle its strength remained to be seen. The screech of an alarm suddenly filled the air. An urgent blinking light called the captain's eyes to the emergency communications line. "Admiral, we're getting strange fluctuations of universal energy." He felt his heart tense up. Returning to his desk with long strides, he answered back.
"Give your report. Where are the fluctuations localized?" "Around us, sir. We're surrounded. The fluctuations are strong and are already interfering with our instruments. Requesting permission to engage shields." "Get them up," he replied quickly. 50%. Prepare to increase speed. Terminator-class Bastion was the largest ship in all of human space.
Shielding something that massive required tremendous energy, but these were special circumstances. It was no time to be stingy. He fired off a series of orders. Terminator's various ports and landing zones were closed while a white shell sprang up around the ship. Brown's eyes were fixed on the port window as he gave his commands. His pupils contracted when he saw the enormous purple vortex. It reminded him of something, an image the Skyfire scout team had recovered months ago.
It was when? Shields at 100%.
Charge the main cannon, all hands to battle stations. Full speed straight up, spare nothing. The orders came spilling from his mouth in a rapid stream.
He knew the danger they were faced with. The white shell thickened until Terminator looked like a towering egg.
Like Tyrannosaurus, this bastion was large and circular, constructed to look like a small planet. Its main gun was situation on the bottom, hence why he ordered them to bring the ship over the vortices.
Terminator's cannon needed time to charge. Even disregarding energy-saving procedures, it needed at least 15 minutes. There was always a drawback to power. As the bastion rumbled, its pale surface was lit by 3 orbs of light that appeared around it. 3 bloated, purple planets appeared in collapsed pockets of spacetime. In the center of each world was a whirlpool that pulled at its surroundings. Lauded as humanity's greatest technological accomplishment, Terminator still had its limits. It didn't have the energy or thrust necessary to free itself from the tug of 3 planets larger than itself. The alien planets. Admiral Brown felt an icy hand grip his heart. He hadn't expected the war to start like this, with the enemy appearing en masse before his very eyes. All guns, open fire! He roared. Terminator struggled mightily against the pull of the planets, but couldn't get high enough to position its cannon. But that didn't leave the mighty ship helpless. Countless beams of light erupted from the bastion's surface as its railguns let loose. Its smooth surface became a spiked world of flaring weaponry. The planets responded, reaching out for Terminator with tentacles the size of mountains. Several were shot away by the railgun, but still others landed staggering blows on Terminator's shields. It blazed with rebounding white light. It seems, in contrast to their trickery and planning of Tyrannosaurus, the planets were opting for a full assault against Terminator. Admiral, shields at 60%. 45%. 35%. The tentacles were mighty, and each suction disc stripped a portion of the bastion's shields. Terminator was caught in a terrible web, and the more it struggled, the more tangled it became. It's over. Admiral Brown delivered his orders mechanically, but he knew Terminator had already fallen. They had no reinforcements, and no way to flee. They couldn't use their main cannon to blast a path. Stern resignation hardened the Admiral's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Disaster for Humanity. Chapter 728, Disaster for Humanity. Admiral Brown's hand, risen high over his head, shook ever so slightly. As Terminator rattled and pitched around him, he knew their end had come. He'd always known this was a real possibility, but now that he was faced with it, the anguish that filled him was almost petrifying. Bang! He slapped his hand down on the red button in the center of his desk. The alarms changed pitch. Its ear-piercing siren resounded through every corner. Outside, the swarm of fighter drones fought to find any gap through which to escape. The bastion's mighty shields collapsed, allowing the alien tentacles to land their blows on the ship's exterior. The terrible screech of fractured metal, the rumbling blast of explosions, all of it mingled into a calamitous crescendo of destruction that shook the universe. A red light began to arise from the depths of Terminator. Outside, the alien planets paused in their assault. The purple-violet atmospheres around them thickened visibly. Their tentacles no longer struck the bastion and instead stuck to its mangled surface. The fighter drones were left to their own devices. Seeing their opportunity, pilots broke from open space. The alien worlds began to expand and drew closer. The whirlpools of strange power they bore closed. Hugging tight to Terminator, all 4 spherical bodies shot upward like cannonballs. Red light painted Terminator's surface, growing darker by the moment. A frightening sensation radiated from deep within. But just then the enemy stopped, released their tentacles, and left Terminator at the mercy of inertia to hurtle up and away. The whirlpools re-emerged, only this time they spat energy instead of consuming it. This caused them to rocket away from one another in opposite directions. Terminator soared into the distance, until eventually it seemed to freeze in time. Everything seemed to stop as humanity's mightiest weapon became so dark as to be almost invisible. Then the red intensified, becoming an angry orange that burned from the center of the bastion, followed by an explosion that threatened to consume the solar system in its ferocity. Nearly all of the fighter jets that had tried to flee were swallowed up in the blast. There was no roar of fire or burst of air. No sounds, only a sea of burning light. The alien planets gathered together well outside of the blast radius and sped into the distance. A bastion's self-destruction was inconceivably powerful. Especially Terminator, with its compressed stores of energy, exploded with the force of a dying star, several tens of times stronger than the death of Arachnid. 4 notable northern planets were in the sector Terminator had been assigned to protect. The north had the most planets and the highest population, and Terminator had been dispatched to keep some part of it safe. Northern officials had been sure that even if an alien planet showed up, Terminator was strong enough to at least keep it tied up long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Besides, Terminator's main cannon was strong enough to completely destroy an average-sized planet.
Now, from the surface of those 4 planets, the sky was covered in a burning white glare.
Aftershocks from the blast caused their atmospheres to warp uncomfortably.
It continued this way for more than 10 minutes, but eventually the burning remains of Terminator darkened. The roar of the explosions followed and shook the worlds of man for a long time after.
Zeta. Skyfire Avenue. What?
The wine master shot to his feet so fast the table shook. His face was livid. After becoming a reflection of heaven and earth, he had been in a fine mood. Then Lan Jue vanished, and that put a damper on his honeymoon. However, Zhou Qianlin had reassured him by saying Zhu Di had gone to bring him back. Now, as he stared in shock and alarm at the scarlet message scrolling across the screens, no one knew how to react.
The alien planets had teleported and laid siege to Terminator.
After destroying the bastion, they'd taken the 4 planets in the sector and cut off any means of surveillance. If the planets were in human space, it likely meant Lan Jue and the others were okay.
But it also meant the real war for human survival was underway.
Before, they had been content to bare their teeth, but now they had struck a crippling blow in Allied territory. All told, 1 billion northern citizens were lost, the holdouts and those too ill to leave for Luo and other internal planets.
With how fast the planets could consume a planet, these people.
The wine master shut his eyes in the face of the terrible truth. His forlorn voice echoed across the whole of Skyfire Avenue.
All counselors, we are convening an emergency meeting.
Come to the Gothic winery immediately.
Zeta.
Panic swept through human space as the news of the tragedy got out. By the end of a single day, everyone knew war had come. Special sessions of government were called in all the alliances, and every available warship was called to service. The loss of 4 planets and 1 billion citizens was the single worst disaster mankind had ever faced.
Although they couldn't know their fate for certain, the history of aggression shown by the aliens assured tragedy.
Humanity's reckoning had come. Meanwhile, Lan Jue was steering Zeus 1 back toward home. The shattered starfields were vast. Even though Lan Jue was anxious to get home and learn of the planet's destination, he couldn't simply will himself out of the hodgepodge of asteroids and shattered planets. He steered his ship as fast as he dared while pulling up maps of human-occupied territory on his secondary screens. It was the latest maps with updated data after evacuations. It clearly showed where humanity was pulling back, to keep their people close in the event of alien attack. He pored over the data, searching for the most likely place for the aliens to appear. He knew it was pointless, but perhaps he would have some insight to offer when he got back to Skyfire.
Mankind knew shockingly little about the aliens compared to their foes. They even knew about bastion positions and capabilities.
They had displayed expert control and strategy against Heron and Arachnid. Although Lan Jue had not seen the planet's fighting abilities with his own eyes, he did not believe humanity could match up. After all, the alien worlds handily defeated 3 bastions and humanity only had 10 ships that required staggering resources and were spread out to protect billions of people. In a straight-up fight, mankind had a chance.
BTU, the aliens were determined not to make it a straight-up fight. They'd proven that time and again.
They displayed great cunning and intellect, doling out bitter losses to humanity while protecting themselves from typical human war strategy. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that up to now, humanity was on the losing side. If he had to guess, they relied on the Violet Prince and Princess to infiltrate human lands and learn about their prey. Considering the powerful psychic abilities of these creatures, and their nirvana equivalent strength, learning the secrets of humanity would not be difficult.
Meanwhile, humans had no means of learning about their enemy. Lan Jue and Star Division had been the only ones successful in learning anything at all.
The key was in discovering precisely what the enemy's goal was.
Did they pillage the worlds of man simply for their DNA and vital energy, or for some other reason? Perhaps a combination?
It was integral that they found out.
What are you thinking about? Rushing isn't going to help anything.
Safety first, fly carefully. The familiar voice rose from behind him. Lan Jue turned his head to see the pharmacist at his back. She'd sneaked up at some point while he'd been lost in thought. As a paragon, her powers surpassed his sensitive perception. He could tell her from her expression that the pharmacist had calmed. The sadness that had clouded her mind had passed. Behind her eyes now was a burning resolve, something Lan Jue recognized as the will to fight. She'd come out from the depths of her pain strong and ready.
How are you feeling? Lan Jue asked with a smile. Relax, the ship's fine. We've been here so often the ship's AI can handle navigation. We won't run into any problems.
The pharmacist nodded.
Good. I've come upon something I think will help you. Lan Jue turned his full focus to her. Something from your husband?
There was the faintest hint of sadness, which she concealed with a nod of her head. Lan Jue didn't press her further and chose only to listen. He knew whatever she had to say would be difficult for her. The fear her love might not return still persisted. He told me much through the sword and rune, she began. I settled my heart and focused on it while I meditated. Things aren't exactly as we'd expected, but through my husband's efforts I might have learned something important. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 729, Enemy Objectives. Chapter 729, Enemy Objectives. Lan Jue was overjoyed. That's excellent. Figuring out their motive has been the biggest headache. The pharmacist, nodded.
He was dispatched with earlier scout teams, lured in by the fact that they looked like normal planets. They approached with their guard down, and made curious by the strange energy readings.
None of them expected it would be their last journey, but
when they got close they found the lesser aliens.
His squad was elite, and after a bitter fight they put the enemy down. That's when they found the vital crystals.
But, just as they were preparing to leave with the information, another beast appeared.
It was the one we now call Monarch.
The leader of these evil creatures.
My husband didn't tell me what he looked like. Only that he was strong, so strong.
They had no way to fight back.
He and his compatriots were captured.
They weren't killed, but rather imprisoned.
My husband is a smart man, so he didn't use Ultis in the fight against the Monarch.
He couldn't fully control the blade, and he wanted to give himself a chance to escape.
Once they were captured, the aliens used some alien method to drain their life force. Then they used psychic force to probe their minds. My husband realized that hiding Ultis held no more purpose.
Once his life force was entirely drained they would kill him, so he chose to risk his life for his fellows. But, even with the banishing blade, Monarch was too strong, and they were recaptured.
Here the pharmacist paused.
Her face was pained, as though she were drawing on her own memories.
She deeply understood the helplessness he'd felt, the pointlessness of his fight. No one would come to save them.
He was facing death. After their failed escape, the aliens began to dissect them to learn what they could from their bodies. She growled the words, a flash of anger in her eyes. My husband had to watch as they were killed one by one.
He knew eventually his turn would come.
But before it came to him, the Monarch called its queen. She devoured his team leader, absorbed her DNA, and took on her likeness.
She wanted to use my husband too.
Her face reddened and she paused.
Lan Jue nodded. I understand. Go on.
That was the situation he faced, she continued. He loved me, and how could he even consider being defiled by such a loathsome creature? He summoned all of his energy from his core.
When he and I joined with our weapons, we were inexorably tied to them. However, as my husband's mind and body burned from the effort, a portion of his will was seared into Ultis. It became something like a sword spirit. He tried to call all of that power to take him and Ultis away from Monarch, but somehow the alien master was able to seal him away. So in a way he is dead, but he is also alive. If we can get Ultis, then I can see him again, the same way we see Zhou Qianlin.
The pain in her features gave way to burning hope. The chance of seeing her long-lost husband again was the only thing keeping her going.
Lan Jue sighed and took the pharmacist's hand into his own. We will do everything we can to get that sword back. I know, she said, nodding her head gently. She continued. The Violet Monarch is very interested in Ultis.
He must have felt its power.
But he is not human and can't use it. So my husband decided to use that to his advantage.
He pretended to capitulate so the sword would remain whole and unsealed.
If the Monarch locked the sword away, he would have no chance to flee.
So, he controlled the sword so that the Monarch might use it and bide his time.
We were accidentally the chance he's been waiting for.
As he listened, Lan Jue couldn't help but be filled with admiration for this man he'd never met.
He endured the unendurable for years, waiting for his chance.
It wasn't for himself, his body was gone, he suffered unimaginably for the future of humanity.
So that mankind could survive the alien threat.
No wonder he could impart his knowledge to the pharmacist in such detail. He was never fully under the Monarch's control.
After all, the banishing blades were legendary weapons created by humans. How could an alien creature master it?
Even the mightiest immortals feared facing them.
No matter how strong the alien planets became, they could never surpass the power of the immortals of old.
The pharmacist went on. He told me that the planets are living things, the source of the alien horde. In many ways the other aliens are like cells from a host. Already they have evolved to their apex, any further would call the wrath of universal protogenia. They rely on tricks and other methods to hide themselves from notice.
Lan Jue's eyes sparkled as he listened.
No one understood the aliens better than the pharmacist Lost Love. Anything he shared with them was priceless. They've come up with many ways to protect themselves, she continued.
Hiding as planets is one. The resonating power of a planet veils them from universal retribution and slows down the cost in loss of lifespan. Constantly stealing vital energy also restores that which universal protogenia consumes. We've guessed all of this, and my husband confirms it. He also told me that teleportation comes at a great cost in life force, so it isn't something they can perform often. They must first accumulate enough power before they can attempt it, and to do this they shed cells to gather what they can. Those are the lesser aliens we see. Lan Jue blinked. So those aliens are actually part of the bigger ones? Actual cells? She nodded. Yes.
They all look differently, but they all have something in common, and that is their vital crystals. They are the cells of the alien worlds. What accounts for their outward appearance is the DNA they absorb from the creatures they kill. Put another way, the smaller aliens are cells wrapped in the best traits of their victims. Even creatures like the Violet Prince and Princess are inexorable parts of the planets they come from. It was the first time the thought occurred to him.
Obviously, it was an important piece of information for their struggle. The pharmacist kept going.
Their evolutionary process has been long and full of struggle. When they discovered humanity and the potential our DNA possesses, they found a way to evade universal protogenia. The prince and princess are their first trials, as well as the monarch himself. While experimenting on their human captives, the aliens also may have discovered a way to create a new realm of their own, like the heavens of the ancient days where immortals resided.
But to do so they need more ancient genes from our people.
If they get enough, it can help them research the methods needed to build their paradise. What this means for us is that their search will never stop until we're all dead. They'll slaughter every one of us to find what they need.
Lan Jue was stunned. That's their ultimate goal? To create their own immortal realm? No. The pharmacist shook her head.
Ultimately, their goal is evolution, forever adapting and growing. A realm of their own is a manifestation of that singular purpose, so that they have a place to continue in getting stronger. They believe that eventually they can develop the ability to face and overcome universal protogenia.
When that happens, they can make their own. In essence, rule the laws of the universe, and thus the universe itself.
That is their goal, in fact the goal of any intelligent race, humans included.
The only thing that makes us different is we aren't willing to commit genocide to achieve it.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 730, to create an alien realm? Chapter 730, to create an alien realm? Lan Jue swallowed.
The pharmacist's insights were more than important, they redefined how Lan Jue understood his enemy. With brows furrowed, he spoke.
So they must evolve to a certain point before they can create this alien realm, right? And if they succeed, it would mean the end of our species?
The pharmacist smiled bitterly at the prospect.
That seems to be the case. So we need to stymie their evolution by any means possible.
According to the knowledge in the room my husband imparted, the aliens have been studying us for at least the last 10 years. He and his compatriots weren't the first group of humans to be captured and experimented on. They were just a continuation of their efforts.
Of course, creating a realm outside of the universe is not easy. Getting enough ancient DNA is their chief obstacle. At least they still have a long way to go before they succeed. Lan Jue pressed further. Assuming they did accomplish this, how powerful could they become? Is there any precedent for this?
It's hard to say, she answered.
It's never been made clear, even in the ancient days.
However, according to what we do know of the beasts from my husband, and the knowledge that remains of the ancient days, we can guess. If they built this realm and complete their evolution, they likely still wouldn't able to surpass the highest order of immortal realms. Lan Jue sucked in a gasp of surprise.
How are you so calm?
We're talking about celestial immortals, the most powerful in all the history of the universe. Even paragons who've achieved the infinite are inferior to even the weakest immortals. Celestial immortals, that's inconceivable levels of power. At that point we couldn't contend against them even in our wildest dreams. The pharmacist answered with a small, cryptic smile.
You shouldn't underestimate yourself. I'm calm for good reason.
You know the frightening power of the celestial immortals, but even they trembled against the combined might of the banishing blades and banishing strategy. No matter how many of the immortal realm's most powerful descended to try and destroy them, none returned. That is why in the end my husband urged me to recover Altus no matter the cost. Once he fully joined with the sword, he discovered that the banishing strategy had been locked within it all along. We don't need to search for it any longer, it's found.
What we need to do is get that sword back and find someone to wield it.
Once we do, it wouldn't matter if those planets were harbingers to the end of the universe, the banishing blades would destroy them.
The banishing stance was contained within Altus? Lan Jue didn't know if this was good news or bad news.
He decided on good, at least they knew where it was instead of having an entire universe to comb through. Of course there were arguments to the contrary.
The key to humanity's salvation was quite literally in the clutches of their strongest foe. Capturing it from him would be no easy feat.
It was true that the pharmacist's husband controlled the sword, sealing it away from the monarch.
Yet, the alien leader was as strong as an immortal already. Stronger even than Lan Jue's own father. Besides, their enemy was a planet. They had to face an entire world to get the weapon back.
Lan Jue glowered at the dark news as the pharmacist continued.
We have no other choice, the banishing stance is our only play.
It will be difficult, but not impossible.
My husband has said that entering into human territory means they're ready. They've kept their distance until now not because they didn't think they could destroy us. They were preparing to make their alien paradise. Now, like us, they no longer have a choice.
The monarch, queen and consort have entered into a meditative state to prepare themselves. This means the strongest we'll have to face are the prince, princess, and the monarch.
The highest level we contend against is the infinite. 1 inch.
So in a way, while their evolution is the precursor to mankind's destruction, it's also our greatest opportunity. We wait for our chance, and take the initiative to recapture Altus.
Did you husband say how many others like the Violet Prince there are? Lan Jue asked.
Around 10, she replied.
The prince and princess are 2, the others are also extensions of the planets.
Those would not have the same level of intelligence as the other 2.
Lan Jue couldn't contain his bitter laughter.
10 creatures that command the power of the infinite.
We're not any better off. Not now, but perhaps when you make your breakthrough, the pharmacist pointed out.
The harmonious sword technique you and Qianlin have learned can summon great power from Captus and Immortus. With it we can take them on one by one and carve a path to victory. What's more, you must have been paying attention during the fights against these monsters. They may be as strong as a paragon who's achieved the infinite, but against a real paragon like Zhou the differences are vast.
We humans are the product of an unbroken line of ancestral knowledge and ability.
We do have a chance if we fight our hardest. Lan Jue's mind raced as he explored the odds of success. Eventually he conceded that there was some truth in the pharmacist's words. There was a chance, slim though it was, less than 30%.
But if what her husband said was true, there was an opportunity.
What if we got all the bastions together for an assault while the monarch and other prepared to evolve?
Lan Jue asked.
She shrugged.
I'm not familiar enough with strategy to tell you. If so, then that's wonderful.
At any rate we can attack from 2 fronts, a headlong assault and finding a way to get Altus back.
Either way we destroy our enemy.
Yeah. The pharmacist's husband had revealed the truth of their enemies to them. More importantly, they knew what they were going to do next. Now, for the first time, they had a tactical advantage. The pharmacist folded her hands in front of her.
Everything can wait until we return home. We have to learn where the planets have transferred to. Furthermore, you and Qianlin's advancement must come quickly.
I can sense you're at the border, 1 foot past the threshold, but you mustn't be impatient.
More than breakthrough, you must succeed the way your brother succeeded.
If you can rise to a reflection of heaven and earth, you'll have all the more control over Captus.
It's the same for Zhou Qianlin.
Yeah.
Lan Jue nodded. After Qianlin's rise to her peak, Lan Jue felt his discipline react.
It felt galvanized, ready to act and beyond his control. Already pulses of protogenic energy radiated around his body. It was a sign that his breakthrough was near. Yet the pharmacist was right, he couldn't rush. The more insight he accumulated, the stronger his grasp would be when the time came. His protogenia now was vastly different than it had been years ago as the god of lightning. He needed more time, he needed to keep his cultivation in check.
Zhou Qianlin's progress was like a river carving a path through a mountain, powerful and irrepressible. Still, Lan Jue's heart was heavy.
Up to now her senses had still not recovered.
It seemed she would only fully return to him once they became paragons. Zeta. At last Zhou left the shattered starfields behind and returned to human-controlled territory.
The first thing Lan Jue did was dial in his brother's number.
What the hell were you thinking?
Lan Chang's harsh voice answered on the other end.
Lan Jue sheepishly answered.
I'm sorry, big brother, but I really had no choice. I couldn't just sit by and watch the pharmacist throw her life away.
Relax, I'm fine and so is she. We got back safely.
Where did the planets teleport to?
Not the east, right?
Lan Chang paused for a moment.
You saw them teleport? Lan Jue nodded.
Yes.
We got there just as they were leaving.
And stupid as this trip was, we came back with some very important intel.
First you have to tell me where the planets went, judging by how come you are, not the east. Lan Chang's tone remained even. 2 days ago the planets appeared in the Northern Alliance.
They immediately surrounded their Terminator-class bastion.
It self-destructed, but did no damage to the enemy. We believe the planets have taken the area Terminator was sent to protect.
This included the planets Dacker, Saki, Monteur, and Balin.
There were 1 billion citizens still on the planets when they went dark.
When he heard his brother say the North, Lan Jue felt a pressure lift from his chest. The North was farthest from the East. But his elation was short-lived, and quickly replaced with sadness.
1 billion innocent people, ...
Lan Jue's voice was strained.
Is there any chance they can be saved?
It would be difficult, if at all possible, Lan Chang responded.
The North has fully engaged their military.
They've asked us in the West to send support, to save the survivors and destroy the enemy. I'm on my way to the Northern Alliance now.
You should come as well, you're more familiar with the planets. We're gathering in orbit around Luo.
1. This is a little confusing since TJSS says that Monarch, Queen, and Consort have to meditate prior to their evolution. Then a few sentences later he says they'll face Monarch.
This might make some sense since he bears Altus, I suppose.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 731, Preparing for War. Chapter 731, Preparing for War. All right. Lan Jue answered without hesitation.
He felt guilty for abandoning his home and responsibilities as Skyfire's chairman, but it had been for the benefit of humanity.
Lan Jue's face now bore a steely look of determination.
He folded his hands in front of his chest, and as his eyes flickered with power the air around him warped in return. Brother, I have intelligence to share with you.
Something we've just learned.
In it is a detailed analysis report on the planets. At last we got some good information. If it's true, if they're in the process of evolving, we can use this opportunity to assemble all of humanity's strength and finish this as a single blow.
Lan Jue's voice was thick with solemnity and resolve.
Humanity had already suffered worse at the hands of this enemy than from all former tragedies put together. What was born from this was not a passing rage, but a deep and abiding hatred. No cost was considered too great in the destruction of these beasts, to bring order and peace back to the worlds of man.
Lan Chang downloaded the information then disconnected to go over it.
Lan Jue stared out of a nearby window for a moment before dialing in another number. The wine master's face appeared on screen.
I'm sorry.
It was the first thing Lan Jue said to his old friend.
Let's not discuss that now. Are you safe? He asked. The jewelry master nodded. The pharmacist and I are fine. I've just gotten off the line with Admiral Lan Chang.
I'm headed to Luo to join with humanity's forces there. We're to support the North in fighting the aliens.
Star Division. The wine master cut in. We're also preparing an answer to the alien invasion.
The East is sending a bastion and 5 fleets, about half of our total military power.
It's headed to Luo as well.
When you arrive I'll pass over command to you.
That's all except to remind you that you represent more than just yourself now.
Your sense of righteousness is important, but you mean more than that now.
You have to consider what is more important. Yes, I understand.
Lan Jue obediently replied. In hindsight it was clear his actions were rash and irresponsible, especially given the circumstances.
The clairvoyant had once described Lan Jue as a link, a person who connected people. This destiny was even more important than his fighting ability.
Between him, Lan Qing, Poseidon Group and the Chu family, humanity had a mighty core with which to battle against the alien forces.
When they showed their hand the universe reacted.
But among all of them, it was Lan Jue that the clairvoyant's prophecies concerned. In them he claimed that Lan Jue was the key to success in humanity's darkest hour. He was the light of the future. The wine master was one of the clairvoyant's closest friends and staunchest believers. One can guess how highly he regarded the late seer's divinations.
Did you get your slap on the wrist?
The pharmacist had listened in as Lan Jue spoke with his brother and the Avenue's chairman.
Lan Jue shook his head. It's nothing. If I could go back, I'd make the same choice.
I couldn't have sat back and watched you charge off to your death. The pharmacist answered with a smile. Her eyes sparkled with mirth. You. I don't know if it's a ploy to make people like you, but it works.
If I didn't already have a husband, you'd be next in line. You better not act this way with all women, though. You'll give people the wrong idea. Don't you already have enough poor girls owing love debts?
When I see how those young girls look at you, that's no way to live. You and Qianlin are a good match. How can those girls hope to match up?
Have you thought about that?
A sheepish grin spread across his face.
It's a problem I've been dodging for a while. I know how they feel, but they're my friends. I see them as little sisters. I know I'm stringing them along, but they needed help. What was I supposed to do?
She regarded him helplessly.
Fine, fine. You've always been a good man, all right?
Anyway, none of this matters if we don't live through the alien invasion.
Talking about it won't solve anything at this point. Yeah.
Once Lan Sheng had the data from his brother, the Admiral shared what he'd learned about Terminator's destruction, as well as all the long-range surveillance they had of the 4 planets that were in danger. As expected, the planets were covered in a haze of purple after less than a day.
Nothing of their former beauty was left.
From experience, they knew how aggressive alien progenitors were, to say nothing of the planets they were spawned from. Their enemy had prepared to take these planets quickly, and had done so unopposed. From what they could gather from telescopes, the human planets had been forced into a new orbit around a central center of gravity, namely the 3 alien planets. That is to say, the unfortunate victims of the alien invasion had been turned into silent sentinels for the enemy, satellite stellar bodies arranged as protectors. Between them all was a host of smaller creatures that outnumbered 10 human fleets.
Undoubtedly, this was the enemy's main force.
Their aim was clear: turn these 4 planets into their home base from which to expand. They had already had their life force devoured.
How, it was impossible to know.
But without question it did not bode well for the billion souls that had called them home. Lan Jue's heart was heavy as he gazed at those purple-hued planets. It was a scene from his darkest nightmares. Wherever that purple color emerged, humanity had failed. Once that color covered all of the human territories, it would mean his species was lost. They had to destroy the aliens now, while they prepared to evolve, no matter the cost.
Beep beep.
The ship's communicator called for Lan Jue's attention.
Lan Sheng's face appeared on the screen.
His brother's straight posture and military attire emphasized his heroic appearance.
His mood was calmer. How possible is it that the information you acquired is real?
He asked with careful and even tones.
80%, Lan Jue replied.
You know as well as I do that it matches perfectly with everything we've learned about them so far. Up to this point we've been lacking a cohesive understanding of our enemy, but now we've learned the gift of what they want. I don't have to tell you how much that helps us fight back. They can't teleport, we know, because it will cost them too much in life force, and they spent so much this time in order to gather human genetic material for their evolutionary process.
Right now is our best opportunity to fight back, and we can't pass it up. We have to go at them with everything we've got.
Lan Jue spoke with passion and decisiveness. The alien planets were at their most vulnerable now, after teleporting into humanity's reach. Although he couldn't be sure the planets planned to evolve, their battle formation suggested that was the case. It would be foolish for them to wait for their enemy to evolve into a stronger form. Instead, they had to follow any path to victory. On the one hand, humanity's soldiers would engage head-on, while at the same time Lan Jue would find a way to recover Altus with Star Division's help. It didn't matter which method succeeded, so long as the aliens were destroyed. Lan Jue shared his scheme along with all the data he'd given to Lan Sheng.
Hence his brother's query.
Lan Sheng's low voice returned. I'll share this information with the other alliances.
We're going in, but we have to make sure the planets won't leave before we arrive. Are you sure about this?
The North is going ahead full force, plus 2/3 of the West's army and a large share of our own, not to mention your Star Division.
If we fail.
He didn't finish his thought.
He didn't have to. Lan Jue knew what was in store if this operation failed. He was silent for a time. How could he say he had 100% faith in a situation like this? The cost was too high. No one ever knows for sure. All we can do is offer our best hypothesis. As far as I know, it's true that teleportation is costly for them. If they teleported again so soon, it would probably cause them immeasurable harm. To put a number on it, I'd say there's no more than a 30% chance they'll be gone by the time we get there. The deep voice had come from beside Lan Jue. Zhu Di had awoken from his meditations and had joined him by the screen. Father,
Lan Jue said in surprise. Zhu Di looked at his older son on the screen. Tell them exactly what I said, the planets are probably in the process of evolving. Every minute that passes brings us closer to our destruction. Besides, the North doesn't have a choice. If they don't take this opportunity, they may not get another one. They have a dagger in their ribs, you think they won't try to remove it? The worst that can happen is the planets disappear again, but if they do it'll make them weaker. Either they are there or they aren't, but our only option is to attack now. Make sure you're ready and with enough provisions to spare. We should be ready not only to attack, but to hunt them down if they run. Lan Jue's heart surged with emotion. They had to consider where the plan was coming from. Once Lan Xing let the other leaders know, he would be responsible for the result. That was why he needed as much assurance as he could get from Lan Jue. And Luan's admiral would assume all responsibility. Except, by affixing his name to the plan, Zhu Di was taking all that weight on his own shoulders. Dad, Lan Jue trailed off. Zhu Di waved a hand, silencing him. He continued to speak to Lan Xing. Do you understand? 1. A phrase describing a feeling of love and gratitude for his actions that can't be repaid. 2. The translation is thorn in their side, but dagger seemed more applicable. If you get stabbed in the side, don't do like the North, don't pull it out, go to the ER. Zhu Di is not a source of sound medical advice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732, You're All Still Young. Chapter 732, You're All Still Young. Lan Xing heaved a sigh, staring at his father on the screen for a long while. He offered a firm nod. I understand. Then do what you need to do. Zhu Di waved his hand in dismissal. Lan Xing cut the connection. Father. Lan Jue called to him for a third time. At last, Zhu Di looked his way and smiled. I'm old, you're all still young. He patted his son's shoulder with a calloused hand, then left his side. Lan Jue felt he saw a slight stoop in his father's back. Zhu Di's persona was as iron-hard as ever, but Lan Jue knew his father was getting old. His lips tightened in a hard line, and his fists clenched. If he had another chance, he'd have worked harder in his younger years, focused more on cultivation. If only he had, he'd be able to support his father better. Zeta. The Northern Alliance had fallen into disarray in a matter of days. Chu Chang was perched on a seat, watching the towering man before him. Today the Chu family representative was dressed in a smart military uniform with 3 golden stars on his shoulder. His record of military service certainly didn't warrant general status, but Chu Chang had risen to become the North's second paragon. He had become one of the most important people in his alliance almost overnight. In normal times Chu Chang would have perhaps been a 1-star general. After all, military ranks were not so easy to achieve typically. Anything beyond that would have been difficult with his qualifications. However, these were special circumstances and the North needed heroes to raise up their populace. Their propaganda campaigns were successful, they were good at advocating for heroism. However, the dark news of disaster had stolen Chu Chang's thunder. An unprecedented panic had swept the worlds of man, and only the North's prominent military presence had kept things from dissolve into outright chaos. Things as they were, the Northern leadership found themselves with their backs against the wall. They had rapidly begun to lose the trust of the people, and their soldiers were facing a threat they weren't sure they could overcome. Despite being humanity's mightiest alliance, with a military that made the universe tremble and 7 bastions to their name, they were on the cusp of collapse. In a matter of a few short months things had changed dramatically. Arachnid was gone, Heron was no stronger than a capital ship. Terminator, praised as humanity's greatest technological achievement, was brought low by those hellish living planets. Indeed, the North had suffered more than anyone. All throughout these awful days, the North had had no time to catch a breath. Their bastions had been reduced from 7 to 4, and their flagship had succumbed to the enemy. 2 more were in the making but would not be ready in time. In a blink, the North had fallen into a dark pit they could not claw out of. The army has made up its mind, Chu Chang said in a low voice. MNH. They don't have a choice. If we didn't lead the charge, our government would be dissolved. The people are scared, they need something to believe in. War has to be where their hope lies. Depression darkened the Terminator's face. He had completed his breakthrough, achieving the strength he'd dreamed of for so long. It also meant his life would be extended another few dozen years. After all, he wasn't like the clairvoyant who continually suffered the scourge of constant protogenia use. Now that he had achieved nirvana, he could lead the North for at least another half-century. But that was under normal circumstances. These were not normal circumstances.
I will be taking command of Tyrannosaurus. You will command Heron too. The Terminator said. All right. Chu Chang responded right away. He couldn't be said to take military matters as seriously as many other commanders, but he was a general now and had to follow his commander's orders. Besides, victory would be won through cooperation and unity against the aggressors. The Terminator smiled and nodded. A miracle will come when it's needed. You might think I'm kidding, but the clairvoyant was a man I had total faith in. If he said your man will lead us through this darkness, then he will. Of course Chu Chang knew who the mountainous man was referring to. A smile emerged on his face. Yeah. He's annoyingly good at miracles, that guy. But he still hasn't become a paragon, and I'm not sure when he will. A cold light flashed through the Terminator's eyes. Believe me, the longer he delays the better. When he does break through, the results will shake the heavens. The darker the night, the brighter the dawn. Come, our forces are already gathered. Our presence is an important symbol to our people. Chu Chang chuckles. Suddenly I feel like a mascot. That's exactly what we are, the Terminator replied. Do you think you and I can face those monsters ourselves? No, in this battle, victory or defeat rests on Star Division. Yeah. Zeta. Zeus 1 closed in on Luo and approached its appointed position. Lan Jue stared out of the window, hardly believing the scene unfolding before his eyes. He'd seen bastions larger than planets, and fleets that stretched farther than the eye could see. But what he witnessed just outside the hull of his tiny ship was hard to describe. A planet. A whole other planet silently hovering in space near Luo. Its surface was pockmarked with craggy rocks and deep crevices, no different from the times he'd seen it before. But out here? In northern space? Impossible. It was planet in Luan, the whole thing. How in the heavens had it made the trip all the way from the east? Lan Jue was at a total loss. Are you here? Lan Chang's face appeared on Zeus 1's screens once again. Yeah. Lan Jue muttered. That's in Luan. When he saw the surprise on his little brother's face, Lan Chang smirked. Now we call it Middle Heaven. 3. Middle Heaven? Suddenly it made sense. Middle Heaven. Peerless Light Emperor of Middle Heaven. A bastion ship named after Lan Chang. And Luan had been completely remodeled under the East's unique vision. Now it was a weapon of war. No wonder. No wonder there had been no new bastions for 10 years. It wasn't because the East couldn't, it was because they were building this. Ever since their establishment, the Eastern Alliance had been in an inferior position. It had had only 2 bastions to its name. Without Judea as a deterrent, the North likely would have swallowed the small alliance up years ago. Even despite the threat of retaliation by the Paragon, the North had continued to harass its neighbor. Things were better for the West, they were somewhat shielded from northern aggression, so they paid them little mind. But the East was different, it was established from the foundations of the mysterious and powerful country of China. It had been a place of boundless secrets and mystical knowledge the North feared. So, though they did not dare attempt the East's destruction, they worked to keep the alliance from gaining strength. For this was compounded by an unceasing march of sanctions against them economically, militarily, and technologically. 5. If the East wanted to get out from under the North's thumb, they would need a show of force. Bastions were an important tool for just that purpose. The East was the first alliance to suffer from the alien incursion, but it had thankfully suffered the least. Vital crystals pilfered from the enemy had purchased a whole new fleet for the East, while the North was forced to abandon their shadowy war of attrition. They needed Eastern support now, in the face of a foreign enemy. Because of this, the East did not need to hide its hand any longer. Their newest, strongest bastion was revealed to all. Middle Heaven's name was a testament to Lan Chang's status among Eastern stratocrats. He was also the newest bastion's admiral. Surrounding her was a massive host of 5 interstellar fleets. Although the East had only dispatched one of its bastions, its support ships constituted the bulk of the East's smaller vessels. Only one fleet remained behind near Skyfire. A ship appeared before Zeus 1 to guide it toward Middle Heaven. As he was led closer to the reforged planet, he could see it clearer. Things certainly had changed. Its surface was still a landscape of craggy rock, but interposed among the peaks and valleys were the dark barrels of cannons. Middle Heaven was hardly a beautiful thing to look upon, especially compared to the likes of Tyrannosaurus, but it used to be a planet. It was larger than Tyrannosaurus, as far as Lan Jue could remember, and likely of higher quality. The sheer cost it must have taken to build this thing was staggering. Under the direction of the guide ship, Lan Jue urged Zeus 1 through the defensive line Middle Heaven's fleets had arranged and onto the bastion itself.
As he came upon the familiar surface, Lan Jue couldn't help but inwardly sing the planet ships praised.
He didn't know the East's technology could achieve such a thing. To arrive in the North so quickly, it meant the ship was also fast. Its energy source and engines had to be something special. 1. You know that picture you see all the time in Chinese/Japanese shows? The infinitesimally small Asian man or woman stooped so low they look like they're bowing with their hands behind their back? That's about right in real life. I also saw many people, women mostly, with severely bowed legs. I believe I read it was due to rickets and malnutrition. During the famines and wars at the early onset of modern China, people were eating bark to subsist in some places. 2. I'm not sure yet whether this is heron. It contains the same bird of prey secondary character with the adjective little, which could mean either another ship entirely or the weakened version of heron. 3. Metal Gear. 4. There is still a fair amount of animosity against Western civilization and the US in general in China, just below the surface, for their belief that the rest of the world is keeping them down. The Chinese point to the doctrine of encirclement specifically as an example, and more recently US efforts to curtail their claims over the South China Sea. Here is an article from a reportedly unbiased news source that describes some of the process, though it's now 4 years old. Of note is the fact that the US is doing precisely what it criticizes China for doing, building airstrips in non-militarized areas for local area control, though the Chinese presence in the South China Sea is a more complicated situation. 5. Another popular gripe against the US, since they are constantly berating China for currency manipulation which results in trade disputes and threatened retribution. On the other hand, the wealth distribution in China is abysmal and most of the population is still rural and involved in farming. If China didn't keep its growth and inflation in check, it would mean they would leave 700 million Chinese behind, when they're already living on practically nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733, Confluence. Chapter 733, Confluence. Once Zeus One's wheels were safely on the tarmac, Lan Jue, Zhu Di, and the pharmacist disembarked.
Lan Xing, the wine master and the clockmaker were waiting for them. The welcoming party was not big, but not small.
Of course they weren't there to welcome Lan Jue, he knew.
They were there for Zhu Di.
Lan Jue walked forward quickly and with a pleasant smile. Wine master. It's been a while.
The wine master stared back at him with a flat, cold stare.
He breezed right past Lan Jue and bowed before Zhu Di. Your Majesty, we're sorry for troubling you. Zhu Di waved him off. It's no trouble running after my own boy. Find me someplace quiet, and call me when the fighting starts.
Indeed, we already have something prepared for you.
Ant is there waiting for you, I'll take you there.
The wine master rose and led the way personally.
The pharmacist walked over to Lan Jue's side and nodded respectfully to the clockmaker. I'm sorry.
All of this was my fault. I've caused a lot of trouble. The clockmaker smiled back at her. Misfortunes may sometimes be a blessing in disguise.
What is done is done. Come, everyone is waiting for you.
Lan Chang walked over to Lan Jue, then.
He patted his brother's shoulder and offered a nod of acknowledgement for the pharmacist. He said nothing, just turned and left, as cool as ever.
The clockmaker led the two of them to a verticar.
After clambering in, Lan Jue spoke. How's the situation, Dot?
Unclear, she answered with a low voice.
But we think the people on those 4 planets. Lan Jue's face darkened. After so long, the chance of finding any survivors was close to 0. 5% of the total human population, gone in a blink of the eye. The clockmaker went on. The enemy is cunning.
They've turned the 4 planets into defensive fortresses with a huge number of aliens standing watch.
They've managed to completely cut us off from any information.
The North has attempted several scouting sorties but all have failed. Some of their bastions have also tried to get close enough to harass them, but have been repelled by the defenses. The commands are also hesitant to bring their ships in too deep for fear they'll be trapped. So, we find ourselves in a stalemate.
Full-on assault is our only option.
Lan Jue frowned as he thought.
He hadn't anticipated their foes might lay a trap like this.
If they relied on the normal aliens alone, they would be no match for bastions and their fleets. But, by virtue of the 4 planets as advance guard, no one knew the condition or actions of the alien planets themselves.
If the planets were not yet distracted by their evolution, an attack would be dangerously premature. No one could tell how much power their enemy would bring to bear. What's the North's plan? Lan Jue asked.
She obliged. After hearing you were on your way, His Majesty the Terminator has chosen all-out assault on the enemy position.
Whether or not the planets have begun their evolution, now is the time.
Our hands are tied, but the North has faith our bastions can effectively fight back.
This isn't the Starfields, it's home territory and they don't have the benefit of cover. Representative forces from every alliance has gathered here for the final charge. Even if the planets aren't distracted, so long as they don't teleport away we have a chance to rout them, Lan Jue nodded in understanding. So it is, but for some reason something doesn't feel right.
Oh?
How so? Is there a problem with the information you've provided?
The clockmaker asked, surprised.
Lan Jue shook his head.
No, the data we recovered should be rock solid. It seems like they're waiting for us to come in for the attack. From everything we've seen we know the monsters are intelligent. So far they've had the upper hand in every encounter.
They must know the sort of power the alliances plan to throw at them, but they're just waiting? To say nothing of the fact it seems outside of their character. The clockmaker's brows scrunched tight. But the arrow's already knocked.
It wouldn't make any sense to call it all off now, unless we can get some reliable information on the planets themselves.
Lan Jue's voice was resolute. I want to try. Can we tell the North to let us try a scouting mission? We'll slip past the enemy's lines and find the planets. Once we confirm their status we can begin the attack.
All right, she answered.
I'll alert Admiral Lan.
He'll have the Eastern forces let the North know.
Lan Jue nodded, determined to succeed.
While other missions may have met with failure, he knew the monsters well. All of Star Division and his 5 Amazons would be called on.
Between Lin Guogua's abilities, Zeus One's technology, and their familiarity with the aliens, slipping through the aliens' defensive encirclement shouldn't be impossible.
After all, Skyfire Avenue was lousy with paragons these days. On top of it all they had the full might of humanity behind them. If they ran into trouble they could call for the assault to begin and use that to their advantage.
The verticar found its destination and settled to the ground.
When Lan Jue stepped out, he was met with a sight that stirred him deeply.
Row upon row of smartly dressed Star Division soldiers stood in perfect formation.
They snapped to attention the moment he appeared.
Commander! Lan Jue stepped forward, standing before the fighting force he'd forged.
His heart was filled with the mighty vigor that poured from them. Standing at the fore were Skyfire Avenue's Paragon, and another familiar face. A stooped figure, a head of white hair and a pair of sharp eyes drew his attention. It was none other than the one who forced the blood connection between he and Qianlin, the one who'd gifted him the arrow of compassion.
One of the great gods of wine, Bai's Lilo.
The wine master must have been successful in convincing her to help.
However, absent was the other god of wine they'd met, Aubert de Villain.
The infernal vanguard, arcane magnate, karmic scholar, Arhat of the descending dragon, and the wine master were all present. Of course, there was the pharmacist and clockmaker by his side. A host of paragons.
1. The East's representation in the world of adepts could only be described as overwhelming. Do not forget that the astral phantom, Lan Cheng, Luo Xianni and Zhu Di also counted among their number. 10 paragons arrayed for battle.
That kind of power was able to shake the pillars of heaven. Among them Lan Jue also felt another presence and a close friend.
The driver.
He grinned at Lan Jue from the crowd. His gruff exterior had undergone a change, and the whole of him seemed more refined. Physically he was larger, and spiritually he was more restrained. He broke through. He had become a paragon, a fact that sent Lan Jue's heart soaring.
It meant an even stronger position for the East and humanity.
It was important to remember that he commanded yin-yang lightning, which made him stronger than your average paragon. The arcane magnate and karmic scholarly likely wouldn't beat him in a spar.
I apologize for worrying everyone. The pharmacist spoke, not waiting for Lan Jue to address his soldiers.
She took a step forward and bowed low at the waist.
Mama.
The clear voice rang through the air like a ray of sunshine, and a little body pushed her way through the crowd and into the pharmacist's arms.
The pharmacist, a woman wrought from iron, crumbled before the tiny girl.
Tears streamed from eyes as she hugged Junior tightly to her.
Regret surged through her. I'm so sorry, Junior. I'm sorry. Mama shouldn't have left you, I won't go running off like that again. I'm sorry, my baby.
Junior's eyes were dry, her tiny face beamed a smile at her mother as she patted her back with a small hand.
It's okay, Mama, everything will be fine. I knew Daddy would bring you back. We'll be together forever. I missed you, Mama. The pharmacist kissed Junior's cheek and didn't speak further.
Lan Jue came over to the two of them and gently ruffled the girl's hair.
The wine master interrupted.
No time for discussion.
We need to prepare for the attack. How are you? Lan Jue paused. I'm fine, what is it?
Has the fight already started? The wine master nodded. The North has alerted us that they will be starting soon. Star Division is to offer its support. We're off to war. 1. What would you call a group of paragons? A gaggle? A murder? A school? A horde? A pack? A pack of paragons. I like the alliteration. Sounds kinda weak though. Plethora. A plethora of paragons. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734, Before the Fight. Chapter 734, Before the Fight. Lan Jue scowled. Right now we don't know what the enemy is up to. This feels too rushed. I was just telling the clockmaker that I think we need another scouting mission, see if we can discover any new information. At the very least we confirm their status before beginning the attack. This doesn't seem right. Why would they just wait for us to attack? The wine master responded with a sigh. There's nothing for it now, the North is under too much pressure to wait. 1 billion people. Already their society has begun to come apart. If this attack doesn't begin right away, the government is going to lose control. Even though the chances of bringing anyone back is slim to none, it has to be attempted. It's the will of the people, the North will do everything it can to bring them hope. Tyrannosaurus hasn't been fully repaired from its last fight, but they've already put it out on the field, along with their 4 other bastions. That's 5 from the North, and the West has brought another 2. With Middle Heaven that brings the total number to 8, an unprecedented gathering of military power. That doesn't take into account the 12 interstellar fleets that accompany them. There are 500 million soldiers waiting on orders to deploy, 2/3 of all soldiers on active duty in every alliance. It's time to finish this. After listening to the wine master, Lan Jue understood the plight the North found itself in. Losing 4 planets had put them in a precarious position with their own people, and already the bulk of humanity's soldiers had gathered for a retaliatory strike. If this didn't succeed, they were as good as doomed. To them, even if the aliens had some trick up their sleeve, this power they were bringing down on them would have to be enough. 8 bastion ships. And scores of warship as support. This time the fight was in home territory, with enough space for them to maneuver. No one doubted the strength of the planets, but they were facing an army the likes of which this side of the universe had never seen. For the North, their greatest worry was that the planets would teleport before they got close enough to deal a fatal blow. This was the reason behind their rush. The quicker they mobilized, the less likely it was their enemy was already gone. But still, Lan Jue felt they were going too fast. We're setting out in an hour. The northern bastions have already begun the approach. The wine master said. Lan Jue nodded. So when do we join the fray? You arrived just in time, the wine master explained. We're about to convene a tri-alliance meeting which we'll be attending. The East's forces will be represented by Admiral Lan Xing, who is acting as commander-in-chief for Eastern forces. He's all ready as the meeting hall. We should head over as well. All right. Never before had an operation of this scale been attempted. Be it manpower, resources, or cooperation, this war was unparalleled. It also meant it was incredibly involved, and even if Lan Jue spoke up, it was already too late to stop the war machine from rolling. As leader of the charge, the North had already made up its mind. Things were unlikely to change this late in the game, especially based on the discomfort of one person. After bidding the various paragons farewell, Lan Jue followed the wine master to a verticar. They quickly left for the meeting hall. You convinced Buys? What about Aubert? Lan Jue asked. The wine master addressed him calmly. Master Aubert has come to his senses. However, he is too attached to his wines and refuses to leave the barrows. The West has already abandoned the planet, and its wealth of vital energy makes it a prime target for alien aggression. Aubert decided he needed to remain behind and protect his vineyard. Buys was also reticent to leave him behind, but I convinced her to come. Her reasons are simple: if they want to pass on what they've learned, there need to be humans to pass it on to. Lan Jue hadn't thought it possible. Not only were Buys and Aubert masters of their craft, they were artists. They had put their heart's blood into their work. He'd have thought they would prize it above all else. The wine master grew serious. Aubert had me come back with a large bottle of wine. He asked me to protect it, and make sure this particular vintage survived. Lan Jue swallowed. It had been some time since he'd had a good drink. He'd had no time. Hearing the wine master talk about it made him itch for a taste. A smile touched the wine master's lips. When all of this is over, you and I will celebrate over a bottle. I'm sure the gods of wine won't mind a few bottles to mark the occasion.
Alright. If that's the case, I'm anxious to get this over with.
The wine master returned to more serious matters. It looks like a significant part of this fight will take place on land. The North wants us to direct Star Division there.
What are they planning? Lan Jue asked.
The wine master glanced at him.
It seems the 4 former planets have become support for the enemy.
We're not sure how, but the aliens seem restored after a visit to the planet's surface. According to the Keeper, they're replenishing themselves on the captured planet's vital energy. So it seems that if we want to win, we need to take the 4 planets back first. For the first time, we humans have the upper hand in sheer force. The North's strategy, therefore, is a slow but steady march straight in.
First they want to recapture the planets, then move in for the alien home worlds themselves. We'll approach from 4 sides to make sure the enemy can't evade or escape.
Lan Jue nodded his head thoughtfully. Though the North was being hasty, at least their strategy was sound.
Recapturing the lost planets had to be first, otherwise they'd act as a protective screen.
They were sure to face progenitors when they invaded. Perhaps they would be lucky and manage to save the planets from absolute death. After all, it took time for all the vital energy of a planet to be consumed.
It sounds good to me, Lan Jue said with a nod.
When the verticar landed, Lan Jue and the wine master stepped off, then made their way for Middle Heaven's control center. After a series of checks, they were permitted to enter.
Lan Chang was already absorbed in a video conference.
The 2 new arrivals took seats nearby. 6 large screens filled the meeting room, flickering between whoever had the floor.
Representatives from all 3 alliances were heard. Lan Qing's face was among them.
Lan Jue manipulated the acoustic currents to speak only to Lan Chang.
What's the situation? Is the plan all set? Lan Qing gave his answer. The chief commander of the operation is Admiral Kong Wei. He has experience facing the aliens in battle.
For now, everything seems rational. We lead with the fleets, which will spread out and engage the enemy on several fronts. They'll kill as many of the creatures as possible and soften things up for a ground incursion.
The bastions will stay back as support and deterrence. Their cannons will be charged and ready to fire the moment the alien planets are in range.
The second the enemy is in their sights, they'll let loose with all their strength. When the landing operation commences, the North will be responsible for 2 of their former planets.
The remaining 2 have been left to us in the West. The North has asked us to dispatch Star Division to take the planet. Lan Jue nodded. Not a problem. The wine master has already let me know what we're good at. We'll need air support.
That's one of the problems we're faced with, Lan Qing explained.
Part of the North's requirements are that we don't lay down fire on the planet's surface. Lan Jue blinked.
Why? If that's the case, our job just got a hell of a lot harder. Lan Qing remained stoic. There's no other option.
Our long-range telescopes have found people still alive.
There are survivors down there.
This changes things for the North, saving them is a priority.
The northern public is on the verge of rioting, and if they find out survivors were shot down by friendly fire, the results will be catastrophic. Warships will have to handle things out in space. The planet's surfaces are going to have to be left to ground troops alone, with the hope we can bring some citizens back alive.
Lan Jue's brows were wrinkled as he thought. That definitely makes things harder. We're likely to suffer casualties.
We also have no idea what's in store for us when we get down there. You know what will happen if we run into something like the Violet Prince?
Lan Chang nodded.
That's why the North has called for Star Division specifically. They're hoping we can clear out a planet quickly, then move in to support other incursion teams.
Lan Jue frowned. I guess we just have to make the best of it. The wine master chimed in. That's the way it is. All of our paragons are ready to fight. We should take a planet quickly, assuming there isn't a particularly powerful foe to face. With His Majesty Zhu Di in the lead, finding a prince or princess may be a good thing. Lan Jue's heart skipped a beat.
The wine master was right, aliens had vital crystals. The stronger the alien, the more potent the crystal. Lan Jue's father was suffering, but if they could get a crystal from a beast as powerful as him, that could turn Zhu Di's condition around. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 735, Battle Plans. Chapter 735, Battle Plans. I've got no problems here. Lan Jue said.
A steady procession of speakers flit across the screen. Each one described how they would deploy their forces to support the operation. The plan was separated into 3 stages. First stage, control surrounding space by overwhelming enemy forces with superior firepower, and prepare for planetary invasion. At the same time, attempt to get any intel possible on the alien planets and their condition. Stage 2, deploy the ground troops and try to retake control of the human planets as quickly as possible. Save anyone left alive. Stage 3, order all ships to converge on the alien planets and begin their all-out assault. Continue until the enemy is annihilated. That was the main idea. Discussions continued over details and planning. Through the process, smaller command teams were established, with their own objectives. Lan Jue and his crew were put in charge of taking the planets. Primarily, they were to eliminate any aliens they encountered, then Eastern forces would sweep in to clean up. Afterwards, they would establish a planetary defense system. The North was bringing a host of railguns meant for installation on the planets, which would then be used as forward bases and reserve firepower. Once the planets were recaptured, the aliens would be surrounded. The first step was the easiest. Although the aliens were strong, without the aid of their homeworld's humanity overpowered them. Retaking the human planets would be harder, especially without air support. It made Lan Jue's task dangerous and challenging. Discussion turned to scenarios and how to respond to them. For instance, what to do if the alien planets joined the first during the first stage? In that case, how many bastions would fight against which planet? These questions were carefully examined. Zeta. It would still be several days before everyone was ready for the final assault. In the meantime, soldiers were a flurry of activity, preparing for war. Every day Lan Jue joined his brother for meetings and listened dutifully as plans were discussed. Over many hours the plan were hammered out, to the point where even Lan Jue didn't hold any concerns. Scouting missions would proceed once the human planets were retaken. For now that didn't seem too late, and easier once the enemy forces were cleared out. The North had a detailed plan in regards to how they would proceed. As the days progressed, Lan Jue also came to learn more about how Middle Heaven came to be. In truth, calling it a bastion ship wasn't entirely correct. It was, after all, still a planet. It was also one of the East's best-kept secrets. Once the East had taken in Luan, they started with a detailed survey of the planet, as they did with any new acquisition. They discovered it was not suitable for widespread human habitation, but it did have a wealth of resources including rare metals. Because of its riches and it's located in contested space, the East fortified Enluan with soldiers and defensive capabilities. As the operations on Enluan continued, Enluan's army was born. Much of Enluan's refined materials were used to develop Enluan itself. Military leadership recognized the importance of an installation on the border with the North, even if Enluan's wealth was depleted. Thus the plan was never to abandon the planet when its mines were dry. They would continue to develop it for military use. Time passed, and one day a geological surveying team made a new discovery. Deep in the Enluan mines was a unique sort of substance. It was similar to the materials used to create nuclear weaponry from the old world, and thus very dangerous for humans to be around. However, the unstable element produced a tremendous amount of energy, and composed the planet's core. The scientist who uncovered the element was initially frightened by what he'd found. The recommendation was made to immediately halt all mining activities on Enluan, and to pull the miners out of danger. Among the dangers was the possibility that one mining accident could cause a chain reaction, resulting in the obliteration of the whole planet. The blast would be so intense it would put neighboring star systems in jeopardy. In short, Enluan was a ticking time bomb. The moment its core became unstable it could blow. This came as a great shock to Eastern leadership. However, they had already poured a tremendous amount of time, energy, and manpower into the planet. Simply abandoning it would be unpalatable. What's more, without Enluan acting as a vigil, it left their borders open. The decision was made to dispatch a science team to see what they could learn. Research continued for 2 years. In the end, it was determined the unstable element could be safely utilized. That meant they could stay on Enluan. As a result, the government poured funds into learning everything they could about the element and its uses. It was named after the geologist who first discovered it, molinite. It was defined by its instability, but under the right conditions it produced vast amounts of energy. The scientists' first problem was finding a way to stabilize molinite and prevent it from harming Enluan's population. As research continued, scientists discovered that stabilizing the element wasn't too difficult. However, simply stabilizing it wasted its potential. So they set about finding ways to guide and utilize its potential. It took 5 years for them to find the best use for molinite. Since the planet's core was entirely composed of the material, the potential energy it stored was virtually limitless. Through ceaseless experimentation, the rudimentary concept for Middle Heaven was born. The East's military deficiency made them determined to follow through with the plan. If successful, it would mean the East was in possession of the largest bastion ship in human history. Initially they'd called it Enluan War Planet, and kept it secret from anyone not directly involved. All throughout the building process only the highest echelons of government and military were privy to the information. This was, in part, why Enluan was so stringent in its defense. The first obstacle was stabilizing molinite on a large scale, and converting it into a power source that could move an entire planet. Research revealed that using too much of the molinite had once caused it to become dangerously unsteady. However, they could transfer energy to reserves. Then, once the energy was refined, it could be converted into stable energy. To achieve this, scientists developed a plan wherein the planet's core would be hollowed out. Surrounding it would be a series of reactors and energy refineries to convert and store the energy. They used this energy to continue Enluan's transformation, and ultimately as Middle Heaven's source of power. Over time the bastion took shape. When Lan Jue went to visit Enluan, the planet was in the final stages of conversion. It was for this reason Lan Chang required that he and Star Division be restricted to a small area of the planet. Middle Heaven's greatest advantage was its maneuverability. Through the tremendous energy molinite provided, Middle Heaven could maintain high speeds and fight, all while remaining relatively stable. The planet's rocky exterior became its armor. Precious ores were still present in large quantities on Enluan's rocky surface, still available to mine. There was enough molinite in its core to keep the planet running for 1,000 years, and that was if it was in constant flight. Middle Heaven was the greatest technological achievement the East had ever produced. It was worth it just to see the shock on the faces of northern officials. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't know about the molinite, or how the war planet came to be. Middle Heaven was the crowning achievement of Eastern science. It had as much firepower as Terminator had before its fall, but for a slight reduction in fighter drones. That was to be expected, of course, since the cost in creating this bastion was astronomical. Rumors of another bastion in production had been a lie to deceive anyone trying to look too closely. Eastern hopes were laying squarely on the bulky shoulders of Middle Heaven. They hoped it would lift their alliance from military inferiority. Lan Jue also learned from his brother that Middle Heaven stored a lot of human, plant and animal DNA, as well as other important things from the East. If humanity lost and the aliens took over their section of space, Middle Heaven would act as their ark. The seeds of humanity would be conveyed to a distant star far from danger to start again. It was the same idea they shared with the Poseidon group. As for Hua Li's people, they weren't going to directly participate in the battle. However, in secret they had their agreements with the East. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736, Humph. Chapter 736, Humph. If this operation was a success, then no more needed to be said about Middle Heaven's stockpile, things will continue as usual. Poseidon Group would continue to live happily on planet Poseidon just as before. But if humanity's gambit failed, the Poseidon Group would announce their defection from the West, and leave for Skyfire, where they would join with Eastern forces. If that happened, the West's power would immediately suffer. They would be no match for the East at that point, and Poseidon Group wouldn't need to fear retribution. In addition, Poseidon Group had its own plans to flee if things went sour. Humanity's future hinged on the result of this war, a war they had to win. If they did not, no one wanted to think of the horror that would follow. Their only chance would be a desperate escape. Warships covered the heavens, as numerous as the stars, surrounding the lumbering form of Middle Heaven as it flew through space. Lan Chang assured his brother that their current speed was only half of what the bastion was capable of. Although the East had offered their northern counterparts full support, they still had some reservations. If the North used this opportunity to assault its allies, the East would have to be ready. As a result, the alliances were separated into their own areas, isolated and responsible for their own part of the plan. It took 3 days for Middle Heaven to reach the launching area and get information. Then they waited, silent but vigilant, anticipating the order to begin. 8 bastions and 12 fleets could cover an impressive area. Everywhere the eye looked it was met with a sea of metal. Middle Heaven's radar was filled with blinking red lights. In the distance their instruments could pick out the violet giants that were the 4 former human planets. Even the space around them seemed to have adopted a purple haze, aliens, countless scores of them suspended in space. Never had Lan Jue seen so many gathered in one place. They were thickly packed, but their numbers spread far and wide. Their psionic pulses were too intense to penetrate, effectively making everything behind them invisible. Long-range telescopes were the best way to get a read on the situation at this point. Their electronic surveillance had been rendered useless. Inwardly Lan Jue sighed as he stared at the screens. The aliens were adept at controlling information. So far they had kept humans from getting any of the intelligence they needed to mount an effective defense. Alien strategy continued to outplay humanity's.
Lan Jue hadn't gotten any rest as they approached the staging area. He was too busy directing Star Division and preparing for the incursion. He hadn't even had time to cultivate. Although at his level, even failing to cultivate didn't stop his power from increasing on its own. Every day he felt his power struggling to expand beyond his control, bringing him closer to that final step. He could sense the time of his breakthrough was near. It was the same for Zhou Qianlin. Once she had reached 9th rank, Lan Jue was surprised to discover Qianlin's discipline strengthening even faster than his own. Of course, their powers were different. Qianlin's abilities were the purest Lan Jue had ever seen. Especially once combined with immortal qi, her discipline was entirely free from impurities. It appeared to continue refining itself as time went on. No one was more impatient to break through than Lan Jue. He was confident that once they did, Qianlin would awaken from her vegetative state. They could be together again. He had looked after her for so long, and through the process the agitation that consumed his eased. To him, nothing was more important than being able to be with her. Without her, what use was anything else? She wasn't Hera, he knew that. But she had come to mean just as much to him. She had to wake up. Boss? A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Lan Jue turned his head. Xiao stood by his shoulder, offering a glass of water. Thank you. He took it from her and sipped from the glass. How has your cultivation been going? He asked with a smile. She smiled back, a sweet and gentle smile. Very well. We've all been working very hard lately. Lan Jue regarded her apologetically. I've been so busy lately, I've had no time to look after you ladies. Xiao smiled. It's fine. We don't mind so long as you're alright. We just hope you could bring us along more. We're happy when we're near you. Lan Jue's brows furrowed. Xiao, you've been with me the longest. Ever since we were small, father took you in and raised you with us. I've always seen you as a younger sister, equal in all things. That Zeus Amazon's business was just something other people called you. You girls have always been my closest friends. But you know that a person can't share their heart. There've been no shortage of people reminding me that I shouldn't string you and the others along or there will be problems. Xiao, my hope for you and the others is that you find places of your own when this fight is over. I want all of you to be happy. Xiao's face changed and turned pale. Boss, you don't want us? Because you have Sister Qianlin? Lan Jue paused. How could you think that? It's not that I don't want you, I don't want to hold you back. Xiao hung her head and muttered. Happiness is different for everyone. Having a family, a husband and children doesn't always mean happiness. For me, happiness is being with you. Seeing you every day is enough. This is my only requirement, my small wish, and you want to deprive me of it? She lifted her head and fixed Lan Jue's eyes with her own. You say you can't share your heart. But what about Hera? You loved her, now you have Zhou Qianlin. All this time I've been right by your side. Waiting for a day that never comes. Now you won't even let me wait? Her voice rose with every word, thick with emotion. Her body was shaking. Lan Jue stared at her without knowing what to do. He thought back to the pharmacist's warning and realized she was right. He hadn't realized Xiao's obsession had consumed her so. I'm sorry, Xiao. That's not what I meant, it's just. You don't need to say anything. She shouted, tears streaming down her face. I'm not going anywhere until the day I die. If you want me to go, then you'll have to kill me. She swung around and sobbed as she ran out, giving Lan Jue no chance to respond. As he watched her flee, Lan Jue was struck with a pang in his chest. He felt like a coward. Ever since they were small, Lan Jue knew she liked him, but he figured it would fade with time. Instead it was the opposite, and things had only gotten worse. If Xiao was like this, then what about Kor, Mika and Lin Guogua? Could he expect the same reaction? It was unfair to them. But they didn't want to go. Lan Jue rubbed his forehead. He was at a total loss as to what he should do. Once the fight was over, he would have to sit down with them and have a frank conversation. Perplexing though the situation was, Lan Jue had no regrets. Xiao had been with him always. Kor, Lin Guogua and Mika had each been saved. If he had to do it all again, he would, without question. Setting the glass of water down, Lan Jue decided to spend some time cultivating. They had come to the calm before the storm,
the perfect time to reflect on what he'd learned. Just then, he heard determined footsteps approaching.
The aggressive aura surrounding her was choking.
Her body was clearly outlined in the tight flight suit she wore, and her head of fiery red hair bounced wildly behind her.
Of all of the Amazons, Mika's potential was the greatest. Even Su Xiaosu couldn't compare.
Her discipline had improved the most recently, and she was now 9th level 5th rank. Lan Jue knew she had the greatest chance of all the Amazons to become a paragon one day. But her potential was also her curse. The demon blood that was her lineage could easily spiral out of her control.
Boss.
Her voice was high.
Lan Jue didn't have to ask to know why she was here. Mika, sit.
He pointed to a nearby chair.
I will not sit.
Her hands were planted firmly on her hips and she glared daggers at him.
Why are you tormenting Xiaoxiao? Do you know how much she likes you? How could you treat her this way?
Lan Jue opened his mouth, but found he didn't know how to explain himself.
Mika was in a rage. We don't demand anything from you, why the hell are you forcing us to leave? We don't need to go find some man. We don't need another family.
We have all the family we need at Zeus Jewelry Shop.
Do you know I catch Xiaoxiao staring at your picture on her communicator sometimes?
She smiled like an idiot whenever you come up in conversation.
But even she isn't trying to get anything from you. Still you want us gone.
Boss, I'm telling you now, if you tell us to go, we're taking our own lives.
We'll make you regret it the rest of your life.
Humph. Mika spun around and stomped off, her head held high like a queen. Lan Jue watched her go with his mouth hanging open.
Were they declaring war on him?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 737, it begins. Chapter 737, it begins.
Mika swept through the door and down the hall as fast as her feet could take her. She began to wheeze once she was out of the boss earshot, gasping through a face twisted in anger. She muttered to herself.
He'd just keep doing it unless we show him we're serious. Sooner or later it had to be done. Heh, see how he likes being bullied. He won't be making us leave anytime soon. Zeus 1 pulled out of Middle Heaven, with Majesty close on its heels.
They took up position at the back of the fleet, and waited. The fight was about to begin, and Star Division needed to prepare for their part of it. Star Division was more than prepared.
Besides Junior, all of Skyfire Avenue's elite were in attendance. All 4 brigades were ready for war, but the charge would be led by the 1st and 2nd, with support from Vanguard.
Vanguard Squad was a team composed entirely of paragons or adepts with equivalent power.
This included Zhu Di of the Infinite, and Luo Xianlin of Nirvana.
Of course, the various other paragons from Skyfire Avenue and the God of Wine, Buys. The power behind the small squad was, frankly, ludicrous.
They constituted the best humanity had produced, 90% of the strongest people in the universe. Zhu Di was their leader.
However, Lan Jue was the one who called the shots.
Vanguard and Zeus 5 Amazons were aboard Zeus 1. Star Division occupied Majesty. Everyone was waiting with bated breath for the order to move in.
Lan Jue stood by the window and looked out. The paragons were all quietly meditating in their seats, maintaining their calm. Not only did they have to take the planet, they had to do it as fast as possible. When that happened, they would leave Star Division behind to clean up, and Vanguard would go where they were needed the most. With the help of a squad of paragons, retaking the planets was expected to happen swiftly. They were also to keep a lookout for creatures like the Violet Prince and Princess. Lan Jue stared into the blackness of space with his arms crossed in front of his chest, eyes sparkling. This was likely to be the most important fight of his life. Junior had attempted to forecast what would happen, but said the future was unclear. She was, after all, still young, new to her powers, and there were so many involved.
The alien planets were also nearly immortals. Difficulties seeing the future were to be expected.
The driver stood at Lan Jue's shoulder. His voice was low when he spoke.
How are you doing? When do you think you'll break through? Lan Jue shook his head. I don't know, but it should be soon. I'm fighting it off as strong as I can. The more you accumulate, the easier the process is.
The driver sighed.
Indeed. Even I was surprised at how easy it was. With the help of my primordial lightning, I didn't encounter any real resistance.
It seemed completely natural to join with my protogenia and become one with it.
But it's different for you.
I can't see where you're at, it's like looking into a deep pool.
Lan Jue chuckled. That's because I'm more handsome than you are.
The driver sniffed disdainfully.
Stop talking nonsense. You think you can hold a candle to me?
He smirked at Lan Jue, but saw his commander's pupils contract and stare straight ahead.
It's starting, he said. Yes, the war was about to begin. Engines flared to life from the tail ends of the massive warships.
It lit up space like the birth of 100,000 new stars. They maintained formation as the fleet began to close in on the 4 human planets.
12 fleets, specifically, and they moved as a single body. Like Armageddon descending on the alien horde.
Behind them 8 massive bastion ships began to press forward. The largest of them was of course Middle Heaven, though it must be said it was also the ugliest.
It was also slower than its smaller counterparts. Tyrannosaurus was nestled in the middle of them all. Admiral Kang Hui stood behind his control desk with solemn expression.
He was determined to cast off the shame of his previous defeat with this second encounter. The fate of humanity hung in the balance, and the pressure laying on his shoulder made it hard to breathe.
Begin!
Kang Hui's face was dark, and his voice was curt. The light in his eyes was fierce. It was time to do or die. He was ready for the ultimate sacrifice if it came down to it.
Fallen comrades, by the end of today I'll have either won you vengeance, or I'll meet you in the hereafter. Ships began to move.
At first they moved slowly, but soon they were closing in on the enemy from all directions.
From a distance one couldn't see the end of the human fighting force. Patrol boats charged at the fore, surrounded and protected by battleships, expedition ships and dreadnoughts. Capital ships came up from behind as an imposing rear guard. Cannons began to charge. Firepower mighty enough to level planets pointed at humanity's foes.
As though sensing the change, the alien forces began to react. They swarmed, but not toward the humans. Instead they pressed tighter and withdrew, leaving empty space behind. At the same time they closed in tighter around the human planets they'd taken, as though ready to die in defense of their newest acquisitions.
Kang Hui scowled. This wasn't what he wanted to see.
He had hoped the aliens would charge ahead to meet them, so they could be spread out and their power diffused. However, with the fleets of 3 alliances and the support of the bastions, he was confident in their success. On the other hand, he was well aware of his enemy's cunning. Rushing in would not have been like them.
Hold formations. Kang Hui continued to call out orders.
He had learned from their earlier failure that charging in was a sure path to defeat.
Stay prepared, stay vigilant.
The alien planets were still nowhere to be seen, and until they showed up anything was possible.
The fleets split up into predetermined formations and blazed toward the 4 planets as instructed.
To avoid harming the planets, capital ships were instructed not to have their main cannons charged. This was also to save energy for the more difficult fight ahead. As the human ships closed in, the aliens gathered even tighter together.
The large aliens even hid behind the planets. Avoid hitting the planets. Open fire. With his order, ships spread around all 4 planets simultaneously began their attack. Flashes of laser fire lit streaked through space. They sped past and around the planets, aiming for the aliens trying to use them for cover. Their enemy also pulled into formation.
Turtle aliens brazenly appeared on the front lines, defending the others with their shells. The other creatures didn't attack, but instead hid well behind the makeshift shield wall.
Human forces were arrayed well, keeping formations that allowed for maximum coverage. However, their strongest weapons were checked by their proximity to the planets.
They had to rely on secondary weapons systems only. Suddenly a purple light began to emerge from behind the turtle aliens. Streaks of purple energy blasted forth, not unlike cannon fire from the human ships. They didn't have the impact of human weapons, but where the caustic energy struck it began to dissolve the ship's shields, causing them to fluctuate erratically.
Ship captains reacted quickly. Dreadnoughts and capital ships pulled to the front.
With their stronger shields and heavy guns they could shield the smaller ships from destruction.
Both sides viciously exchanged fire.
However, the humans were at a disadvantage since they couldn't use their strongest weapons. The alien horde had no such restrictions. Close inspection revealed that it was a particular kind of alien firing at them from a distance. They looked like hedgehogs, capable of throwing spikes of energy from their backs. The human ships kept their distance.
Just as the aliens had studied them, the humans had learned about their enemy.
They knew the monsters were especially strong at close range, but lacked strong long-range fighting capabilities.
Of course, this didn't include the planets themselves. Humanity had prepared well for the battle.
With the backing of all the alliances they didn't worry about running out of resources or energy, and so maintained the long-distance attacks. Their goal was to destroy the hedgehog aliens quickly, and keep the other creatures from getting too close. Any alien who dared try to get close was instantly put down by the overwhelming hail of laser fire. Though mankind had suffered numerous defeats, each time they had learned. Kang Hui's plan was a simple one: make less mistakes. Use the strength advantage to beat back the enemy, don't be too aggressive, but don't give them any opportunities either. Grind them down, that was how you killed aliens. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 738, Landing. Chapter 738, Landing. His execution proved effective.
They were exchanging fire, but the humans were clearly in a superior position.
The aliens' tightly knit formations worked against them.
While their proximity to the human planets prevented capital ship fire, it also prevented them from using their own advantages.
Crack. A turtle alien's shielding could no longer hold up to the sustained fire and fractured. The squishy creature below was swiftly reduced to mangled flesh. Its twinkling vital crystal appeared, but was quickly swallowed up by another monster nearby.
Where there was one, others soon followed.
Before long, the defensive line began to collapse.
The alien forces were being slowly pushed back as they realized they couldn't stand up to the human fleets. For each meter they retreated, the human fighters inwardly cheered. Under Kang Hui's orders they pressed forward, maintaining optimal distance and never letting up. The universe was on fire, a sea of angry light.
Streamers of lethal energy were exchanged back and forth across a dark backdrop. For the first time in the history of their conflict, mankind was overpowering their enemies. So far things were going according to plan. However, the aliens wouldn't be so easily defeated.
Under the cover of defensive-type creatures they continued to retreat behind the planet they knew their prey wouldn't harm.
Clearly they understood the mindset of the humans, they wouldn't attack their own. Kang Hui smirked coolly. Trying to draw them in deep? Not likely. As the planet came within firing distance, Kang Hui gave the order to hold. Ground teams were to prepare for landing.
He was more careful now after the bitter lessons he'd learned before.
He wouldn't easily give the enemy an opportunity to make a fool of him again. Kang Hui knew that the creatures wouldn't retreat so easily unless they were clearly being beaten.
It had to be a diversion, that was the only explanation. Since they didn't know where the three home worlds were, there was always a chance they could show up when the humans were most vulnerable, like chasing the aliens deeper into their territory.
He wasn't going to allow that to happen.
They had to stick to the plan.
Recapturing the human planets was their first priority, then they could go about exterminating the enemy. Admiral, ground teams are ready to move at your order.
Give them cover fire, clear out whatever's in their path.
Kang Hui coldly commanded. Lan Jue had received the order back on Zeus 1.
Prepare for incursion.
What do you think?
The wine master asked. They were provided the most up-to-date information. They knew that so far humans have suffered no casualties, while more than 1,000 aliens had met their end. However, no vital crystals were left behind. They were all swept up and kept from the hands of their killers.
Lan Jue shook his head. We've only just started, it's hard to say. We'll have to wait and see what develops. So far it looks like our strategy is paying off. Get ready, soon it'll be our turn. The wine master nodded.
One by one the other paragons rose from their meditations. Their eyes burned, they were fighting on behalf of their species.
Zeus 1. Zeus 1, this is Middle Heaven. This is Zeus 1, go on.
Su Xiaosu was manning the controls and quickly responded to the hails.
The incursion has begun, engage.
Majesty was also hearing the same command.
Received, operation is a go. She confirmed.
She rose to her feet and faced Lan Jue.
Star Division's commander nodded. Zeus 1 was on the move, closing in on its target planet.
With Majesty, they were responsible for the largest of the four worlds, Monteur.
Obviously paragons would be more effective on the largest planet, the North believed.
The hardest task was delegated to the team with the highest chance of success. Zeus 1 and Majesty closed ranks, and flew wing to wing toward Monteur. Behind them were 10 more large transport ships bearing the markings of the Blood Iron Khans.
Indeed, and Luan's mighty Adept army would provide aid for the mission.
Monteur's recovery had the lowest chance of failure, especially since Lan Chang was sending in his best people. His faith wasn't just in his own people, but in Star Division as well. He believed in Lan Jue's command. His little brother would make sure their losses were kept as low as possible.
Zeus 1 pulled to the fore. A hail of cover fire kept them from being harassed by enemies on the way in. However, that air support would end once they hit the planet's atmosphere.
They had to be ready for a fierce battle once they reached the surface. The only backup they would be able to rely on was low-flying patrol ships or the odd battleship.
Anything larger than that wasn't going to risk friendly fire.
This presented a problem, but with the North in such a precarious position at home, everyone agreed to manage best they could. Nothing was more important than saving their beleaguered compatriots. As they closed and Lan Jue's eyes blazed. This would be a true test of Star Division's capabilities. Behind him the paragons had risen to their feet and gathered. They stood in silent support of the young commander.
"Let me go,"
the pharmacist called. There was a brutality smoldering in her typically calm face.
Lan Jue shot her a glance. He answered her with a nod.
They needed to throw everything they had at this fight, and take advantage of every opportunity. Lan Jue knew this was her way of apologizing for her actions. No one had spoken ill of her or chastised her actions, but her heart was filled with shame. Lan Jue was an important member of Skyfire Avenue, yet her actions had put him in mortal danger. If something had happened to him, it would have been disastrous for everyone.
Lan Jue understood, and wouldn't dare discourage her.
He wanted to help clear her conscience. She left, then the wine master spoke.
"Do you want any of us to help her?"
Lan Jue smiled, and shook his head.
"No need. She's the Harbinger fairy." The only paragon still meditating was Judy. All the rest stood behind Lan Jue, watching Monteur grow larger outside the window.
It had used to be a beautiful and vibrant world, a treasure for the North. Although not as important as Luo, it had served as a center of economy and commerce. It was for this reason Terminator had been stationed nearby.
But the planet was different now. Its surface glimmered with a strangely beautiful purple hue. Sadly, it was a beauty rife with death and decay. From high above they could see something on the surface, moving in surging waves. A host of aliens were waiting for them.
These weren't manifestations of an infection, like what the progenitors created.
These were true aliens.
Evidently their strategy had always been to bring the fight to the surface and take advantage of their close combat strengths.
Lan Jue knew from the briefings that the West and North were sending over 30 mecha divisions and scores of small warships to the other planets.
They were manned by their finest converts and acquired talents.
Here, however, the fight would be hardest and backed by the fewest infantry. That was because they had Star Division. Closer.
Their cover fire started to taper off.
500 patrol ships and 60 battleships continued to keep the aliens at bay with secondary cannons. Many aliens were hiding in the hazy purple atmosphere of Monteur, waiting for their chance. Blasts of caustic purple energy were cast into the incursion force, but Zeus 1 deftly avoided them all. 2 patrol boats that had pulled ahead to clear the way were not so lucky. They knew the horror they were signing up for, but they volunteered to fight anyway. When the human ships entered the atmosphere and began to shake, the aliens made their move. Wave after wave of purple blasts streaked past them.
10 patrol boats were instantly dissolved, until the corrosion reached their engine and caused them to explode.
Lan Jue scowled.
The enemy was perversely clever. They didn't engage the humans in open space, instead attacked them from the ground when they came in range. Without a doubt, what their telescopes had thought were humans were actually these monsters lying in wait. These evil bastards were smart. Lan Jue saw the truth, but it was too late to change anything.
His only option was to soldier on.
Just then a white light overtook their screens. At first it wasn't intense, but it moved with incredible speed.
It cut through the atmosphere like a hot knife through butter, and toward Monteur's poison surface.
Whatever purple energy came close was dissolved and dispersed.
Admiral Lan Cheng, call the patrol boats and battleships back from Monteur's atmosphere. They're dying in vain. Leave the incursion to us. Lan Jue called out.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 739, Bladestorm. Chapter 739, Bladestorm. The East had arranged for direct communication between Lan Jue and his brother. All right. Lan Cheng's answer was short and to the point. Zeus 1's warship entourage began to pull back.
They continued to give Lan Jue cover fire but no longer pressed into the planet's atmosphere. That blast of white light continued its headlong charge. The light was, of course, the pharmacist. She was dressed in white, in the style of ancient China. Her long hair was done up braids that made her seem all the more pixie-esque. However, her tender beauty was paired with eyes that burned with murderous intent.
Not wild bloodlust, but righteous determination to eradicate evil.
She tore through the air on her 7-star sword, Oxysis clutched in hand. She looked for all the world like the immortal fairies of old. Streaks of violet-purple light shot at her, but never came close.
She juked and dodged, and before long she was approaching the planet's surface.
As she swept her eyes to the horizon, she was met with an unending sea of creatures. All kinds of monstrous faces sneered and howled at her. Some were as large as mountains. They focused attacks in her direction. The situation was worse than they'd anticipated. The aliens had guessed recapturing the planets would be a main objective and had set a trap. But what did this mean to the Harbinger Ferry? There was a flash of purple, and a shuttle-shaped alien launched itself toward the pharmacist. She regarded it with as much concern as she would an insect. A streak of white, the shuttle alien raced past her and away. It erupted in a fountain of purple blood and savaged flesh as though it had suffered 1,000 cuts. Chunks of it tumbled to the ground below. A shimmering purple crystal was captured in the pharmacist's light. Their first vital crystal. The shuttle alien's demise brought more attention on the pharmacist. She stopped in midair and glared down at them. Her eyes were cast far toward the horizon, then back to the milling beasts below her feet. Her pretty lips moved, though her words were lost to the host of angry growls. A-A-A-O-U-U-U. One of the beasts, standing 300 meters tall, threw its head back and roared. Dozens more aliens threw themselves at the pharmacist. She faced them calmly, the hard light of murder glinting in her eyes. She lifted Oxysis high and pointed toward her enemies with her other hand. Her legendary sword reacted by dissolving into a column of white light that shot into the sky. All of a sudden, whether Zeus won overhead or the aliens below, everything was lost in a blinding white light. It was like the whole universe was lost in Oxysis' glow. Even the keen and powerful paragons shuddered as the power washed over them. They could feel the lethal energy it contained. Even Zhou Qianlin stared with wide eyes. This girl's aura packs quite the punch. She muttered. Bladastorm. The clear and emotionless call rang from the pharmacist. The first blast of light emerged. It shot forth, obliterating anything in its path. It struck the closest alien and tore right through it, heading for the beast coming up from behind. A second blast followed. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. The sword-shaped white lights were mirror images of Oxysis, as though the sword had fractured into countless copies of itself and tumbled from heaven. They descended wildly to the unfortunate creatures below, brutally ending their lives. Even shelled beasts couldn't protect themselves from the pharmacist's fury. As far as the eye could see, Oxysis' power descended in a deadly rain of white. Those aliens that weren't immediately killed clambered over one another to try and flee. Bladestorm was a technique of ages past, imparted to her through Oxysis. Upon breaking through to Paragon, the pharmacist was infused with this secret knowledge. The murderous intent she bore galvanized her weapon's power, and the result was widespread death. Purple bodies continued to fall beneath flashes of white. The air was thick with screams of rage and pain, but they did nothing to curb the slaughter. The bladestorm of the Harbinger Ferry was sure to be spoken of in the annals of humanity for all time. This patch of Monteur was painted dark purple, but now it was from the blood of their fallen enemies. No less than 500 aliens had fallen to the pharmacist's attack, including the massive one that had challenged her. Parts of it were strewn across a large swath of ground. Scores more approached from the distance but didn't dare get too close. They, too, feared death. They may just have been cells shed from their homeworlds, but they had intelligence and knew the pain this lone human promised. Zeus 1 also kept its distance behind her. They didn't want to be caught in the hail of death. The pharmacist vanished, appearing a moment later standing atop the Sapphire ship. The manifestation of Oxysis' power shifted and raced for the distant alien observers. They fled for their lives as Zeus 1 searched for a clear patch to land on. The wine master reminded everyone of the plan. Everyone pick a direction. First order of business is securing the landing zone. Several figures separated from the ship as it continued its descent. The smell of rotten decay filled the air, belched from the poisoned purple ground. If one looked closely, they could spy what looked like veins snaking across the surface. The corpses of the monsters were quickly being eaten away and absorbed by the earth. Even vital crystal were being sucked up to feed whatever those veins were connected to. Lan Jue knew that so long as the aliens could retain those crystals, they weren't really losing anything. The wine master knew this as well, thus his first action was to brandish his scepter. The scores of mangled bodies beneath him shook and flashed silver. In the next moment their vital crystals were floating beside the wine master. Then they vanished into a vortex of glimmering light. Every crystal they pilfered from the enemy made them weaker. Gathering them was a priority. Each alliance had agreed to allow all crystals to remain with the ones who'd taken them. The North had 2 planets to farm for crystals, while the East and West had 1 each. Of course, Monteur was the largest, and part of the East's promise to help with other operations was the potential to acquire more vital crystals. The paragons raced off, each in separate directions.
The pharmacist remained kneeling atop Zeus 1.
Her face was sallow and her appearance frail. Being only a part of the realm of protogenia, she had only just managed to summon Bladestorm.
Oxysis demands were high.
She needed time to recover. Lan Jue did not follow the paragons but remained behind to survey the area.
Zhou Di and Luo Xianni were with him.
Because they were susceptible to the ire of protogenic energy, they did not hurry to use their powers. The winemaster, driver, gourmet, keeper, bookworm, pauper, clockmaker, and Bai spread out in 8 different directions. The winemaster arrived at his prescribed location in the blink of an eye. He held his astrum aloft, and the area before him shuddered in protest. As aliens flew toward him and encountered the flux, they were instantly ripped apart. Only a few particularly strong beasts survived passage.
A dragon-like colossus slithered through the air surrounded by a violet aura.
It opened its maw, and spat from it a dazzling orb of purple toward the winemaster. The fractured reality around it seemed unable to stop its advance. Clearly, this was one of the beasts that could survive in space. The winemaster grunted and waved his scepter. A piercing beam of silver issues forth, splitting reality in its passage and leaving a black void in its wake. First it consumed the orb of energy the beast had belched. Then, having not slowed at all, it crashed into the monster itself. The screech it released was loud enough to deafen, but lasted only a moment. The winemaster callously looked on as the dragon separated into 2 equal halves. Its large vital crystal vanished in a flash of silver. Like the winemaster, the driver rose sharply into the air when he reached his target area. Overhead a dark cloud of purple had gathered of similar hue to the planet's plagued surface. But the bolts of purple lightning that issued from it were not of alien making. Where they landed, nothing survived. Without exception, any alien caught in the scope of the lightning storm was incinerated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 740, Dominating Power. Chapter 740, Dominating Power.
It was his first time releasing his powers in battle since ascending to Paragon. The feeling of protogenia flowing through him was intoxicating, and even his enemies were in awe of the primordial lightning flashing in the sky.
Aliens witnessing their brood's destruction from a distance didn't dare approach the driver. The gourmet walked idly along the ground.
In his passage the world withered away and the sky blanched. A great-hued stillness and death spread from him like a pestilence. Aliens that came too close were also painted in the monochromatic color, then burned away in a painful and silent demise. Their bodies turned to ash and floated in the breezeless air. The gourmet brought to them a universe of ruination and despair. The keeper and bookworm made the most dramatic display. Above the keeper's crown was an array of small stars arranged in a matter. All of a sudden they shot out, spreading in all directions. They swelled into beams of energy 10 meters in diameter.
He looked like a human battleship. Meanwhile, the bookworm was not much different. The blasts issued from him were 5 meters wide and looked like beams of sunlight.
The earth shook in their passage, belching fire and thunderclaps.
The 2 scientists were showing restraint, for if they used powers like the ion cannon it could clear away huge swaths of enemies, but the North may misunderstand and accuse the East of using capital ships on the planet.
Where the keeper and bookworm were commencing their shock and awe campaign, the pauper tore through the enemy with a ferocity to match a wild beast. He didn't use any long-ranged abilities, deigning instead to throw himself in the thick of the alien horde. The loud and clear roar of a dragon hung in the air as he ripped a bloody swath through his foes. The image of a golden dragon slithered through the air around him.
An enormous but slow-moving monstrosity that looked like a turtle came trundling his way. The pauper leapt into the air, arc high over the aliens' heads, then brazenly smashed into the creature's armored back. The impact forced the turtle monster to the ground.
It screamed in protest while the arhat of the descending dragon lifted his fists high. When he brought them down, armor that deflected warship fire shattered like glass. A tempest of golden light swept through the area.
He sprung at the next alien, never pausing to catch his breath.
He was a protogenic warhead, and where he went the cries of dragons marked the death of his enemies. As he moved through them the golden dragon pulled aliens within reach of his fists and were summarily exterminated.
In sharp contrast, the clockmaker's strategy was much calmer, though no less monstrous. Gentle multichromatic colors danced across the field in waves. Some areas moved sluggishly while others were swift and abrupt. When the aliens tried to strike at the clockmaker, they suddenly found themselves moving in slow motion to tear apart an ally that had inadvertently rushed in front. It was absolute chaos.
The monsters tore each other to shreds, and all the while the clockmaker calmly walked among them unscathed.
Bai's sector was the bloodiest.
Granny Bai swiped the air with claw-like hands, leaving crimson streaks where her long red lacquered nails passed. The streaks lengthened and spread like bloody knives through the crowd. Moments later, groups of aliens would tumble to the ground in several pieces in fountains of blood. Twinkling vital crystals flew over to her as her enemies were felled. According to the agreement, she got to keep whatever she got. They were an important factor in how the wine master had convinced her to come. Both she and Aubert had been around for a staggeringly long time. Both of them could benefit from the restorative properties of the crystals.
8 directions, 8 paragons.
They spread out like a fishing net, and not a single creature evaded them. This was the benefit of individual strength. Without cost or crisis, the initial stages of their mission were complete. Majesty found a landing site, relinquishing scores of figures the moment it touched down.
Mechas, twinkling in the purple light.
They quickly arranged into teams, then spread out to secure the landing zone. Compared to the last time Star Division took to the field, they had matured quite a lot as soldiers.
Lan Jue, suspended overhead, nodded in approval. Retaking the planet would not be a problem. Following on the heels of Majesty were the Blood Iron Khan's transport vessels, and finally Normal and Luan ground troops.
Altogether there were 5 companies responsible for taking back Monteur, the smallest operation force by comparison. Scores of engineers had come with the soldiers. They deployed with machinery that had come with them on the transports and immediately got to work. However, they quickly discovered a problem. As they tried to work, the ground would wriggle and sway to throw them off, as though it had a life of its own.
Lan Jue spread out his hands and pressed them downward. A curtain of blue light descended and spread over the forces below. When it reached the ground, it began to pitch and shake. The cancerous vessels buried deep underground atrophied under Lan Jue's power, collapsing and cutting off its poisonous flow. Gradually the poison hue drained from the earth and its natural color returned.
All heaven lightning, the evolution of Lan Jue's discipline and the thunder essence, was a bane to all things evil. By virtue of its power, he was able to overcome the toxic influence of his enemies.
Clearing the vestiges of their sickness was an easy task.
Without the tendrils of the beasts to trouble them further, the engineers got back to work, installing railguns. Recapturing the planet was a priority not just in principle, but because they could be turned against their aggressors.
The guns themselves were provided by the North.
The plan was to install them once an area was secured, then press on to the next sector. Once they were ready to go, they would be used to assist other teams until the planet was entirely under human control.
Lan Jue stepped forward.
Thor appeared as though summoned from the ether, and its pilot was swallowed in a beam of sapphire light. Once Lan Jue was settled in its cockpit, the storied mecha's eyes lit up.
At Lan Jue's levels of power, a mecha suit was unnecessary.
However, as commander, he needed its communications equipment to keep in contact with his teams. It afforded him immediate command and control. Star Division was on the move with Thor directing activities overhead. By now the pharmacist had recovered. She was seated on Thor's shoulder, but no matter how fast the mecha moved, she did not struggle to keep her balance.
Flashes and explosions lit up the skies from one horizon to the other, signs of humanity's spreading dominance.
Star Division followed their leader as he raced forward in search of a specific target. If they wanted to retake the planet, they had to find the progenitor.
Once it was slain, the tendrils of its influence would wither and die.
If they were lucky, they might find survivors as well. They would be alive only as bait, but saving them was a priority.
Lan Jue headed first for the driver.
The 2 of them were brigade commanders, so he was the natural choice for a first direction.
Feels good. My primordial lightning is pretty damned impressive, isn't it?
The driver called out to Lan Jue when he saw him approach. He needed no mecha, the sector he was sent to manage was already clear and the aliens routed.
Save your energy. Let our people handle things, we'll fill in the gaps. He ordered. Performance was an important part of the division's structure.
It was how rewards were decided, not the least of which being access to the exuvium process for them and their families.
The promise of an extended life was at the core of their motivational strategy. If the driver killed them all, how could their people prove themselves? Battle was the best way to prove and improve themselves.
If Star Division wanted to continue to better themselves, they would have to do it in the fires of war.
Got it.
The driver knew what Lan Jue was getting at and answered right away. Below them, Star Division spread out to take control of the situation.
1st Brigade was in the lead, followed by 2nd Brigade as support.
They nimbly set off to do their jobs. Lan Jue, the driver, and the pharmacist followed.
Now their task was to penetrate the enemy lines and hunt down their target. Guagua, come here. Lan Jue ordered.
A figure separated itself from the crowd below and rose to meet them. It was a beautiful golden mecha, Lin Guagua's newly refurbished war machine.
She rushed to her boss' side. Your command?
Use your psionic abilities to scan the enemy, he said.
See if you can find any human mental energy. We're going to see if there's anyone left to save.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 741, Shut the Hell Up. Chapter 741, Shut the Hell Up. Retaking a planet took time.
In the meantime, there might be lives to save.
This fight was different from the ones they'd engaged in before.
The aliens they fought before were infected mutations controlled by progenitors. They were weaker, mindless creatures. This time they were battling real aliens, doughtier foes who wouldn't go down so quickly. It was important not to forget that there were some creatures among them strong enough for interstellar flight. When the railguns were up and running, their goal would be to deal with those.
Aye.
Lan Jue replied.
Immediately a pale golden aura sprang up around her suit.
As she had grown stronger, so too had her psionic capabilities. With the help of her mecha she was able to scan a vast area without much effort. Lan Jue had some psychic abilities of his own, but they weren't near as discerning as Lan Jue was.
To him human signatures would easily be lost among the sea of angry alien minds, so the task fell to his Amazon.
Star Division swiftly and effectively fight through their enemies, making safety a priority. Lan Jue had commanded that teams were to proceed in twos to watch each other's backs. They were to maintain close defensive formations as they searched. Specifically, they maintained a flying wedge formation.
This allowed them to change directions quickly and attack in any direction. It was also stable and defensible.
As had been the case from the beginning, teams were led by stronger adepts. At the heads of the triangle were 9th level or higher adepts who, with their mechas, were more than a match for any normal alien they came across. Tang Xiao led his team at the head of the brigade. His tactics had evolved from the rolling ball of destruction from before. Although it was effective, it was also slow. Him and his team kept close and followed the structure outlined by his superiors.
One of the creatures came charging their war, a beast that looked like a lion.
However, the similarities to a typical lion were scarce. The alien corruption was 100 meters long with a fierce and frightening air. Its front legs were thick as oak trees. At a glance the human fighters knew it would be a tougher one to kill.
EY. This one kind of looks like Jin Tao. More handsome, though. Tang Xiao's voice was teasing and condescending, but he didn't waste time.
His mecha was the first one to race forward.
What noise is this piggy making now?
Jin Tao's angry voice crackled through the communicator. Although their constant bickering would lend one to believe otherwise, the two young men worked marvelously together.
Both their squads had only improved over time and performed excellently. I'm going in first. Tang Xiao cackled. His mecha was already blasting forward at top speed toward the lion-like monstrosity. The beast responded with a guttural roar. It lifted one of its front paws to swipe at the squad leader. Within his cockpit Tang Xiao chuckled darkly. His pudgy mecha didn't juke or dodge and simply let the attack come. What followed was a strange scene. All of a sudden, Tang Xiao fell from the sky. It tumbled out of control like it had been knocked out of commission, though there were no signs of damage. When the lion struck it, the suit stuck to its paw like a piece of melted candy. Then, it dissolves into a liquid and slithered up its leg. The lion, surprised and confused, roared at its arm. Like a cat with tape stuck to its foot, the beast kicked and swiped the offended limb to try and flee itself, to no avail. Another roar thundered through the area, though this one was not from the creature. Another lion joined the fray, smaller than the first and made of metal. It launched itself at the alien like a pale yellow thunderbolt and landed on its head. Don't steal my kill! Tang Xiao shouted. Does it have your name on its forehead? Jin Tao fired teasing barbs back at his rival as they fought together. Although Jin Tao's mecha was much smaller than its opponent, the energy it put out was staggering. A blinding yellow aura hung over its metallic body. Glinting alloy claws dug into the monster's head. Just then, a host of metallic spikes shot through the monster's mandible from below. Mine! Jin Tao and Tang Xiao shouted in unison. Jin Tao pulled his claws apart, tearing open the alien's forehead. But he didn't find what he was looking for. Tang Xiao laughed victoriously. In a flash his fat mecha suit was on the ground again and in formation. He waved his hand at Jin Tao, a glittering vital crystal clutched within. Goddamn, gloating are we? So? I made the first move, it was your greedy ass that tried to take it from me. I'm just making sure you know you failed. Tang Xiao, as usual, knew how to push the right buttons. Shit, I loathe you. Jin Tao howled. Move aside and stay out of my way.
Tang Xiao cackled as he and his team shot forward.
Fat ass. Dumb mutt.
They continued to rag on one another as they fought.
Will the two of you give it a rest?
Shut the hell up. The harsh voice immediately silenced the two young men. The only one who had that kind of pull over them was Tang Mi.
Tang Mi understood the dynamic between Jin Tao and her older brother.
They were natural rivals, but although they loved to trade barbs, they fought well together. All this talk of kill stealing was nonsense. Both of them had agreed to share the credit for their team's exploits before the battle. What purpose did their bickering serve?
None, but they couldn't get enough of it.
They were quiet for now, but their bickering was endless. A bolt of lightning tumbled from the sky, killing a beast that was lurking underground near the squad. That kill belonged to the driver, to ensure his people didn't fall into its trap.
Skyfire Avenue surged ahead, overcoming all obstacles.
But Lan Jue's face grew darker with every inch forward. They were strong, and their progress was fast. In part, this was due to the help of Lan Jue and the two other captains.
Yet Lin Guogui could find no trace of human consciousness.
This made Lan Jue's heart sink. It meant it was likely all humans had been wiped out before they'd arrived.
Swallowed up and used as fuel for the aliens' evil plans. It also made him uneasy, since their long-range telescopes had certainly picked out human on Monteur. So why were they pulling humans onto the planet's surface to fight? If there was some plot, the enemy was going to move on it soon. Boom!
An explosion rang out, and an alien fell from the sky.
Railgun fire. Installations were going ahead as planned.
It was good news. The first success opened the door for the second. Right now, Lan Jue's job was to make sure Star Division didn't get in too deep.
Some aliens were too much even for mechas.
They were the sort that were capable of fighting out in space, and were too dangerous for Division soldiers to take on by themselves. This was also why Lan Jue wasn't in the thick of it. He had to save his energy for that eventuality. He wasn't there to fight, just to make sure things went smoothly.
Star Division had to be protected. Monteur's recapturing continued without a problem. Losses were kept low. However, the other two planets were less fortunate.
A huge number of aliens had waited for them to land.
Once they did, the humans were immediately thrown into a frenzied and intense battle for their lives. For the North, Terminator and Chu Chang were responsible for a planet each.
However, their numbers were limited, and they were losing men to overwhelming enemy forces. Close to 1/4 of their soldiers were shot down on the approach, and only about half of those survived the crash. The waiting alien forces set upon them the second they got out of their ships.
Thankfully, things were looking good out in space. Humanity's forces had taken control of most of the area. Those aliens which hid behind the planets didn't dare stick their heads over the horizon. The moment they did, human cannon fire blew them apart. Admiral Kong Hui stood in his office, sternly giving orders. Turn on the scanners. Find those planets.
The 8 bastions closed in, but kept their distance from the front lines.
Kong Hui had anticipated the ground forces finding resistance.
By Kong Hui's estimations, most if not all of the humans on these planets were gone. Callous as it was, it meant they should have been using their ships to pummel the surface with orbital fire.
Even the weaker ships were capable enough to clear out large numbers of aliens at a time.
But the pressure was too great.
The people wouldn't have it.
And he understood their thought process. If they were willing to sacrifice their people now, who's to say they wouldn't be the next one northern guns were turned on? So, it was decided for them that survivors had to be rescued at all costs. However, this tied the military's hands, and cost them the lives of their soldiers. Thankfully, though, things still seemed under control.
The 8 bastions came ever nearer while the fleets cleared the way ahead. Kong Hui couldn't think of any tricks the enemy could use to turn the situation around. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, I'll decide what's permitted. Chapter 742, I'll decide what's permitted.
Increase artillery support to the ground teams, except for Monteur. Allow nearby ships to provide cover fire for our troops.
Kong Hui ordered. Admiral, that won't be permitted.
There are, his first officer timidly interjected.
Kong Hui's response was cool and unyielding.
I'll decide what's permitted.
One, are you saying our soldiers aren't people, too? If we keep this up, how many will die before we take the planets? Follow orders, soldier.
Sir. The officer had no choice. In battle, the admiral's orders were to be obeyed above all else unless directly contradicted by superiors.
But in a battle this crucial, what was the likelihood of that?
Nothing was more important than remove this threat to humanity. The military leaders would all stand behind Kang Hui's decision. They could see the cover fire increase from space.
Things started going smoother on the 3 planets almost immediately.
Sir, railguns have been installed on Monteur. 4 of them so far. So far the East has handled their mission well.
Finally, some good news. Have Admiral Lan send over his data.
Aye. A few minutes later satellite images from the Eastern Fleet started coming in. He looked upon the ground team's progress in silence.
What power! What overwhelming power!
With no more than 10 people they were protecting the whole ground assault team. Of course, those 10 people were paragons.
Inwardly Kang Hui sighed.
He had been told in no uncertain terms that if this gambit was a success, to turn their weapons on the other alliances. But Kang Hui was a smart man, and he had seen the power of these paragons with his own eyes.
Every one of them was capable of bringing Armageddon on their heads. That was even before they considered Zhu Di.
Provoking him would be begging for death. The leadership simply didn't understand.
The East's rise wasn't something they could prevent.
What they should be doing is working to maintain a good relationship with them.
Strength has always been the way of the universe and the path to dominance. For the sake of humanity, Eastern prosperity wasn't necessarily a bad thing.
Besides, Kang Hui had Eastern blood, and after this fight he would undoubtedly be one of the strongest voices in the military. He would work for cooperation rather than aggression.
Kang Hui was honestly a little nervous ever since Admiral Lan brought his Enloan army.
Middle Heaven was a staggering sight to behold, even larger than Terminator had been.
As for how much carnage it could produce, they could only imagine. Whatever capabilities it had, the East's latest bastion was undoubtedly stronger than it looked.
He didn't trust its cumbersome speed, either.
Why keep the stony exterior that slowed it down so much? It wasn't like remodeling the planet's surface would have been difficult for modern technology.
It was impressive enough as a feat of engineering, the first planet to be turned into a bastion. He hoped there would be an opportunity for them to see what Middle Heaven could do. Militarily, the implications of a super bastion frightened and excited him.
Tell the Admiral to take control of the planet as quickly as he can. Kang Hui said. Zeta.
Lan Chang was, of course, aboard the massive bastion that used to be his base planet. He was watching after the ground crew, but what Kang Hui didn't know was that Lan Chang had already ordered his fleet to prepare for attacks from friendly forces. When Monteur was under their control, the ships would move in to defend their people. This was, however, only a defensive maneuver. He didn't anticipate much trouble, not least because of his father's presence. If Zhu Di didn't have to watch his power consumption, he could destroy a planet by himself. He watched the screens as data continued to stream it. It looked like everything was still going well on the ground.
Have we found anyone alive?
He asked his brother. So far, nothing, Lan Jue replied.
I think it was a ploy by the aliens. But why would they want to lure us to a fight on the planet's surface?
Lan Chang answered confidently.
Don't think too much about it. You need to focus on taking over your sector. Leave the rest to me. Bro. Come on, do you need to be so harsh all the time? Lan Jue joked.
Lan Chang paused for a moment.
This is war. You should call me Admiral. Lan Jue chuckled. You need to relax. When we finish this fight I'm gonna tell Dad to find you a girlfriend. It's out time you started a family.
Lan Qing's face turned hard and hostile.
Get back to the fight. Lan Jue cut the connection, suddenly in a better mood.
He'd been nervous before, so nervous he forgot something important.
Who was his brother? Prometheus the Wise. If Lan Jue had foreseen a problem, of course his brother had.
The situation still wasn't clear to him, but further consideration would have to wait until they finished taking the planet.
The alien homeworld still had the opportunity to surprise them.
So far, while the aliens were many, they hadn't come across the stronger breeds. The truly powerful ones he feared to see were as strong as the paragons.
Lan Jue was sure the aliens weren't lacking in that class of powerhouse. But where were the Violet Prince and Princess, or others like them? What about Monarch?
The fact they weren't on the field meant things were only getting started.
Boss, I sense something. Lin Guogui announced. Lan Jue's eyes lit up.
Where?
I'll take you, she said.
Without wasting any more time she urged her mecha toward the horizon. Lan Jue followed close behind. The driver and pharmacist remained behind to look after Star Division. As Lin Guogui led the way she ignored the aliens that charged for them, attempting to block their path.
Bolt after bolt of all-haven lightning turned them to ash before they got close. The vital crystals left behind were swept up as they flew past. In the distance, the shell of a city came into view. Even from this distance, though, they could see signs of corrosion on its towering buildings. It looked like the whole thing had been devoured and digested. It had been stained purple by the ordeal. Lin Jue gasped. These absolute bastards! How many people used to live in this city? How many of their compatriots had become fuel for these monsters? Jue's senses led them to a building that looked like it may once have been a church. In there, she said, I can sense about 10 life forms, humans. Lan Jue was suddenly serious. Wait here. I'll take a look. Boss, be careful, she urged. Lan Jue, though, changed tack. Never mind, come with me. Pack up your mecha. He didn't feel comfortable leaving her outside by herself. They were deep in enemy territory, and a powerful creature could appear from any corner. She was safest by his side. He left Thor's cockpit. All right. She answered before appearing before her mecha in a flash of light. Both of them stored their suits. Lan Jue went down to ground level, but didn't place his feet on the poison earth. He remained hovering about a meter above it. Lin Jue was a step behind him. Lan Jue surveyed the building with a scowl. He spread his hands, and a gentle power emanated from him to push open the corroded doors. A rotten scent exuded from within the building. A pale blue light sprung up from within him to protect both he and Jue from the toxic cloud. In there, she confirmed. Lan Jue entered. The interior of the building had fared better than its facade, but a carpet of poison purple blanketed the floor. The alien sickness would not be denied by walls. The interior was spacious and stretched far back. There, at the end of the room, was huddled a group of people. They looked at Lan Jue and Lin Jue. Could there really still be people alive in here? When the thought crossed his mind, suddenly Lan Jue felt an abiding unease. They did feel like humans, but their reactions were strange. That was to say, they were completely emotionless. Something definitely wasn't right. The destitute people scrambled to their feet and raced toward Lan Jue. Save us! Save us! They shouted the words as they raced forward. They moved quickly across the carpet of purple, seemingly unfazed by its corrosive properties. Lan Jue felt stricken. He didn't move. The light within the church dimmed. When they got close, Lan Jue could see that their eyes had turned deep violet. They felt like humans, but they were not themselves. Controlled? Could they be saved? He was still lost in thought when the closest one leapt up at him. Boss, be careful. Boom! The victim erupted in a grotesque explosion of purple blood and flesh. They use a phrase which means, roughly, let the leadership deal with it when we're not in time of war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743, Progenitor. Chapter 743, Progenitor. Lan Jue felt his shield shiver. The explosion was much more intense than he imagined. The other people detonated as well, one after the other. Lin Jue and Lan Jue were caught in the middle. The intensity was enough to reduce a mechasuit to ruin. However, at Lan Jue's level of cultivation it posed no danger to him. He sensed the corrosive nature of the explosion immediately, but more important was the surge of psychic energy that followed. These people weren't alive, they were just mimicking a particular psychic pulse. In fact, there was a sense of relief when their tortured existence passed. The aliens were truly evil creatures. Lan Jue's hands curled into fists. We're going. They left the church and returned to their mecha's cockpits. Attention Star Division. All soldiers listen up, this is Commander Lan Jue. If you discover any signatures of human life, do not approach. Keep your distance. We've discovered, he shared the awful experience with his teams, then did the same with Lan Chang. It seemed their original feelings had been correct and the chances of human life remaining here were slim. The aliens had taken the whole planet, so there would be no place for humans to hide. Any humans the long-range telescopes discovered were likely these booby-trapped puppets. Be careful and continue your mission. Lan Qing urged his brother. When they hung up, he immediately opened a connection to Tyrannosaurus. Admiral Kong Hui, this is Lan Chang. Admiral, what is it? Kong Hui looked upon the screen, surprised by the young heroic face that greeted him. He was continually impressed with the man, whether it was his mannerisms, command, or abilities. Kong Hui felt that Enluan's commander was one of the best military minds alive today. Lan Qing shared his brother's information. As he listened, Kang Hui's face turned dark and angry. Admiral, it's clear there are no more humans on the planet's surface that aren't soldiers. We should begin pummeling the planet with orbital fire to reduce casualties and take the planets faster. Have you discovered anything about the alien planets? Kang Hui replied. Nothing yet. There's too much interference to see anything behind the human worlds. I agree with your assessment, but I can't order a full bombardment. The military leadership and parliament would not allow it. If I gave the order, it would immediately be rescinded by my superiors. I hope you understand my predicament. Lan Qing fell silent. Then he nodded. I won't trouble you, Admiral. He knew it was risky even for Kang Hui to tell him as much as he had. The North was in a precarious position. Although it would make their jobs easier, laying down fire on one of their own planets would do irreparable damage to the psyche of the northern people. In a sensitive time like this, with humanity on the path to success, he couldn't force that order to be given. The operation must continue. Everyone would just have to give their best. Lan Jue returned to the front lines. Star Division had continued to press ahead without meeting any serious resistance. The enemy's numbers had begun to thin. They weren't as tightly pressed as they had been at the landing zone. Meanwhile, Lan Jue's people had acquired quite a number of vital crystals, but the aliens had also begun to change up tactics. The ground beneath them started to churn. Whenever an alien fell, its crystal was folded into the poisoned earth and swallowed up. Already this simple change helped the aliens recover 100 crystals. Clearly the enemy knew they were in danger of losing their power source. They had to find the progenitor. Killing it would revert the land back to normal and give them the advantage. Just then, a sound caught Lan Jue's ear. Left flank, 45 degrees. Straight ahead, 6,700 kilometers. It was a familiar voice. Ju D. 6,700 kilometers? That was the other side of the planet. Lan Jue was starting to understand. His enemy really was clever. The progenitor was hiding on the backside of the planet away from the human ships, beneath a crowd of spacefaring aliens. With so many powerful aliens protecting it, would killing the progenitor be as easy as he thought? If things weren't looking good for them, it was far less favorable on the other battlefields. They also had the planet's rotation to consider. Each of the planets moved slowly, but they did move. Eventually they would be brought right to where their enemy was waiting out in space, putting them in a dangerous position. 1. Admiral Lan, I request air support. The progenitor has been located on the far side of the planet. Soon the planet's rotation will bring us within striking distance of the enemy's strongest. We need to kill that progenitor as soon as possible. Lan Jue firmly made his request. All right. Lan Qing answered immediately. Kang Hui had said he would decide what was needed in the heat of battle. The same went for the East, and they didn't need to follow northern orders when their own people were at risk. So long as the situation warranted, Lan Qing would command his own troops directly. 5 of the fleets attached to Eastern Command began to move. 3 surged ahead while the remaining 2 swept around to approach from the flank. Back on the planet, Lan Jue called out his orders. Fall back. Star Division could continue to press forward. If they wanted to kill the progenitor, the 3 commanders weren't going to be enough. Star Division's flying V formations changed direction and began an orderly retreat. Lan Jue, the driver, and the pharmacist covered their retreat to make sure none of their people were left behind or harassed. They fought their way back to the landing zone quickly. By the time they got back, Lan Jue was feeling more relaxed. 20 railguns had been installed on the high ground. The arteries of the progenitor hadn't snuck back in from below. 20 railguns was enough to ward off a dreadnought. Aside from the railguns, their engineers had also constructed a makeshift base with secondary defensive weapons in case the enemy chose to attack them there. Paragons from the Vanguard squad had also started to return after Lan Jue's order to retreat. They returned with the most vital crystals. A progenitor's tricks in bucking Earth wasn't enough to keep the crystals from their grip. You couldn't snatch food from the jaws of a tiger. We found the general location of the progenitor, but it's on the other side of the planet. If we go at it directly, we'll have to fight our way through their strongest alien defenders. We need to bring enough power to match them. Once we take the progenitor out, we can take the planet. Lan Jue told them his thought process. The wine master nodded. Sounds good. What's your plan? Lan Jue explained. The lives of our people are important. We've established ourselves here, so we'll leave Star Division to cooperate with Enluan's people and make sure this place stays safe and to extend the green zone. We'll go, kill the target, then come back. All right, the wine master replied. Who's coming with you?
Lan Jue thought for a moment. This is a sneak attack, so we don't want a lot of people, but we need enough power to get the job done.
It'll be me, you, the clockmaker, driver and pharmacist. The 5 of us should be enough. You and the clockmaker will keep us safe, and the 3 of us will lead the way.
The wine master nodded.
So be it.
The others will stick to the plan.
Star Division's standing orders had been to save any survivors, but they didn't seem to be likely anymore.
They would better serve here, helping to spread their base and clear out the enemy. The first wave of ships had brought 100 railguns that needed to be installed. Once they were, humanity would have a mighty staging area to work from. More guns were also on the way, and installing them had to be a priority. Under their protection, the ground forces would be fine even once the planets rotated into the line of fire too.
I'm going with you. Luo Xinni appeared before Lan Jue. Mom, your condition. She chuckled at his concern. Relax, I'm fine.
I'm not your father, I'm not affected as much by the restrictions. Besides, if you don't need my help then I won't do anything, just make sure you're safe.
If we run into a strong enemy then you have backup. It's fine, your father is also keeping an eye out. Alright, then we have no time to lose. Let's go.
Lin Guogua was waiting nearby with a small verticar she'd brought from Zeus 1.
Everyone climbed in.
Of course, the driver was given the controls. As his name implied, he was adept behind the wheel. Although a verticar wasn't as fast as a paragon, this one was equipped with a blinding stone. Perfecto for the covert nature of their mission. Lin Guogua also went with them, pairing her psionic obfuscation with their blinding stone to make them practically invisible. Once the verticar was up in the air, it was like it never existed. Under the driver's expert control, the verticar tore through the air, agile as a swallow and faster than any normal driver could manage. He was pushing the vehicle to its limit. Lin Guogua flooded the area with her psychic powers. She didn't need an amplifier in this case. The car was small enough for her to hide without much effort. The car was only big enough for 8 people.
Lan Jue and the driver were up front.
Even at Lan Jue's level of strength he felt dizzy as the car sped along. The driver was pulling out all the stops. Aliens filled the sky, but the driver dodged among them like he was doing it for fun. At first this didn't make much sense to me, but I was probably tired. In the event the explanation isn't clear, a host of aliens is waiting in space on the far side of the planet, hiding from the human ships on the other side. As the planet rotates, Lan Jue and his team on the ground and slowly being brought to the far side and thus right below where the alien space horde is waiting.
2. This leads me to think he did mean the other planets would rotate their back toward Monteur and somehow put Star Division in danger.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 744, Spacetime Solidification. Chapter 744, Spacetime Solidification. Monteur's landscape flit by below them as they raced for the other side of the planet.
It would be about 3 hours at this speed before they reached the progenitor.
There aren't as many aliens as I thought there'd be, Lan Jue noted through a scowl. I noticed that, too.
The wine master replied. When they made their landing, the aliens had stretched as far as the eye could see. However, now as they flew into the far side of the planet where they were anticipating denser numbers, they found the opposite. That wasn't to say their foes were few, but they weren't overwhelming either.
Could they have fled to get away from the railguns? The pharmacist pondered out loud. The clockmaker nodded her head. That's a possibility. Maybe they're relying on the planet's rotation to keep them out of firing range while they wait to take the offensive.
After all, it will take time for any ships of ours to make it here. The faster ones will have to wait for the others to catch up to perform their sneak attack.
Lan Jue added to her determination. That's why the War Council was so adamant about retaking the planets.
They make a strong launch point and rear guard to protect us from alien trickery.
Yes.
We'll think more on this when we've dealt with the progenitor.
The wine master said. Star Division's strike team penetrated further into enemy territory. Alien numbers increased, but only marginally. After an hour they had begun to come around to the other hemisphere of the planet. Here the atmosphere thickened to the point where vision was impaired, but not enough for them to fail to note that their enemies were increasing. A few stretched over 500 meters long. It looks like we were right.
The driver watched as the monsters zoomed past their windows.
Drive carefully. We mustn't be discovered. Lan Jue warned.
This earned a chuckle from his friend.
Relax, I'd lose face if we were discovered. Won't happen.
Indeed, the driver's technique was flawless. Even as the air became more heavily dotted with lumbering alien bodies, he effortlessly flew among and around them.
I'll lead the strike,
the pharmacist growled.
Lan Jue nodded.
Aside from Luo Qianlin and Zhu Di, the pharmacist was the one to turn to if they needed to cut down a host of enemies quickly. It was the same for Lan Jue and Qianlin's harmonious swords. The pharmacist was the natural choice for leading the attack. Alien numbers held steady, though they couldn't be sure since it was impossible to see the situation above the atmosphere.
An inexplicable tenseness filled the humans.
Some of the beasts were over 1,000 meters long, and had the fighting capabilities of a dreadnought. Occasionally they spotted some 3,000 meters or more, and they could square up against paragons. The largest one Lan Jue spotted was 5,000 meters long. It still troubled him that the Violet Prince and Princess whereabouts were unknown. They were the most terrifying foes they would face. They were in the lion's den, and if they showed up, fleeing would be difficult. The further they went, the more tense the atmosphere became. Below, the ground had gone from pale lavender to deep purple. Thick veins the size of felled tree trunks slithered across the surface in a singular direction. They undulated rhythmically like they were swallowing something. The progenitor's presence made Monteur look like a giant organism. Rather, like a parasite had taken over, and was draining the planet of its essence. The predatory nature of these monsters was terrifying to behold.
Lan Jue's eyes blazed with determination.
If the prince or princess showed, he would face them with the harmonious swords.
That should be it.
He swung the car around suddenly and the screens fixated on a single image. All eyes went to the picture, a mountainous feature at the center of the pulsing veins.
It rose over 100 meters tall and its body was such a deep purple as to almost be black.
The veins slithered around it like the arms of an enormous octopus.
They rose to the mountain's apex and pointed high into the air.
Are they siphoning power to their homeworlds? Lan Jue said in surprise.
Luo Qianlin watched the screen with a frown. They don't look thick enough.
They would have to be larger if they were to span space.
There has to be a middleman somewhere transferring energy to the planets.
A cold light flit through the pharmacist's eyes.
Is this it?
She didn't need to ask, it was the progenitor, the strongest one Lan Jue had ever seen.
The aura around it was no less fierce than a paragon.
Overhead, no less than 5 3,000-meter-long aliens hovered, with a host of smaller ones between. They formed a formidable wall of defense.
That's why the driver had swung the car so dramatically.
There was no gap to get closer.
Lan Jue turned around and looked at his companions. We don't have many opportunities to get this done.
Things look alright down here, but we don't know the situation above the cloud cover. We need to kill this thing as fast as possible and flee before the enemy can react.
Luo Qianlin smirked. Luckily Mama came with you. I can handle all of this. The rest of you focus on killing that ugly thing.
The wine master will get us back when the job is done, and I'll handle battlefield control.
Such a dominant temperament.
A host of terrifying beasts milled outside their window, but all Luo Qianlin had to say was she would take care of battlefield control.
Lan Jue nodded toward the pharmacist. I'll act as your support, sis. All right. She replied quickly.
Then, she produced a small china bottle which she promptly opened and imbibed. Her aura became volatile. After everyone made their plans, the driver's somewhat disgruntled voice piped up.
What am I, the getaway driver? Lan Jue smiled. Getting us in and out safely is an honor. You're doing an important job. All right everyone, get ready. The verticar's doors hissed open. They needn't fear discovery right away.
The blinding stone's powers extended to a small circumference around their vehicle.
Lin Guogua and the driver were left behind as the others exited. Luo Qianlin flicked her wrist and a flash of pink replied. Her camera had appeared in her palm.
She looked at the writhing mass of enemies with the same cunning smile she always wore, like they didn't trouble her at all. She pointed her camera, then nodded to let Lan Jue know she was ready. Then, she vanished. The pharmacist looked at Lan Jue and the color drained from her eyes, leaving them pearl white.
Lan Jue's, a dazzling azure blue. A shell of all-heaven lightning sprang up around them.
She took in a deep breath and with it the pharmacist's aura swelled, surging past what Lin Guogui could conceal. She stepped forward into the air and a shimmering image appeared at her back. It looked like her, perhaps 70%, with a white sword in its grip. The pharmacist had used some decoction to increase her powers nearly to a reflection of heaven and earth. The ethereal buzz swept through the area with an intense and murderous aura. Overhead, the 5 largest aliens turned simultaneously in her direction. Their fear was palpable. The progenitor also sensed the disturbance.
It cried in alarm and a host of tentacles sprang out from the ground around it. They lashed and swiped frantically all around the monstrous creature before reaching for the pharmacist. Above them a giant head descended through the clouds. Just the monster's head was 500 meters tall and 1,000 meters across. The section of its body they could see was another 5,000. Its rage and power filled the air with a choking pressure that even a typical paragon could not produce. It had to be stronger than the realm of protogenia, or a reflection of heaven and earth. It was more comparable to someone who'd achieved nirvana. It opened its enormous maw, ready to swallow the pharmacist whole. But just then, a voice like chiming silver bells rang out. Take advice from Zhou Qianlin, a camera is all you need. Her voice seemed to carry a strange power with it as it swirled through the air. The sky became pink, but not from light. A pink camera 10,000 meters across filled the sky. The thunderous CHK of its shutter boomed, and spacetime solidified. Whether it was the progenitor or the monster on the other end of its poison umbilicus, neither could move. Everything froze. Everything except for the pharmacist and Lan Jue. They exchanged a look then launched ahead. The pharmacist released a war cry and a white light surrounded her alluring frame as she became one with her sword. Oxisis stretched large and wider as it tore through the sky until it was a blinding beam of white light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.